Don Dow. Contacting Sirius. Light Forces Plan for Planet Earth. School of the Way of Consciousness. 2025. Version 3.0. Author's note. The first PDF edition of this book was originally released in Lithuanian in 2019. The second edition, also in Lithuanian, was released as an audio version narrated by the author with AI-generated illustrations on YouTube in 2023. This is the third edition of the book overall and the first edition released in English as an audiobook narrated by AI with AI-generated illustrations. Introduction. I am writing this book guided by my heart and encouraged by our cosmic brothers and sisters from the forces of light, specifically from the star Sirius. Part of my soul lived in Sirius before coming to planet Earth. This division of the soul left part of it in Sirius while the other part descended into incarnation on Earth, leading to my current incarnation. When I was in my 20s, my second half of Sirius's soul arrived, initiating my spiritual transformation. This transformation coincides with Earth's transition from a closed planet of consciousness to one of open cosmic consciousness. I am writing this book to assist during this transition, helping people understand what our lives will be like when we reach cosmic awareness. To facilitate this understanding, we can compare it to life in Sirius as it is now, as our planet strives for similar conditions. This book is based on a lucid dream experience I had in January 2012. It took years to process this experience, but over time I became accustomed to it and decided to portray my contact with the Sirius civilization. This story introduces the civilization of the star of Sirius. Driven by curiosity, I asked all sorts of earthly questions. I was invited to the Sirius spaceship and taken to Sirius, where I was introduced to this fascinating civilization and its way of life. This detailed introduction to Sirius will help you learn how to connect with Sirius and understand the peculiarities of their lives. Step by step, starting with fantasies or dreams, the opportunity to establish a physical connection will also begin to open up for you. This book, in a convenient and easy format, will be an excellent primary guide to help you prepare for the first contact. Don Dow School of the Way of Consciousness. Awakening. I sleep poorly, so I wake up, like every night. I look at the clock and it shows the same time again. 4:44. What's going on with me? Why can't I sleep peacefully all night? Sometimes I wonder if this is not just a coincidence. Maybe there is something more here. Maybe the universe wants to tell me something, that it is enough to sleep because I've slept all my life until now, so maybe it is time to become awake. Or maybe it's just insomnia. Usually, I still manage to fall asleep after I wake up. But for some strange reason, this time I wake up with a strange feeling that something unusual is happening. I try to calm my mind and relax. I look around my room and notice that it looks somehow unusual. My condition is also unusual. I feel in an uplifting mood, even though I understand that it will not help me get back to sleep. But this time something is not right. Maybe it has something to do with the dream I had just before I woke up. I dreamed that I was invited by my brothers and sisters, whose skin color was blue. Blue skin? Strange. I have to try to fall asleep because in a few hours the alarm will sound. The room was drowned in the darkness of the night. It was completely quiet, and suddenly, to my surprise, a strong blue light began to rush through the window. I looked around, and the first thought that came to me was that the neighbors were celebrating again. But by listening, I understood that there was no usual party noise. Strange. Yet in my ears, I began to hear a strong frequency of rich vibrations. A desire came to walk to the window and see what was happening there. But then I realized that my body was frozen like a stone and I could not move. Fear engulfed me, and suddenly I heard a voice in my head. Hello. What? What's the matter? Have I started hearing voices in my head too? Please calm down. Everything is fine. How am I supposed to calm down like this? Who are you? The mere fact that I hear you in my head is already causing me confusion. Why is this confusing for you? Why? Here in my room, there is the blue light, the strange sounds and voices in my head. My body is paralyzed, so there is really nothing to panic about. I'm probably going crazy. And if I told you that it is all just a dream, how would you react then? A dream? Really, I must have fallen asleep and now I'm dreaming. This explains everything. But who's communicating with me then? Don't you remember? Don't remember what? Don't you remember inviting us? I invited you? Is there more of you out there? But I hear only one voice. Why do you think you are having this dream? I don't know why, really. I'm very confused about it. But on the other hand, there are too many questions in my life anyway that I can't answer. Would you like someone to answer all your questions? Would you answer all my questions? Is this even possible? Because my questions are not casual. These are existential questions, looking for the meaning of life. Only God Himself could answer such questions. But if you are just dreaming, then you can ask all the questions you want and let the answers reach you. But our dreams are just our imagination, so I don't think that my imagination is so capable. Imagination is limitless. You only need to let the imagination free itself from the limitations of regular life. Everything you can imagine is real. Let the imagination flow freely, even if you do not believe in it. So what would you like? I would like for a spacecraft to come and take me to another planet, because I am sick of this planet as it is. And where would you like to travel? Yesterday, I was just reading something about Sirius and First Contact. So, I think I'd like to go to Sirius. Am I really dreaming? Or is it that a first contact is going on right now? You have to decide it for yourself. Okay, then I choose contact with the Sirians. However, why is my body so stiff? Maybe it's an astral travel, or is it lucid dreaming? I've read about it. At this time, your body experiences sleep paralysis. This happens when a person's consciousness wants to move from one reality to another, so that the physical body remains in a physical reality, and the soul or consciousness can travel unrestrictedly. The same conditions apply both in astral projection and in contact with extraterrestrial civilizations, if they are from another dimensional reality. The symptoms are really the same, but whether I am dreaming or not, it doesn't change the fact that I can't move. You can't move just because you don't know how to do it right, and how to do it correctly. Look above you, you should see a silver thread coming out of your head. Do you see? No, I do not see anything. It is too thin for you to see it. Concentrate more with the idea to see it and it will appear. Now I can see it. I see a shiny thread coming up from my head. This thread is the thread of consciousness through which your consciousness or soul came to this physical reality. At the same time, this thread can be used as a channel to get out of this reality. You only need to relax your astral hands of your dreaming body so that they can move more freely and then grab behind the thread of your consciousness, as if you were crawling with a rope upwards, and with it pull yourself in such a way as to pull yourself out of the physical body. Give it a try. Just do not be surprised, because when you touch the thread, you will feel a light pulsation of electricity. This is your vital energy, which will begin to flow through your hands. This is a good sign. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I'll try. I was confused enough, but I always wanted to try something like that, so I focused on the process and did everything as it was guided. I relaxed my body and felt that gradually the tension in my body subsided. My hands acquired looseness, and thanks to this, I was able to move them. So, I grabbed the silver thread and immediately felt an electric vibration. It was a pleasant feeling. Strange, but somehow it feels like I'm getting ready for the trip home. Yes, because it has to do with home, with your real home. That's what we're here for, to help you and other people like you get back to where you are from. To the real home? And how are you going to do that? At the moment, do not think about it, but rather concentrate on climbing with your energy thread. Your main goal at the moment is to get out of your physical body. Well, I am trying, but it's more complicated than it seems. I'm really very stuck in my body. Do not lose hope. You're doing great. Know that just before the end, it's hardest, when it feels like you can't do it anymore. At that moment you take that one last step and the wall collapses, which stood between you and the victory. I understood what was being said to me, so I relaxed and felt a new surge of strength, and began to climb even harder. I did it! I have freed myself from my body. That's great. Now we can move on. What do you feel like doing next? At this point, I feel a strong attraction toward the blue light. Such a feeling like my fate is waiting for me there. My whole being is just rushing towards there. Then let's go. Relax and let the calling of your soul guide you. I completely devoted myself to that feeling and let myself be carried away by the flow. The feeling was very strong, although I didn't actually comprehend fully in my mind what was going on. I felt like something extraordinary was going on. A mystical peace overcame me, like returning home after a very long and difficult journey. But on the other hand, it wasn't the same feeling like I've experienced before, as you would be going back to your earthly home. Nothing like that. I discovered that this feeling was awakened in me after a very long time, as if something had been forgotten for a long time, but only now I remembered it. No matter how weird it may sound, but this is how I felt at the time. So, driven by the thrust, I approached the window of my room, through which a blue light was emanating. I tried to open the window, but I realized that my astral body couldn't relate to physical objects. Instead, I was flying through them, so I just crossed the window with my astral body. The sensation was very strange. When the astral body came into contact with the window, I could feel every atom in the window with my astral body, similar to pushing physical hand through sand. So, I slid through the window of my room and headed toward the blue light source. I saw an object in the sky that resembled a flying saucer. To my surprise, it was not a physical object, but a pulsating energy formation, as from a non-physical dimension. What is this? Why does this object look so strange? Our spacecraft is not physical. If you had to find the right phrase in your speech to describe it, then the closest term would be metaphysical or above the physical, meaning that the vibration of our spacecraft is above the vibrations of your physical matter, which gives the impression that the spacecraft is undulating or not static physically. What are the lights here that move around the spacecraft? It may look like lights, but it's actually not lights. These are vibration synchronizers that stabilize the vibrations of our spacecraft on your physical plane. Different colors have different vibrational frequencies. This is important because your physical plane is extremely unstable. Indeed, you could call planet Earth the most unstable place in this universe. So, in order to be able to stabilize ourselves in this reality, we must use these additional means. Otherwise, our spacecraft would become uncontrollable. As a result of these and other inappropriate conditions, a lot of interdimensional spaceships crash on your planet. The technologies of certain extraterrestrial civilizations are simply not adapted to such frequency instability. With us in Sirius, technology is at a very high level, so we easily solve these issues. In this universe, we are known as one of the best masters of technology. Many beings from other civilizations come to us to learn the craft of technology. I've heard of the UFO accidents in Roswell, Asia, and South America. So all this is true? These are just a few of the many that have been made public. There are a lot of UFO accidents that have never been announced. This is the highest category of classified information, which is controlled by large corporations, which also control all governments in the world. And why do they do this and hide all this information? Control. They want to control your world. If they declared the existence of extraterrestrial technologies that use free energy, this would mean the collapse of their oil, gas, and traditional electrical systems. And that would mean the end of their control. There would also be an opportunity to travel throughout the universe. It should be understood that in your world, there is a lot of deception. That's what we're here for, to help uncover those secrets, and to free you from the veil of darkness. But we'll talk about it later. At this point, we need to focus on you and your journey. Now that's your main mission. Inside the spacecraft. I moved towards the spacecraft. The attraction was so strong that all I needed to do was just relax and allow myself to let go towards this source of attraction. As I moved closer, the light intensified more and more and the attraction became so strong, until finally it just sucked me through the bottom of the spacecraft. And there I was inside. It's all completely unrealistic. It's just crazy what's going on now. I am on a spaceship of extraterrestrial civilizations. Inside, everything didn't look the way I expected. Where are all the buttons? Where are all the devices? Where are all the fantastic objects? There's nothing there like in movies. I'm actually in an empty room with only a few tables and chairs. The other thing that surprised me a lot is that the spacecraft is significantly larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. There is a lot of space inside, even several times more than it seemed from the outside. The size of the spacecraft is not an optical illusion. It is actually larger inside. How is it possible that there is such a large difference in space between the outside and the inside of the object? That's what you call it, another dimension. It means that outside of the spacecraft you were in 3D reality, but when you entered the ship you got into 5D reality. Here, time and space work differently than in your reality. This means that there may be more or less space here, and time can last longer or less. In a general sense, these two realities are similar. The only difference is that the time and space of 5D reality are significantly more flexible than your 3D realities. So, they can be expanded or contracted. Well, physics is not my field, but I think I would have remembered if something like this had been lectured at school. Humanity's physics is incomplete. It could be more correct and complete if all of humanity received all the hidden technologies in science. I very much hope that this will be the case, but could we fly somewhere else before any of the neighbors see this strange object hovering in the sky? This is not necessary because no one sees this spacecraft. Only you alone can see it. Since everything is vibration, and your physical vibration is at a specific frequency, if we change our vibrational frequency by at least 1 octave, our spacecraft becomes completely invisible to the physical eye. And why could I see it? Because we wanted it. We have made a temporary correction in your consciousness so that at the moment you can see this frequency. Why can't you do this correction for all people? What is that mysteriousness for? Currently, contact is possible only in isolated cases. Humanity is not yet ready for mass disclosure, but after certain events, it will be possible to do this. After what events? For example, when you tell your friends and relatives about this event and they get acquainted with this idea and successfully integrate this information that extraterrestrial civilizations exist in the universe, then the veil of their skepticism will get thinner and they will be more open for the first contact. So, you're saying I was ready for it? Yes, that is why we have contacted you. And so what about other people who are ready? They can also have contact? Those people who are ready and are open to that idea, yes. But those people who are plunging in doubts or skepticism, unfortunately, are not yet ready. Couldn't really say that I was completely open to these ideas and still you have contacted me. To doubt what is completely new to you is normal. The main thing is to be open and not to fall into preconceived conclusions about what is possible and what is not. The big mistake that your smart skeptics make is believing that the facts they know are the only truth, and everything else is false. This is a belief that inhibits the progress of consciousness, a state that locks people's minds and prevents consciousness from expanding into new discoveries. But if a person is open by saying, "I don't know how it really is, but I believe that everything can exist, and the universe is full of yet undiscovered mysteries," then it is called a state of healthy consciousness, and this is enough for us to consider establishing contact. But that is not all to it, is there? Obviously not. There are many other factors, like the ability to have a positively stable enough emotional field, what you would call your emotions. Well, that really sets the bar high, because most of humanity is drenched in negative feelings of all sorts. So that is something that they will have to work on by themselves if they want to make contact with us. I understand, but why don't I see you inside the spaceship? Maybe you are invisible? Our bodies are currently in another vibrational frequency that you can't see, but now is the right time for us to show up. Suddenly I saw a mist forming in front of me, which was like a cloud and slowly taking on the forms of a human silhouette. Those shapes shone bright blue, and I began to see arms and legs, and eventually a whole body. Finally, in front of me stood very tall silhouettes of solid build and blue skin. It was the Sirians. They looked quite like people, except that they were in ideal shape, and the color of their skin was blue, like Krishna, the deity of Hinduism. The situation surprised me a lot. Out of excitement, I began to tremble all over, even though I didn't have a physical body. Probably, our emotions are more of an astral phenomenon than a physical one. So I'm now standing on the spaceship with three strange beings. Two of them are bald and one with long hair combed to the back of the shoulders, golden in color. All three are dressed in a blue one-piece uniform. They all looked very healthy and in great physical shape. If they were next to an Earthman, you could certainly clearly see that their physical perfection, the symmetry of their bodies, the tone of their muscles, the firmness of their skin, and their posture are very different from ours. No ordinary person on Earth is born so perfect. Despite that and the blue skin, they did look very similar to Earth humans. I gathered courage and decided to initiate the first contact. "Hi, my name is..." "You don't have to introduce yourself. We know everything about you." "And how is it that you know everything about me?" "For the simplicity of this moment, let's say that we are your long-lost family from before and you just forgot about it." Although I didn't want to admit it to myself, being next to them, I felt not like I was near weird aliens from another planet, but as if I was with my true family. After all, it's very strange, isn't it? Because the feeling I experienced when I was with my earthly family, even by far, is not comparable to the feeling I felt while standing next to these beings. Surprisingly, when your reality bubble collapses, you see how big and diverse the world is. Behold, three beings from another planet stand before me, and I feel as if my brothers are standing before me. Conflict was born inside me, conflict between heart and mind. How can it be that being near these alien beings makes me feel very comfortable and safe? I've never felt so good in my life on planet Earth among Earth humans before, not even my biological family. We understand your inner conflict. You have as much time as you need to feel calm and comfortable. Our goal is not to instill some new belief systems in your mind or to try to convince you of something, but to bring the necessary changes to your consciousness. It's time to hear the aspect of your higher consciousness. Reclaim the knowledge that existence can be radiated by joy and amazing adventures. Existence is a never-ending journey, an eternal process of change everywhere in the universe. A certain faith or beliefs can just limit you in your journey. I'm trying to free my mind. Still, I'll say that I've always believed something like this would happen to me. I waited quietly for it. And that feeling that I'll meet you someday never abandoned me. It's just that now it has arisen and I can't hide it anymore. Yes, even though you don't remember it, but in your subconscious mind that information is there, so you have that feeling. After spending more time with us, your memories should gradually return and you will solve your inner dilemma. At that time, the thoughts of an extremely high level of technology, trips to the stars, the strangest and most beautiful planets came to my mind. So, what's next? Since we already know you, it would be time for us to introduce ourselves. We are from the constellation Canis Major, from the star Sirius A. We would be happy to introduce ourselves with our names, but in Sirius we do not have names like you on planet Earth. We have no identity and we do not divide each other, because we live in a collective consciousness, but a certain individuality still exists, the individual vibrational frequency of the soul. Each soul throughout the universe has its own unique frequency, that is the original vibrational frequency. According to this frequency, the source/creator individualizes self. Such a frequency of the soul exists only one in all existence, so each soul is individual and unique. In this way, we can recognize each other and find each other anywhere in this universe, and also in other universes. Since we are all connected through the source, we only need to think about the vibrational frequency emitted by that being and we are in immediate contact with them. As a result, there are no secrets in our civilization, same as in other civilizations of high development. We can all see and know each other's intentions. It eliminates feelings such as shame, what the other will think or fear, how the other will react. We do not verbally talk much with each other, because we can exchange thoughts and feelings completely freely. So there are absolutely no misunderstandings or incorrect interpretations. We will communicate with you through thoughts and feelings too. But since you are unable to read our individual frequencies, we need to come up with temporary names to make it easier for you to approach us. You will be able to call me Contact, because my specialty is to establish contact with other civilizations. At the moment, my main task is to establish contact with the inhabitants of the earth, and this symbolizes my hair, because the hair is not intended only for beauty, as on your planet, but in order to strengthen telepathic abilities, because each individual strand is an antenna. Next to me are my assistants who have absolutely no hair, because at the moment they are just learning the art of contact. They can be addressed by the following names. To my left is Pupil 1 and to my right is Pupil 2. They will not be active during this contact because they will watch the process more than they will participate in it. So focus mainly on me, because from now on I will be your personal guide. We will start with simple things. Now you will get to know our spaceship. As you can see, inside everything is very simple and clear. There are no additional unnecessary objects. However, the spacecraft is equipped with all the necessary devices to travel in space and time, same as to the past or to the future, in other dimensions and universes. This spacecraft flies in complete silence, without making any sound. It also has the ability to become invisible and is invincible to attacks. Your spacecraft is amazing. I've always been very interested in technology. It's a shame I don't see buttons, keyboards, screens, or levers here that I can explore. I don't see the control panel either. How do you control it? First of all, please understand, no matter how much you think that Earth human technology is advanced, but compared to our technology, you are still living by your own terminology, in the Stone Age. All buttons, screens, and the like are unnecessary things. Our technologies are not based on electrical circuits with electrical impulses. Even though our vibrational frequency-based technology can be somewhat compared to Earth's electric impulse technology, we send them as vibrations through an electromagnetic field and not through electrical boards. You mean like radio waves? But there's nothing impressive here. We also have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Yes, but the difference between Earth technology and ours is that you send signals through artificial frequencies that are not synchronized with the electromagnetic field of your planet or the outside space. To send a signal, you need an artificial electromagnetic force to overcome the electromagnetic frequency of your planet or space. We, on the other hand, do not fight with planets or space frequencies by trying to overcome them with brute force. Instead, our technology synchronizes with the natural frequency of the planet or space where we are. But we can adjust our signals also. Definitely can. If you synchronize the working electric frequency of your electronic devices from the current frequency of 50/60 Hz to the natural frequency of the Earth, which you call the Schumann resonance of 7.83 Hz, even though this frequency may fluctuate slightly according to the terrain or other factors, by tapping into it you would discover free energy. Because free energy is simply the ability to use the already existing force of the electromagnetic waves, which is created by the planet itself. But the electric companies that exist in your world do not want to let this happen. You would also find out that the technologies you have are incorrectly constructed, since they work in a separate cycle that is not integrated with the electromagnetic field of the planet. This means that when your electrical appliance approaches a strong sender of the Earth's electromagnetic frequency, like a magnet, it stops working. Also, they are based on resistive force, which is the reason why even if you tried to tap into Schumann resonance, it would be too weak because it could not overcome the resistive force of your electronics. Therefore, you would need a so-called room temperature superconductor, which does not create electrical resistance. As you continue your research, you'd realize that the vibrations of your biological body are in sync with Schumann's resonance, which means that your bodies are also working on this frequency because you grew up on this planet. You would understand that you no longer need artificial devices for sending and receiving electrical impulses like a radio frequency transmitter or receiver, because you already have them. This is your brain. One of the main functions of the brain is to send and receive information from other information sources, that is, from the brain of other people and the biosphere of the planet or the universe. So, you would, having understood such things, enter the path along which the entire universe is going, not the creation of artificial electrical appliances, but the creation of biological electrical appliances. These are electrical appliances that are controlled directly by the sent electric waves of the human mind. In this way, our technologies also work. Therefore, you do not see here any screens, keyboards, switches, levers, or other means of controlling the technology that you understand. We use our minds to manage all these processes. I'm guessing your planet has a different frequency than on Earth. How can you then do the same process with your spaceship on this planet, if it's synchronized with the frequency of your planet where you grew up? Good question. We can control the frequencies of our technology and bodies and adjust them to the frequency of the planet we are on at the time. We are well versed in this process. And how is your spacecraft moving? Who emits those frequencies? Maybe there is some kind of an engine? There is no individual object on our spacecraft that you could call an engine. In other words, our entire spacecraft is like an engine. Each of its particles is vibration. When the vibration moves, the entire spacecraft also moves. We synchronize with our consciousness all the particles of the spacecraft so that they vibrate at the right frequency, and in this way, we can control our entire spacecraft from one point of consciousness. It sounds very complicated. I don't understand how it is possible to control all parts of a spacecraft at once. In principle, it is not even necessary to fully comprehend this, because we have the technology that we call the conscious assistant. This technology is connected to our consciousness, and it performs all the calculations and adjustments in such a way that it corresponds to our intentions. So, you don't have to think intensely all the time to manage everything? Correctly. This technology is amazing in that we do not need to do anything. We just create an intention in our consciousness, and the conscious assistant does everything for us. It sounds fantastic, but isn't that the so-called artificial intelligence? From your point of view, it seems so. but it's not the same thing. Artificial intelligence is an artificially created set of algorithms that can draw their own conclusions based on the current situation based on its base program, which always limits it. An AI-based program can be buggy, so its conclusions can also be wrong. On the other hand, the conscious assistant does not have its own basic program. In fact, it doesn't have a program at all. We have found a technological method to communicate directly with the creator of the universe, who both controls our so-called conscious assistant and fulfills all our desires according to the so-called higher plan. And is it possible to create something with it that is other than the higher plan? Such a probability does not exist in our lives, because we always follow our hearts, which is what is the voice of the creator of the universe in every soul. We do not see the point in living not according to our hearts, because only by living in your heart can you experience a constant state of happiness. Happiness means to feel yourself in the whole with the source and to be in the place reserved for you in the universe. Everything in existence is the cells of the whole. Understanding this and acting accordingly, we create harmony with the environment in which we live. In that case, that solves the case why on earth there is neither harmony nor joy. Don't worry about it. The creator of the universe has a plan for your planet, and it is going to be realized. I hope that plan is really very good, because the situation as it is now, let's just say, the world is pretty messed up and everyone is going crazy. So, I hope that we don't have to wait for too long. This is already happening as we speak. So, patience. That is the most we are able to do anyway. Since we've already warmed up in our communications, I think it's a good time for us to take the meeting to new heights. To new heights? I don't understand. It is Syrian humor. I wanted to say that it's time for us to rise into outer space, unless you, of course, changed your mind? Oh no, I really want to see what's waiting for me. This is, after all, the most amazing adventure of my life. Then relax, we're about to move. The spacecraft instantly left planet Earth. It only lasted a moment. Well, behold, we have already left the atmosphere of the Earth, and now we will stop, so that you could admire your beautiful round planet from space, because we understand that it is a special moment for the Earth's man. Already? How to understand that we have already left the atmosphere of the Earth? I didn't feel or notice anything. Yes, you can look out the window yourself and see. Through what window? There's not a single window here. After all, it's not there yet, but in this spacecraft, everything is interactive, so everything changes according to the needs of the current moment. So, you just get to the wall and create an intention inside of you that you want to see what's behind the wall. I slowly moved up to the wall of the spacecraft. It was made of a strange material which looked like metal, yet by touching felt more like vibrating plastic. I looked closely at the entire wall, and there really weren't any hidden windows, but I didn't see anything. Now, create an intention. I want to see what's behind the wall of this spacecraft. And the wall suddenly changed its metal-plastic structure from a vibrating metal to a wide-open view. The suddenness of the change startled me. Now I stood right next to the edge of the wall. There was nothing left between me and the cosmos. Do not be afraid, you will not fall out of the spacecraft. The wall hasn't disappeared anywhere, it just changed its molecular structure so you can see through it. I can clearly see the stars, how beautiful they are, but where's the planet Earth? I don't see her. You stand on the opposite side of the Earth, but it is no problem, we will help you see it, just do not be frightened, because it will be a fascinating experience. Suddenly, all the walls of the spacecraft that separated me from space completely disappeared. I felt like I was in a completely open space. So, I looked at this image with the greatest surprise. The experience was so exciting. If I had had a physical body, I would have really fainted. It's unbelievable that I find myself somewhere between heaven and earth. Do you like it? I was silent. I couldn't answer anything. You need to save every moment like this, especially when it happens only once in a lifetime. Now I feel that I am alive and exist in order to feel, see, and experience the whole universe. We can see that for you this experience is really very strong. But there is still a lot to see, so as soon as you are ready, we can move on. I've been watching Planet Earth for a while now. I tried to capture as much as possible of everything I saw, to frame it in my memory so that I would never forget it, especially the beautiful round Earth, but I knew that even more impressive adventures awaited me, so I decided that it was time to move on. Then the walls of the spacecraft began to condense again, and suddenly within a few seconds I was surrounded by vibrating metal plastic walls again. Do not worry, this is the first time for you and it is like that for everyone, this is normal. After all, you are not used to such images and direct cosmic vibrations. So there you have it, right in front of my eyes, the Earth is round and beautiful. Would you believe me that some people on Earth believe that Earth is flat? I cannot even comprehend how such an idea could have been conceived. But that is how strange people on Earth are. Even though they clearly see that other planets are turning and are round, for some reason some people think that Earth is flat, even though it is clearly not true as of my current experience. I am able to understand humanity's confusion on this matter. You see, your Earth is not what you think. First of all, this planet is not physical. It is a holographic projection made from your moon. Your moon is not your planet's satellite, but is actually an administrative point from where your planet is being administrated and projected. If you were to look at the moon's craters, you would see that they are strangely not deep enough, even though they are wide. This is because these are not natural craters, but are actually masked 3D projectors, which are using standing waves to create Earth's hologram, which you are calling your planet. Some people on your planet were able to see this illusion and therefore began to speak about Earth being a hologram projected on a two-dimensional plane. That is probably where this confusion has originated. So you mean to say that our planet is not real, just a hologram made by standing waves? Yes, that is what I was saying. But who made this hologram to begin with, and what was the reason for making it? Mostly this technology is ours, but there has been participation of other races too. This technology was made around 500,000 years ago. The point was to create a 3D experience for the souls who wanted such an illusionary experience. But the project later on went out of control. Then the dark forces, that is certain negative alien races like reptilians, greys, mantis and others, decided that this world which was made on illusion was a perfect point for them to occupy and establish their bases. And so, the war between the creator races and the occupying races began on your planet. There have been many pitfalls in this battle for both sides, and the projection had to be even remade a few times, where your doomsday prophecies have originated also. After the dark forces settled on your planet, we decided to trap them by creating a barrier that confines them there. In response, they created their own barrier to somewhat protect themselves from our interference. Their barrier is what interferes with souls' abilities to come and then leave your planet, the so-called forced reincarnation scenario, the samsara wheel. The barrier where our and their shields meet are called Van Allen belts. That was some bit of an intel bomb you just dropped on me. I will need some time to digest all that. But for the moment, let's change the subject for a bit. Have you said before that there were more like me to whom you are telling and showing all this? This mission has been going on for a long time to expand your collective consciousness and prepare Earth's humanity for the first contact. Our goal is to show you where you are from so that you could understand where you are going to. I have to say that I never believed that this would happen so quickly. I mean me, here, now? Wow! I read about it in books. I saw about it in documentaries. Sometimes I dreamed about it, but it's still hard to believe it. This is only the beginning. Okay, we're outside the Earth's atmosphere and I don't understand how we were able to travel such a long distance in a second. I didn't feel any centrifugal force. Maybe it has to do with the fact that I am not in the physical body? No, it has nothing to do with the physical body. This is due to the fact that we do not travel in space and time according to linear movement, as your technology does. We travel by parallel time and space. It means that we do not move from point A to point B in a straight line. Instead, we identify the vibrational frequency of point A in the continuum of time and space, then identify the vibrational frequency of point B in the continuum of time and space. Then, as if you were changing the frequency on a radio receiver from one radio band to another, we shift from point A to point B and transit occurs immediately from one vibration to another. As a result, you did not feel anything. Does that mean we can move to Sirius in an instant too? Yes, we can find ourselves anywhere in this universe in a moment. So, if you want, we can do a small tour of the universe. I would really like to travel around the entire universe, but at this moment I would most like to see your planet. By the way, you mentioned that you travel through vibrations through space and time. Does this mean that you can also travel through time? Yes, we can also travel through time. There are two options: traveling in time to a direct timeline and traveling in parallel reality. Traveling in time to the direct timeline would look like this. You leave the house and realize that you have forgotten something, but if you go back, you will not get on the bus. Theoretically, you could go back in time and make a correction so that you have not forgotten your object. Then return to your time and continue as if nothing happened. Another option is when you want to explore parallel realities, in other words, what-if scenarios. So, in the same situation when you forget something but decide to continue the journey without that object, you might be curious to know how everything would turn out if you had returned to pick up what you forgot. But then you would not have gotten on the bus, or maybe something else would have happened. Then you explore the so-called parallel realities, but you do not directly influence your reality. Exploring this way is fun and exciting. You can check all the possible options and choose the scenario that you want, fully knowing how things will turn out. However, you need to know that some realities have their own rules and your planet is one of those realities. So on your planet, it is not usually legal to go back and correct mistakes. You must live with the consequences of your decisions, and mostly there is nothing you can do about it, because it is part of an earthly experience. This is a very unique experience. If I understand correctly, then the imperfections of our world, certain limiting factors, are part of the experience? Quite right. That was the original idea. It's good to know that. And what changes are envisioned for our planet, and when will it be? Now is the time when you need to prepare yourself for big changes. It is time to learn about the existence of high-profile extraterrestrial beings, advanced organic technologies to be distributed, which will soon lead humanity to the golden age. The planet Earth has to be cleaned, and many other amazing things like your lost history will be revealed. Why can't you just go down and start sharing it? Why all the waiting? Everything happens according to the higher plan. You need to learn how to take responsibility for your planet and learn how to control it yourself. Our role in this process is to help you, but not to do it for you. Currently, your planet is ruled by organizations controlled by the forces of darkness, which do not allow us to take action. The process of liberation of this planet is not easy, given that antimatter bombs have been discovered that can destroy your world. Many of them we have already removed, but others still remain for the moment, but not for long. The problem is that they are combined with the surface population. So, we need to act very carefully so as not to provoke the lords of darkness, so that they do not destroy your world because of their unstable psyche. Yet the opportunity is in a plan where artificial circumstances will be organized and permitted to put everyone in a lockdown. In this way, people will have to be still for some time, and we will use that time to remove these bombs from your planet and surface population. Mind you, this process might be confusing and uncomfortable for many. People might think that they are sick with some mysterious fever or something, but do not be afraid, because that process is going to be just a process of cleansing of those negative entanglements. And where did these antimatter bombs come from? These bombs were invented by the Lords of Darkness. And who are the Lords of Darkness? This is a very secret negative group that your Bible calls fallen angels. They arrived on planet Earth 25,000 years ago and imprisoned the planet. This group built a scalar electromagnetic fence around the Earth and prevented positive extraterrestrial races from freely interacting with you, thereby isolating humanity from the rest of the universe. As a result, your planet is now in quarantine. I had no idea that everything was so complicated, but can't we ask for help in resolving this situation faster? Yes, you can. Therefore, we are here to respond to humanity's call. But you have to understand that we are not here to save you. We are rather here to assist you in your task to save the planet Earth. You all, as a human race, are fractals of the universal creator, so at the moment, for the people of the Earth, the most important task is to grow spiritually and expand their awareness into understanding that it is not the lords of darkness who are creating your reality. It is not the benevolent extraterrestrial beings who are shaping your reality. It is you who are creating it. So, if you create from fear, then you will submit to the enslavement of the lords of darkness. But if you create from the universal creator's light, then you will create the expansion and growth for humanity, because that is all there is. Darkness contracts and light expands. It is important not to blindly believe everything that the authorities, religious leaders, and the media tell you, but to ask questions and look for answers yourself. Answers that would be based on your heart, and based on that make creations based on the light. On the way to Sirius. It's time for us to move on. Do you feel ready to move into our world? Or do you still want a short tour along the way? Well, then I would like to see something in our solar system. There are a few things that are necessary for you to see. We will start with the nearest object, the Earth's satellite, the Moon. The walls became transparent again. I watched as we approached the Moon abruptly, and what I saw wasn't like the images I knew from photos or documentaries. We were on the other side of the Moon. I saw a lot of lights, military bases, a lot of flying spacecrafts. There was a whole movement there. What is going on here? I certainly didn't expect that. I had read that the Nazis had landed on the Moon and set up their base, but here is a whole city. The Moon is a very important station. Many different races have their own bases here. But where does all this come from? I thought NASA wasn't flying to the Moon anymore. A lot of people are flying to the Moon. On the Moon, there is a complex of universal bases, where individuals from the Earth and beings from other worlds gather to discuss the situation on the Earth. And what is that? Do I see water there? Yes, there is some water and even a small atmosphere on the Moon. It is a pity that no one knows about this. There are a lot of individuals who know about it, but they just don't talk about it because they're afraid of being ridiculed, or they're just not allowed to. However, very soon everything will change. By the way, just by coming here, you will not see all these bases because they are hidden under the holographic projection. You can only see it all thanks to our advanced technology. All those corporations that are engaged in this do not want people to know about it. They do not want you to be able to travel around the universe, because this would mean the end of their reign. If only people found out. Soon everyone will find out everything. The truth will change your planet irreversibly. Now we will go to another place. The spacecraft suddenly moved to another large object. Do you recognize this planet? It's like Mars? I can see that there's something here, too, that we don't know. Shouldn't Mars be a dead planet? What your scientists are telling you about Mars is not true. They are telling you that there is no life on Mars, but actually there is. There are living beings here and some humans too, especially Nazis. Many of your scientists have been transferred to live here also through the project called Alternative 3, where they were told in the 60s that your Earth did not have much time left until it was going to be destroyed. Therefore, some of them left to live on Mars to survive. It is important to understand that your planet is not a complete prison, and under certain circumstances, it is allowed to leave your planet if all sides agree to it. But that is not always the case. To tell you the truth, there has been an accident of this nature, where forces of darkness tried to escape from your planet illegally through found ancient portals in Vietnam, which could lead them to planet Venus. Finding those portals and trying to escape through them led to the infamous Vietnam War, which was just a cover-up for this operation and the ability to finance this project. Therefore, some adjustments to your projected reality needed to be made, this way preventing them from leaving. Now getting back to Mars. See all these pyramids and ruins? About 50,000 years ago, a civilization lived here, but it was destroyed when a nearby planet, known to you by the name Maldek, exploded. It is a very long story about which you are not to worry for the moment, because when the right time is right, the whole story of the universe will be told to you. At this point, you need to know that there was such a planet because those who destroyed the planet Maldek at the moment rule your planet. They are known as the Lords of Darkness. People often call them the rulers of karma and worship them, but they only terrorize your planet and want to keep you imprisoned. You need to understand that your so-called karma system is not correct. And nowhere else in the whole universe does this happen. But if there is no karma, how will we maintain a balance between bad and good? How will justice be balanced? It is called grace. If something goes wrong and the wrongdoer regrets it, he is forgiven. If he continues to be mistaken, then he is subjected to correction of consciousness. A mistake is only when a bad action is performed with intention without the permission of the other, when there is a conscious desire to cause pain to another. And who makes these corrections? The Galactic Confederation of Light, which is composed of Sirians, Pleiadians, Lyrans, Andromedans, Cygnus, Arcturus, and other good-natured races. Its purpose is to supervise the process of ascension of the planet Earth, so that everything goes according to the higher plan of light. It is being supervised by the Intergalactic Federation, which is based in the Andromeda Galaxy, from where all the decisions about experiences in this Milky Way galaxy are decided. They are the ones who have set up the local Confederation of Light and also the Orion Federation of Darkness, which is mainly composed of sauroids, reptilians and dracos, greys, mantis, and some others. I see that our planetary situation might have complex diplomacy involved. How is it planned to solve the situation on our planet? The forces of light will introduce the intergalactic code as the legal basis for this planet. It is valid throughout the universe. Galactic military forces of light will help liberate the planet as soon as people's consciousness rises enough and realizes that extraterrestrial civilizations are not just bad monsters who want to hijack and enslave your planet, as the movies are trying to present. When this happens, then the forces of light will enter and help you to create a paradise on Earth. Is this really possible? Only if the awakened part of humanity wants that and will ask for it, so it will happen. But if the world authorities do not want to give up, this is not a problem because the official authorities on your planet have no power. They are merely following instructions. They do not have the power to make personal decisions for you. If you ask for it, then all their crimes against humanity will be made public. They will be detained and people will be able to rule this planet themselves. I really want to see this happening as soon as possible, so I will do my best to make it happen. Our sightseeing journey is over. Now we will travel to Sirius. Sirius. The spacecraft performed another maneuver. Then the walls became translucent again and I saw 3 stars and many planets around them, as well as many giant, planet-sized spacecraft. What are all these spaceships for? For various reasons. Many of the Sirians left their planets and moved to live on spacecraft. Why did they do that? There are several main reasons why they choose this. One is due to overpopulation. Another is due to the fact that planets go through their evolutionary cycles and the evolutions of our souls do not always coincide with the evolution of the planet. So we cannot always get the experiences necessary for our soul in the conditions of the planet. In order not to have to move to live on other planets by looking for specific experiences that are necessary for the evolution of our soul, we, with the help of technology, create our own worlds that have all the necessary conditions for us. Another reason is management. If we want to change the conditions of our lives, we need to reconcile this with the spirit of the planet, which is not always successful, because the spirit of the planet has its own opinion on these issues. The spirit of the planet is the one that always makes the final decision. However, in the world we have created, we are free to change the conditions to what we need at that time. In essence, this is one of the main reasons why some serious people choose to live in the world they have created. Our civilization has the realization that all matter is the illusion of a holographic projection made in standing waves, that each soul creates in its consciousness. But when you live on a planet, the spirit of the planet rules. This collective creation of reality is influenced by the collective thinking of its inhabitants, determining what will happen next. The same is the case on your planet, and it is very important for you to understand that you are all united in deciding the fate of the planet. In the world we have created, with the help of a conscious assistant, each resident can create a separate reality of his own. Technology allows us to create all the projections of physical objects, so we are not lacking in anything. In our reality, the conscious assistant joins the individual consciousness and fulfills all our desires. You will have the opportunity to experience it yourself, but for the experience to be real, you will need a physical body. We didn't take your physical body because it would be too difficult for it to function in our reality. The vibrations of our world are much higher than those of your world, and as a result, your physical body will experience glitches due to vibrational inconsistencies. For your full experience, we will give you a Sirian physical body. But does this mean that I will have to incarnate into the Sirian body and thus become a Sirian? Definitely not. On your planet, incarnation is a strongly misunderstood thing. This is due to the fact that your incarnation cycles are controlled by the so-called rulers of karma, who take care of the fact that you have a difficult incarnation, so this whole system of reincarnations is corrupt and wrong. You don't have to be imprisoned in your physical bodies to learn karmic lessons. All this is just a manipulation which is aimed at controlling you. According to the laws of the universe, the soul is completely free and can choose for itself the circumstances of its incarnation, how long to live in a body, when to live, and whether it wants to live there at all. In this case, it explains a lot about the karmic cycle and the fact that people are not able to get out of it. Yes, because earthly karma was a fictional system of the forces of darkness, so that everyone would be busy solving the problems of their past lives and not find time to enjoy their lives. In our case, you don't have to be afraid, because the lords of darkness control only your planet. Being with us, you are safe. Having tried this body, you will definitely not become tied to it, and at any time you can get out of it whenever you want. Then I'm really looking forward to trying it out. We will give you a standard model. If there are any misalignments, we can adjust them according to your wishes. A capsule-like object appeared in front of me, which opened, and in it I saw a male physical body. It was blue in color and in perfect physique, just like my guides. Here is a standard model that is designed for guests like you. You can try it. Well, I'm ready. What do I need to do? Very simple. This body is programmed to wait for a new user, so all you need to do is think about wanting to enter this body and feel the pull towards it. Then you just need to follow that attraction and it will draw you inside the body. I focused my attention on the body in front of me. Then I created the intention that I wanted to be together with that body and very quickly felt a light attraction, which grew stronger and stronger until finally the body pulled me inside. I opened my eyes. I can't believe it. I'm already inside. What an amazing feeling. I feel very strong and powerful. I could have never believed that such a thing was possible. The bodies we have are fully balanced, so you should feel just great in it. Oh yeah. When you are in the human body, no matter how healthy and strong you are, you still feel weak and vulnerable, but not in this body. I feel like I'm Superman now. Technically, this is the case because this body, according to its abilities on your planet, would be called the X-Man body, that is, above human powers. With this body, you could lift a small car, jump a few meters in height, and overtake all the Olympic runners without even warming up. This body also has a quick healing function, so if you get injured somewhere, the wound would heal very quickly. Unless you lose a limb, then you should come to the medical unit, where, according to the body's DNA code, they could print and attach a new limb. I was completely stunned and confused, happy and excited, all at once. After all, it is so interesting and incredible. My real body is still sleeping on Earth, and I am now here in Sirius in another body. As the contact talked about the properties of the body, I eagerly rushed to check the capabilities of my new body. I was just stunned. I began to wonder how wonderful it would be if we on Earth had such perfect bodies. Why on Earth can't our bodies be so healthy and strong, no matter how hard we try? Your bodies are severely limited at the DNA program level. They are also constantly damaged by toxins, scalar technology, and electromagnetic smog. Can you explain what DNA limitation is? Earthly bodies were manipulated by various races for various purposes. But perhaps the most negative influence came from the reptilian race. They made your bodies weak and vulnerable, so that they could more easily control and exploit you like slaves. Your dominant social program, which has been installed on you and has not changed in thousands of years, is a fear of pain. The main motivating factor for a person is to avoid pain. When a person is able to identify the source of pain, he goes into a fight or flight mode to avoid suffering. The pain signals of this physical body in which you are located are strongly suppressed, so if you damage this body, you would feel practically nothing. Our goal is for you to experience the difference between an earthly and Assyrian physical body. Now we are in space, but our physical bodies stand perfectly on the ground and not fly into the air. Why is that? This is due to the fact that this spacecraft has its own independent electromagnetic field, and it is possible to create individual laws of physics in it. So, your goal is to relax and allow yourself to rejoice. Being with us will eliminate some of the negative programs in your consciousness, so there may be challenges to your belief systems, but this is a step towards your inner transformation. Now we can move to one of our worlds on a spaceship and introduce you to it. To make transit easier and not seem so intense, it would be best now if you closed your eyes. I closed my eyes. I began to hear the approaching sounds as if I were in nature by the sea. You can already open your eyes. Opening my eyes, I saw bright sunlight, not yellow, which we are used to, but blue. Then I saw waving water. The water was of all the colors of the rainbow, which was constantly changing with each new wave. The beauty was so stunning and incredible. I looked at myself under my feet, and there's the sand. But not earthly sand, but like water, changing its shades depending on what angle you look at it. Looking around, I saw the forest. The forest turned out to be very dense. The trees resembled palm trees, but were more like giant overgrown flowers. From the forest, I felt a very strong swell of colors that flooded the entire space. I kind of got into a state of ecstasy and wanted to shout, "Oh yes!" as if seeing the real living world for the first time. With each moment, it's as if I'm getting confirmation of how amazing and incredible nature's creation can be. What a wonderful confusion in my head. The meadows were like a dotted fabric with all sorts of intricate patterns. I was very moved by the vitality and beauty of this planet, as if I had entered a dream, but suddenly I began to feel very strong sensations, in fact too strong. It seemed that I was in indescribable euphoria. That intensely intensifying influx of feelings became so strong that it became more and more difficult for me to orient myself in the environment. I began to lose orientation and suddenly everything went dark. Sanatorium. Welcome back. What happened to me? Where am I? Nature's electromagnetic field was too intense for your feelings. The body in which you are incarnated should absorb an excess of feelings, but your first reunion with a new body was not as smooth as one would expect. So we rebalanced your body so that it could more effectively ground your emotions, so this should not happen again. Where am I now? You might call it a sanatorium. We're in the woods you looked at when you lost consciousness. In this forest, we have established an oasis of rest, a sanatorium. Here come visitors who want to rejoice in the diversity of the nature of this planet, and also for whom the balancing of energies is needed. We do not have diseases, so imbalances are the only problem we face. On your planet, it would be like fatigue, but we don't achieve actual fatigue because we have nothing to overwork about. We don't have to do any work unless we want it for fun. Also, we always maintain the chemical balance of our body at an ideal level. However, sometimes there are certain energy disturbances that usually occur when visiting planets of lower evolution and the electromagnetic field that can affect our electromagnetic field, and as a result, balancing is required. But this process is very simple. You just need to lie down in such a chamber as you are lying down at the moment. The conscious assistant then scans your biofield, identifies the malfunctions, and balances the vibrations. All of this takes just a few minutes, unless in an extreme case like yours, when there is a strong imbalance of the person who controls the body. Then such balancing takes about 30 minutes, during which it is possible to sleep. And could such a device cure all human diseases? Of course, after all, what you call the disease is just a magnetic imbalance. A person could be placed in such a chamber and we would balance him in a few hours of your earthly time, even if he were on the brink of death. We could even turn back a person's biological clock and return it to the age it would like. So, with this technology, people wouldn't get sick or die anymore? Definitely yes. And how did I end up in this sanatorium? After you lost consciousness on the beach, we moved you right here, where you are now. As far as I can remember, it was a very intense experience. I had never experienced anything like this in my life before. Yes, some experiences can seem very intense, but if you spend more time here, you would adapt and euphoria would become a normal state for you. But when you go back to Earth, you will be very surprised at how hard and debilitating the energy there is compared to here. That will be a very extreme contrast. On Earth, it seems that everything is fine because it must be so, because everyone lives like this. You can travel all over planet Earth, but everywhere you will find all kinds of problems. Of course, in some places it is better, in others it is worse. Some people deceive themselves by looking at the world using positive thinking and ignore reality as it is. But I think everyone feels in their hearts that something is wrong. But few people understand what is really wrong. Through the media, an effort is made to show a distorted reality, a picture designed by someone else. On the covers of magazines, people smile, look beautiful and healthy. TV stars, music stars, Hollywood stars, they all look happy and beautiful, but that's only a few % of the total population. So ordinary people think that only something is wrong with them, so they want to live like media stars too, trying to imitate that style of life, spinning over their head to earn as much as possible at all costs. After all, it's just an illusion. After all, we see that those happy people too use alcohol, drugs, kill themselves, so we see that material status does not fill that inner void. That inner suffering is not going away. No one really understands what that suffering is and where it comes from. Why are there none of these euphoric feelings on Earth, as in this world? This is because the electromagnetic field of your planet is controlled by the forces of darkness. They have what could be called the artificial intelligence machine, whose purpose is to constantly forcibly support depressive vibrations on your planet. As a result, all the inhabitants of the Earth suffer. It is located in different places on your planet, and its signal is being broadcast through antennas which you call your tall and standing monuments, like the Pencil in Washington, D.C., Eiffel Tower in Paris, Heads in Easter Island, and similar. Is it possible to change this in any way? There are several ways. For example, on your planet, yogis or monks learn to control the vibrations of their bodies over the long years of practice, and As a result, release substances in their brains like serotonin, dopamine, and endorphin, which are released depending on the signals the brain receives. And if a person, by the efforts of his will, learns to punch through the depressive signals sent by the artificial intelligence machine, then the person acquires so-called the right of free choice. Then the person can choose how he wants to feel regardless of the existing circumstances. But not everyone is suitable for this. After all, it requires dedication and the practice of many years. Maybe there are some faster methods to achieve this? It is possible to mitigate its effect, for example, if a person spends a lot of time in nature and between crystals. And of course, if he consumed as clean and natural food and pure water, then it would be much easier for him to connect to healthy vibrational frequencies. But if a person spends a lot of time indoors, and especially among artificial electromagnetic devices, then this is more difficult to do, since the electromagnetic field of a person cannot freely circulate and regenerate. The influence of artificial intelligence in this case is stronger. So, nature and its elements are our salvation? It helps. Does the Galactic Confederation of Light plan to do anything about the artificial intelligence machine? All this is in the plans, and this problem is being worked on every day. It will soon be resolved when all weapons are taken away from the Lords of Darkness who rule your planet. I understand that you are doing the best you can, but is there a date by which everything must be resolved? Astrologically, the transformation window opened in the year 1975, began its activity in the year 2000, will reach an observable transformative phase in the year 2025, and should be all finished by the year 2050. That's the plan of the light forces for your planet, and it's not like someone can stop it. It's amazing! I am beginning to understand everything more clearly and have realized what an important period of history we are in. After this transformation, will our world be more like your world? Your world is unique, like all other worlds. It won't be the same as our world. It will always have its own uniqueness, but in terms of technology and spiritual progress, it will certainly become more like the world of Sirius. We will assist you in that process because our technology is one of the most advanced in the entire universe. It is envisioned that your planet will begin its cleansing process in 2025, ridding itself of the influence of darkness. By 2050, your planet is expected to become a member of the Confederation of Galactic Light. It's just unbelievable. That is the will of the Creator of the universe. But why did the Creator of the universe allow darkness to appear and spread? It was an experiment to have experience. The Creator explores consciousness because he wants to understand whether souls can survive without a direct connection with the Source. The results showed that the soul must always have a connection with the Creator, otherwise it will lose its existential meaning. The soul begins to deny its power as creator and its origins. Such was the experiment. It was allowed to happen, but now the end of all this has come. So, the Creator knew that it would be difficult and souls would have to experience suffering? He didn't know. This was allowed to happen because there was a desire to know what it would be like if it were. This process of ascension occurs not only on your planet, but also throughout the universe. At first, it moved gradually, but now it is moving faster and faster until the final breakthrough with the sole purpose of alleviating the suffering. We are nearing the end? Yes, and very quickly. You have been preparing for this life for a long time. If you listen and follow your inner heart voice, then you are already following your ascension plan. You only need to discover the power of your free will. That is the power that can change the fate of the universe. From now on, I will try even harder to follow the inner voice of my heart. I got out of the treatment chamber and looked around and saw that we were in a small round room. There was a treatment bed where I was lying, a table with chairs and something like a shower with a toilet and a small sink. On the table stood an object resembling a small stove. The walls were translucent like glass, so I could see well the view of the forest. Very interesting room. Are you living in such rooms? This room is intended for treatment, so there are no additional objects in it that are not needed. However, later you will see that our living quarters are not much different from the ones you see now. We do not pay much attention to the household because our needs are very minimal. Do you have simple beds that are designed for sleeping or have only treatment chambers? And do you sleep at all? We sometimes sleep when we decide that we want to travel without physical bodies. In this case, we lie down in capsules so that during sleep our bodies remain stable. The same capsules as your physical body were laid in. You leave your bodies when you sleep? Just like you on Earth, when you go to bed, you too leave your bodies. The only difference is that you are not conscious of this and remember only certain moments that manifest themselves as dreams, unless you practice lucid dreaming. And how long do you sleep? Depends on how much we want. Our bodies may not sleep for months or even years, depending on our energy balance, but usually we choose to sleep at least once a week for 30 minutes, measured by your Earth's time. And that capsule maintains the existence of the body without a user? This is one of its many purposes. I see something like a toilet and shower in the room. Does that mean your bodies function biologically in the same way as ours? This shower, toilet, and sink are not the same as you use on Earth. If you tried the sink, you would see that no water runs when you try to run water because it is for magnetic balancing. So much so that it has more external effects and acts as a light massage. I decided to give it a try. The crane was horizontally elongated, and the sink turns out to be simply a solid plate without curvature and drainage. When I added my hands to it, I really felt a light massage which worked very pleasantly and pierced my hands to the inside. A magnetic field flows through your hands, which easily rubs with the molecules of your body. As a result of this friction, all the particles that are found on the skin of your hands are pushed off and fall on a prefabricated plate that breaks down all those particles and returns them back into the environment as neutral particles that we breathe. And what kind of air are you breathing here? Could an Earth human with his physical body breathe here? The composition of our air is similar to yours, since oxygen and nitrogen also make up a significant part, but other elements are different. With us, there are special particles in the air that are not on your planet. Thanks to these particles, the air is much higher in vibrations than on your planet Earth, and thanks to this we can live in significantly higher vibrations than you. And what are these particles? It is various variations on metal particles like you would know on your planet as colloidal particles of gold, silver, and copper. This is partly the reason why our skin is blue in color. Therefore, it can be said that with us in the air there are such analog particles that support us in a higher state of consciousness. Your earthly bodies could get used to it, but it would be a very intense experience. Your bodies would experience a very strong process of purification due to the current high level of air pollution on Earth, so for a start, this would cause great discomfort. Then the process of transformation of your body could begin so that it could fit into these high-frequency air particles. Just in order for a person to come to this planet with his physical body, he would first have to be placed in a healing chamber, where in a few days he would be gently cleaned and adjusted to the atmosphere of our planet. And why would it take a few days? Why can't you do it right away? This is due to the low electrical conductivity of Earth's human body. It receives and transfers poorly electrical energy because it is carbon-based. Our bodies are much more accustomed to higher electricity flow because of colloidal metals in our body. So, for the human body, it takes time to accustom it to higher conductivity, and this process cannot be accelerated, otherwise, it is possible to injure the body. It would be the same if you ran a large electric current through a very thin electrical wire. It would simply burn out. So would it be useful for us on Earth to use colloidal metals to breathe to increase our body's conductivity? That is not true because, as I have said, I just used colloidal metals as the closest equivalent on your planet to compare to our metal particles, but these are not exactly the same, so trying to breathe colloidal metals could damage your physical body. Though in a potable form it might have some beneficial effects in this matter. What about those who wish to visit you temporarily without undergoing a body exchange or intense purification? In that case, for a short visit, we can provide them with a temporary technological solution, such as a belt, which can create a protective field around them and convert energies and particles to make them suitable. Understood. Tell me then about this shower-like object. The shower works on the same principle of magnetic massage as the sink, but affects the entire body at once while the walls and floor of the shower collect unnecessary particles for processing. And do you have bathtubs? We also have bathtubs that you can try later. It also works on the same principle, but the magnetic waves in it are much denser, and as a result, lying in it, you feel like you are among the clouds and can even float, but technically you float in the air, or rather, in the magnetic current and not in the liquid. Sounds fantastic. I'll definitely want to try it out later. And how does this toilet-like object work? As with most of these things, we don't call it a toilet, we call it a disaggregation box. Everything that is put in there is decomposed into particles that are suitable for breathing. It works on the same principle as washing, but the disaggregation box is adapted to decompose dense objects. So, you also need to go to the toilet? Very rarely, so we don't need it for months or several years. It all depends on what you eat and whether we eat something at all. When eating energy, there is absolutely no waste, but if we use more solid food, which is not necessary for us, but we can do it for fun or science, then there remains waste that we can eliminate. You say that you are eating energy? And how does this work? Everything we need is in our air. Our body can get all the substances it needs through breathing. And if you eat, then what do you eat? Maybe you grow some fruits or vegetables? On our planet, it is possible to grow everything, but a rare one who is engaged in this, unless for his own pleasure or science. Where do you get your food from then? Here, take a look at our food creation machine. Contact pointed to the object on the table, which reminded me of a small microwave stove. This is a device that can prepare food. One day on your planet, you will also each have such a device in your home. It is a device for creating food matter, and this technology can materialize any dish or product you want. Since it is synchronized with the conscious assistant, you only need to direct your attention to this device and think about something specific, and it will automatically give exactly that in a few seconds. There are also options such as food refinement, when, according to your preference, food may contain certain substances with more of them or less. Also, if you are sick or unwell, then this device with the help of a conscious assistant will put in the food exactly those substances that you need at that moment in order for you to feel better. For a start, all these functions will be very relevant to you, as it will help you solve a very large number of your problems. So please try it in here before you will get it in your world. It is strange that in this body I do not really feel hunger or thirst, and at home I constantly wanted to snack. This is due to the high vibrations of this planet. Your body automatically absorbs 90% of what it needs right out of the air, but you can fill some of it yourself if you want to. Okay, then let's give it a try. I want the most delicious apple on earth. After a couple of seconds, I began to see how an apple is forming inside the device. It was blurred at first, but it kept coming out until a few seconds later I saw a real apple. Then the green light came on and the protective glass went down. Please try it. Such a tasty apple on earth would be very difficult to find. With a little excitement, I stretched out my hand, because I could not believe what I was seeing. Because there was a machine in front of me that could solve all the problems of famine on earth. I picked up the apple and looked at it well, and it looked like a real apple and it smelled like a real apple. When I bit into it, I was stunned because it was the most delicious apple I've ever tasted. Its juiciness and amplitude of taste were just stunning. It was the perfect apple one hadn't tasted before. Even though I wasn't hungry, I ate it as fast as if I hadn't eaten for a week. And can I also get unhealthy foods, for example, some kind of sweets? You can get everything that falls into the category of food. There is no limit. And if you decide to harm your body with unhealthy food, then the body will have a lot of waste that you can remove in the disaggregation box. Suddenly I felt uncomfortable that I was saying such nonsense and decided to change the topic. So how does this device work more specifically? It extracts air from the environment and ionizes it. Then, it alters the molecular structure at the atomic level, transforming it into any desired molecular configuration. In this way, you literally get food from the air. After eating this food, the body processes it and gets what was needed from it. Then the rest can be put in and disintegrated in the disaggregation box, and everything is turned into air again. In this way, we do not have any waste. And where do you get the energy to run all these appliances? Because I do not see any electrical wires here. As I already mentioned on the spacecraft, all our electronic devices are synchronized with the electromagnetic field of the planet, and as a result, we always have free energy. The planet is always circulating its electromagnetic field, and we simply use that circulation to extract the electromagnetic force. It's like how you use wind or water propulsion on Earth. Can this device produce something that is inedible? Technically, yes, because everything is made up of the same atoms, but this particular model has a program that responds only to food orders. But we will show you other technologies that can produce any object. We have universal devices that can create absolutely everything, and also specialized devices that are designed to create specific objects. Food, clothing, vehicles, homes, physical bodies, etc. The technology is exactly the same, only the size, design, and program differ. What if someone with this technology decided to make weapons? This process always works through the conscious assistant, so the device would produce only what would be useful to everyone. So, to put it simply, if someone will have a large collection of weapons and that will somehow serve for the good of the universe, then yes. But if that desire is related to negative goals, then the device would refuse to cooperate. And how would it understand that? As I have already mentioned, since this is connected to the conscious assistant, that means that the process is controlled by the Creator, and He knows everything, absolutely everything. Everything in this universe is part of the body of the Creator, so He always knows what is happening in His body. For example, if you cut into the finger of your hand, you would definitely know about it. So, in that case, the existence on Earth has lost touch with the Creator? Accidents in the universe are possible. Your reality is full of distortions that do not correspond to the original will of the Creator. But that is just part of the experience. And if someone decided to make weapons and harm only themselves, would he be allowed to make them? First of all, let's understand that anything can be turned into a weapon if a person wants that. Like a stone can be a decorative object and yet can be a murder weapon, so not much can be done about that. There is free will after all. But as for hurting himself, this is questionable because a person who wants to harm himself most likely is mentally sick. So it would be assessed as an unstable mental state and the conscious assistant would not participate. But if a person consciously chooses to feel what physical pain is and such an experience is necessary for his spiritual growth, then permission would be given. However, if it was established that this desire arises not from the need for spiritual experience, but from a mental disorder, then such a person would receive treatment from the angels. Do you mean angels like in our religious texts? Yes, I choose this word accordingly, seeing that you are familiar with this term, even though technically it is not accurate, but what is meant by it is energetic spiritual healers who are wishing good for others. How is such treatment carried out? All disorders are associated with a lack of love and light, so such a person would be simply saturated with light and love, because the desire to experience pain or harm another is the dominance of darkness, like lack of relation to others or self through lack of love as a bonding magnetic force, or lack of a clear mind, through lack of inner light as radiating photons. Is this how the earth is healed? Enriching it with love and light? Yes, because evil is just a lack of connection of love and a clear mind of light. Light is transmitted by the will of the Creator, enlightening all darkness with photons, love's magnetic force, which is bonding everyone together in your reality with the Creator/Source. Okay, I think it's time for me to go outside. I want to try this body more and see how I'm going to do this time. Great, this way we will be able to visit other places. I looked around and saw that I couldn't see the door. We are in a round, translucent house, but it has no doors. I'm sorry, but where's the exit to outside? I can't see the door. Such an object as a door to us does not exist. If you want to go outside, you just need to access any part of the wall and create the right intention that you want to go out. Then the part of the wall will change its molecular structure from solid to liquid, and you will be able to pass through the wall with your physical body. You can express your intention with your voice, but this is not necessary, because everything that exists on our planet, including the wall, is connected to the field of your consciousness through the conscious assistant, so it will completely obey your desire. Give it a try, it's going to be fun. Okay, I'll try. It's going to be a new experience for me, but that's what makes it interesting to live. I approached the wall and expressed my desire for it to open for me. The structure has changed. I touched the wall with my own hand and felt that it was warm. Then I noticed that it was of some kind of liquid consistency. I tried to penetrate the wall with my hand and felt a pleasant warmth permeating my hand. I suddenly pulled my hand back and looked at it, but I did not see any damage. On the contrary, the feeling was very good. I decided to trust the process and just boldly move forward. At the second step, I began to merge with the wall, and there was a feeling that my whole body was filled with warm liquid. At the third step, I was already outside. When I went outside, I found myself in the woods. I was inundated with the same strong sense of nature when it seems that you feel the colors, smells, and sounds. That feeling is impossible to tell, you just have to feel it. But this time the feelings did not overwhelm me, but were extremely pleasant. It seems that when you look at the plant, you communicate with it, it wants to talk to you, not directly, of course, but in its own language through smell and color. It seems that all your senses connect you with that plant to which you direct your attention. And not only that, but each plant creates a different feeling. Some soothe, others excite, others stimulate, still others inspire strength. Really, there's nothing like it on earth I've ever experienced. My friends decided to take me through the woods because they saw that my interest in these plants was very high. I wouldn't say I was very interested in the names of those plants or their purpose, but I was really interested in all those different feelings that they awaken in me. Why is it that all these plants affect me so differently? This is due to the fact that each plant, according to its color, has a different vibrational frequency, and each color works differently. Black takes away the excessive energy. Brown gives stability. Red gives strength. Orange nurtures. Yellow gives mental abilities. Green heals. Blue relaxes. Dark blue draws you into the inner depth. Purple stimulates spiritual progress. Magenta helps you to connect with your higher mind. White balances you, and colored ones give a mixed effect. Knowing this, a person can relate to those plants whose properties are most necessary for him at that time. On your planet, plants also emit different vibrational frequencies, but they are significantly weaker, so it is rare to notice it. I've noticed that in all this time, as far as I'm here, I haven't seen a single animal yet. The animals of this planet live as they want and where they want, because nothing bothers them. They are not like animals of the earth, which fight for survival every day. These animals are civilized and full-fledged inhabitants of the planet. They can have their own homes and families. They have the right to travel outside the planet and accumulate their personal experience. They are at a high enough level of awareness, higher than some people on your planet. However, their needs are minimal and rare. Most of them prefer planets with a smaller population with more nature and more freedom, so the vast majority of them prefer to live on our other planets, where nature makes up 100% of the environment and is more in line with their field of consciousness. They arrive on this planet when they feel ready to evolve into a higher form of consciousness, and in this case, they take on our physical form. So, to answer your question, most of the animals on this planet have already evolved and have the same physical body as ours. So, Earth's humans have also evolved, as Darwin's theory of evolution suggests? Darwin's theory is wrong because animals do not evolve in physical form. They can only change in some way to adapt to changing climatic and natural conditions, and that is only what he was referring to. What is happening is the evolution of the soul, when it becomes more and more conscious and, as a result, changes one physical form to another physical form. The soul leaves its physical body and reincarnates into a new one, which is more in line with its level of consciousness. And do your animals also hunt and feed on each other? What you call a predator is actually just a confused sanitizer. Its true purpose is to eat the body of a dead animal, so that it does not rot and spread diseases, and not to hunt and harm other animals. Hunting is just another expression of darkness on your planet, even though it is somewhat balanced by the fact that if a hunted animal is strong enough, it will in most cases outrun the predator, and only sick animals are unable to run away. Therefore, it mostly works as a cleansing of the herd of old and sick animals, so that only young and strong may live. But there are accidents and misfortunes also. We reached the end of the forest and saw the city in a beautiful valley of nature, but it didn't look like the city of Earth, where there is a lot of noise and a lot of traffic. Most of all, it reminded me of a resort. It seemed that people were moving there, but there was no chaos, and everything was in perfect harmony with nature. We went down the hill and walked through a very soft meadow that looked like you were going through a sponge that is very soft and absorbs your every step much like moss. As I approached the city, I felt the difference in the energy field, which seemed much calmer than the dynamic, constantly changing energy field of nature. In the city. What I really saw was very surprising because there was nothing like how I imagined the cities of the civilization of the future, with a lot of technology, with skyscrapers as we see through the movies. Everything here was very simple, no elaborate architectural forms, no variety. In short, all the buildings in this city, both large and small, were dome-shaped and blue-violet in color. Most of the population is also blue, but not all, some were of a different color. Most of the Syrians looked like us, but others looked like non-natives, because their appearance differed and resembled animals more than humans. Some of the buildings seemed to be clearly meant to live in, others more like institutions or service centers, the meaning of which I could not understand. I would like to ask, what are these buildings for and what services are provided here, considering that you can materialize everything and you do not need anything? All these centers are designed so that a person can receive the maximum spiritual assistance he needs. There are 3 types of centers in here. In the first type of center, the help is provided when a person wants to go beyond his physical limits. He then goes to train with the master. In the second type of center, a person learns to go beyond his spiritual limits. And in the third type of center, a person is helped to find his inner direction. Everywhere there are tiers by which it is possible to know at what stage a person now resides. Everyone needs proper guidance. For example, you came up with the idea of creating your own planet. It is possible, but for this you need knowledge and abilities. Then you go to study at the center with a master in this field. With you, everything seems so clear and understandable, even for me, the man of the earth. Yes, because we are not very different. By the way, this is your future also, and, as a result, at a certain level, all this resonates with you. It is also easier to orient ourselves by the fact that we do not use written language, but only use symbols that when you see them, you can intuitively perceive their meaning in your consciousness. I was fascinated by such harmony and simplicity. Walking around the city, everything seemed to flow in its light rhythm, no haste or tension. It seems that here everything has its own meaning, its place, and there is enough time for everything. Every moment here seems to be important and meaningful, no matter what you do or don't do. There's no feeling of wasting your time doing nothing, that you can just sit and watch the sky all day. The residents of the city seem to enjoy their lives and share that goodness with each other. For example, when you walk down the street, you pass someone and he sends you the warmest intentions, and he smiles in such a way that it seems that you are the most special person in the world. It seems that here everyone cares about each other and is important. Even I began to feel that I was special and that others care about me, even though no one knows me here. I met a pair of Syrians with whom we had a very fun conversation.
Hi, we see that you are not from this planet. How are you doing?
Thank you. Just great. I really like your planet. And do you like to live here?
Yes, it is very good in here. We have all the conditions for fulfilling all our desires. Here we live in harmony with everything that surrounds us.
And what does it mean to live in harmony with everything?
We are open at every moment and trust in the constant flow of life. We move easily like water from one experience to another. And you're probably from Earth.
Surely yes. How do you know that?
There are former people from Earth here and we had to communicate with them. You have your own specific vibrational frequency, which is easy to recognize. We know that your planet has some of the most extreme and unique conditions in existence, but it is difficult for us to realize this, since we cannot directly experience what you are experiencing.
I understand. And how do you spend your free time on this planet?
There is no such separate time for us as leisure, because all our time is free. But if you ask about what we exceptionally like to do, then specifically I like to be in nature and look for new shades that I have not yet discovered. Then to explore them to find out their specific features and how they affect me.
I like to travel to other planets and collect their strangest objects, then find out the history of their origin, what they are made of, how to make them, who made them, why they made them, etc. This is very interesting to me. In this way, I can get to know the cultures of other planets more closely. Inspired by the history of those objects, I create new objects. I also love a sport that's called gravitational leap.
Very interesting hobbies for you. And what is a gravitational leap?
This is a specific sport. When outside the planet, where there is no gravity, several individuals, putting on space suits and receiving a signal, rebound from the platform and try to reach a specific point in weightless space as soon as possible and to return back as soon as possible. The one who comes back first wins.
And what more do you do?
Since we have no obligations, we are free to choose what we want to experience. However, we always strive for spiritual growth. This is our main goal.
Thank you very much for your time.
It is a joy for us to chat with the Earthlings, so until the next meeting.
After saying goodbye, we moved on. I have not noticed any cars. It seems that it is not popular as on Earth. Residents of the city just walk quietly to themselves without rushing anywhere, while others simply hover in the air without making any effort. This seemed very strange to me. Then I saw one person pull out of his pocket some kind of wand that fit into his palm, press something and he rose into the air and flew away. How do all these people fly like that? They use electromagnetic gravitational vehicles. Later we will introduce you in detail to this technology. Very interesting. And do you have public transport? As you will later understand, this is not at all necessary for us, so we do not have it inside the planet. In library. Walking along the streets, we approached a large domed building that looked impressive enough and contact spoke. Here are buildings like this one that all your big cities will have. That's what you call a library, but this one is not just a library, because you won't find paper books here. This is an electronic library, access to which every resident of the city has. There is also a gathering place here, where like-minded people gather and study the information of interest. This library contains information about the present, past, and future of all our universe. That is, I can see everything. What has happened is happening and is going to happen. But is it possible to see the secrets of the future? It must be understood that the future is just the choice that we make in this moment, when we choose what vibrational timeline we will go to. Therefore, depending on your choice, it is possible to form a theoretical model of how your personal, civilizational, or world destiny will develop based on the likelihood of potential ones. That means you'll see all the possible scenarios. This is the study of potentials based on trends. This is very useful when you want to make an important decision in your life and do not know what action will lead you to where you want to be. In this way, it is possible to check where each action leads and choose the most suitable for yourself. The main factor determining which probability will manifest is the will and actions associated with it. It's just amazing. Can I also see what is happening at the moment anywhere in the universe? Could I even see what is happening now on planet Earth and what, for example, are my friends doing? Of course, there are no secrets in the universe. The whole universe is like an open book that anyone who is able to read can read. Secrets exist only where there is a very low consciousness and is dominated by the forces of darkness through the veil of ignorance. I consider myself with an open enough personality, but when you think that you can know the secrets of all people and everyone can know your secrets, that is, everything, what you secretly thought, what you once did, what you are not proud of now, it is really baffling. There would be no privacy left. If this were possible, then the entire planet Earth would completely change, and I mean everything from personal relationships to the system of world management. No one could fool anyone anymore and take advantage of others. Yes. And if, for example, people want to spend time romantically only for two, you understand what I mean? We understand your romantic side of life. We have that too. But you need to understand that on Earth, this process is censored by religious dogmas. If you look at nature, you will see that animals do not have any shame in this process. Ancient civilizations that existed on Earth very openly expressed their sexual energy. On the contrary, it was even a process that was encouraged and worshipped. Sexual energy is associated with one of the deepest mysteries in your world, the reintegration of polarizations between women and men. Therefore, the forces of darkness manipulated the sexual energy of people from the late period of Atlantis in an attempt to create as much separation as possible. After all, this is the gift of the Creator, the opportunity to create a new life. For example, in our civilization, this is a very stimulating process, but few choose such an experience because, with our technology, we can simply create bodies as we want. And intercourse as a physical act for pleasure, and not for the creation of life, does it exist? Of course it does, but we use the physical act only as the first part of the process. The meaning of this act is to converge and intimately exchange energies. Then we take this process to the next, higher level. We can start with a physical union, but then leave our physical bodies and move on to the spiritual side when our souls merge into one, and then we experience a divine orgasm. In this way, we go to the next stage of evolution, when physically we will become asexuals, that is, a woman and a man in one. This is the higher stage of evolution when a person integrates both the masculine and feminine aspects in himself and becomes complete. But this can only be done with the so-called twin soul, which is the second half of your soul. Can we on Earth find our twin soul? This would be a very rare case because most often your other side of the soul lives at a higher level of consciousness, on another planet where it is waiting for you. That's why you feel a sense of lack and try to fill it by finding a life partner for yourself. But that person never fully fits your inner desire. This is due to the fact that you are intuitively looking for the twin of your soul, but they are not on planet Earth. Only after the liberation of the planet will you again be able to reunite with your other side of the soul. Until then, you will have to live in a compromise by substituting with someone else. And what about marriage and starting a family for you? We are all a family for each other. There is no such model of family as on planet Earth. And if any couple has children, what do you do then? Then, for a certain period of time, It is a connecting factor to help new life adapt on our planet. However, this does not last long, until the child reaches a certain age to make his own decisions and choose who he wants to live with next. He makes this choice specifically by knowing what he wants to learn and taking this into account, chooses new life guides, what you call parents. When he gains the desired experience, he travels to another family for new experiences. I don't understand how you do not get lost in such a complicated system. How doesn't chaos arise in your society? Everything goes smoothly because we are all interconnected by the conscious assistant, and the Creator always ensures that everything follows the higher plan. Therefore, we do not need rules, prohibitions, or other restrictions. We always have the guidance of the higher consciousness, and as a result, there are no misunderstandings in our society. Incredible! But isn't it boring to live when everything is always going perfectly and there are no challenges to overcome? Who told you we have no challenges? We do have challenges, but they are personal experiences that everyone chooses individually, where, how, and when they want to experience them. It's not a forced experience like on your planet. Coincidences tend not to exist with us. And if the soul is not ready to take the next step on its evolutionary path, no one will ever force it to do so. What challenges can there be in your civilization? For example, learning to materialize objects without the help of a conscious assistant. It might seem unnecessary since we have the technology for it, but being completely dependent on technology is not healthy for spiritual evolution. For spiritual growth, it is most beneficial to be independent and able to create everything for yourself, as a true creator. This is the main social problem we face. How to encourage individuals to strive for spiritual growth. I understand that it might not seem like a serious problem to the people of Earth, who have more pressing issues to solve. But in our civilization, everyone enjoys their daily routine. So we elders need to encourage and motivate them to grow spiritually. So, you can just enjoy life and do nothing else? And you don't have to go to work or have any obligations? No, because we have technology that does everything for us. We don't have to work, create, produce, or pay taxes. We just get everything we need without having to make up for it somehow. Everyone has the right to everything they need. In that case, who created everything? I mean, all these technologies? Who built all these houses, etc.? If you are all just happy and do not want to do anything? I didn't say no one was doing anything. If no one did anything, life would be boring. We always want to do something, but we feel that need in our hearts. The difference between Sirius and Earth is that you spend most of your life doing something you don't want to do, just to be able to devote the rest of your time to your own pleasure. We do not have that unpleasant part in our lives, so all our time is focused on the needs of the heart. Some want to develop technology, others to be doctors, others to build cities, and so on. All necessary tasks are done, but only by those who really want to do them and are happy to do so. Everyone wants to realize themselves somehow. All this is possible with us. You just have to have a dream, and we will find a way to make it come true. And what about your education system? We have scientific institutions where you can study absolutely everything you can imagine and much more. The possibilities in this area are endless. Also, a person has every opportunity to study individually and get all the necessary information in our libraries. Now we're going to go inside and see how things are going there. We approached the wall of that large round building. There was no door. The only indicator of the entrance was the track that led to this place. As we approached, the border brightened, indicating that we could enter. Once again, I was flooded with that weird feeling when you walk through the wall door. It will take time to get used to it. Upon entering, a large bright space opened up. The interior was simple and practical. The space was filled with tables and chairs. In the center of each table was something like a leg for a globe, only without the globe itself. We approached one of the vacant tables and were suddenly greeted by a hologram of impressive brightness and expression that popped up from the leg of the globe with a map, which I understood to be a map of our universe. Just so you know, you will not be shown anything incriminating or dangerous for you to know if it would change your or others' fate in any drastic way. So, what would you like to know? What would I like to know? For example, I'd like to see how my physical body on Earth is holding up at the moment. It wasn't the most pressing issue at the time, but due to the surprise of the situation, I couldn't come up with anything else. The map of the universe began to concentrate and approach the cloud, which I understood to be a swarm of galaxies. Then it began to approach the spiral with 4 bent legs, much in the shape of a Buddhistic swastika, which was the Milky Way galaxy. The map continued to concentrate on our solar system until I finally saw planet Earth. Just like on Google Maps, it got closer to Europe, then approached Lithuania, then my city, my district, and concentrated on my house. Then it crossed the roof of the house and I saw my room, the bed where my body was still sleeping peacefully. It was so impressive. It's hard to even describe what it's like to watch your body while you're somewhere on another planet at the time. Is it really real time here? Because it's still night there, and it seems to me that we have been together for more than a few hours. With us in 5D, time and space are different than on Earth because here is another dimension, so time passes differently. This means that in our dimension, in 1 unit of time, we can perform significantly more actions than you can in your dimension. This is due to our higher vibration. Consequently, if a minute has passed with you, it may have passed several hours or even days with us, depending on how we stretch that time. As a result, we have a better time utilization rate than you. However, there are also individuals with very high consciousness on planet Earth, like monks and yogis, who can experience it but cannot tell anyone about it because almost no one would understand them. So, on your planet, the possibility of stretching time remains an individual personal experience. I want to ask about this observing technology. How exactly does it work? Through the conscious assistant, who is connected to the consciousness of the Creator, and the Creator sees everything and knows what is happening in this universe. That's it. Now try to look at something from the past. Well, I want to see the times when dinosaurs still lived on Earth. Please show me some episode before they disappeared. The screen changed and I saw dinosaurs walking, which was very impressive, but I also saw something I really didn't expect. People. The action took place at the Great Wall of China. I saw people defending themselves against dinosaurs and the wall protecting them, and this shocked me. I don't understand how that can be. According to the facts known to us, people and dinosaurs never lived together. After all, dinosaurs became extinct millions of years ago. Archaeologists do not have complete information and rely on false assumptions. By the way, there is very strong oppression on your planet in relation to the truth. If anything comes with real fossil evidence and correct assumptions, it's very quickly suppressed, and those projects are cut off from funding, scientists' licenses are taken away, and their careers are completely ruined. The forces of darkness control all official facts and challenge everything that contradicts their version. For this, they have unlimited funding, where they themselves print paper money as much as they want. Meanwhile, everyone else who does not support this system is underprivileged because they do not receive funding. And so what is the truth about the history of our planet? When did dinosaurs disappear? Dinosaurs have never completely disappeared. In the jungles of Africa and the Amazon, it is possible to find them even today. This planet, which people call their home, belonged to the reptilian race hundreds of thousands of years ago. When the planet Maldek exploded, its inhabitants, the ape men, moved to Earth. These entities are what you now know as Bigfoot or Sasquatch. A war broke out between them, and the reptiles were driven to live deep in the caverns under the earth, and most of their pets, the dinosaurs, were gradually exterminated. Thus, reptiles consider Earth their home and are angry towards its inhabitants. This conflict will be resolved only after the liberation of the planet. Now, let's move on to the next part, predictions for the future. This time, we will not look at personal potentials because it can influence your future decisions, and we do not want that since you are not yet ready. However, we want to show you how the fate of your planet after 2025 is likely to unfold. Keep in mind that the date may fluctuate a little, so you will only see a possible forecast for the future based on current trends. A short film began, showing a very powerful light coming to Earth. I saw how the energies of love began to flow through people's energy fields, providing much-needed healing. Light communities were being built. Earth was completely cleansed and healed. There was no longer a financial system. All people used flying cars and could travel on spacecraft around the universe. There was complete balance and harmony between humans and nature. Everyone looked very happy. Is this a real projection of the future? Or is it just a potential that may not be achieved? This is a real projection based on how energy is currently moving on your planet. Can anyone stop it? No, because this is the will of the Creator. Earth is destined for the Golden Age. Is it possible to speed up this process in any way? The process of liberating the planet takes a long time, but people can speed it up. It is very important for people to participate in mass meditations for the liberation of the planet. The unity of people in meditation signals that humanity is ready to move to the next level of evolution. Meditation helps the forces of light ground the energy of light to the surface of the earth and strengthen the light grid, which is important for speeding up the liberation process. There is a lot of research on your planet showing that group meditation has a positive impact on the environment. When a large group of people meditate simultaneously, it has an energetic resonance effect on the consciousness of those around them. This effect is known to your physicists as the field effect, the effect of consistency and positivity. The field of transcendental consciousness, which is the basis of creation, permeates all existence. The main idea is that all existence comes from the universal field of consciousness, called the unified field. Therefore, after you return to Earth, it is important to spread this message and share the instructions for mass meditation that already exist on your planet. They are as follows. Create the intention that this meditation is designed to speed up the process of bringing harmony and unity to Earth and its inhabitants. Imagine a pillar of light coming out of the galactic central sun, traveling through all the beings of light in your solar system, through the sun, the moon, and then through your body to the center of the earth. Then imagine another pillar of light rising from the center of the earth through your body up into the sky towards all the beings of light in your solar system and galaxy. Now you are sitting with two pillars of light, with light flowing both up and down. Hold this for a few minutes. Imagine the light healing all the people of Earth from their past traumas, bringing peace, harmony, understanding, abundance, and unity. Imagine this light healing the minds and hearts of all people. See how all people celebrate and joyfully participate in creating a new reality where everyone can get what they need and is free to live as they desire. Feel how love connects everyone on Earth, how joy fills their hearts, and how peace becomes the norm on your planet. This meditation will bring light to your planet, making it easier for us to help you. How many people need to meditate for this meditation to have an effect? At least one person has a positive effect on your planet, but for strong changes, you need at least 144,000 people to correctly perform this meditation. That's not much at all. Why can't we gather so many people? This is due to the control and manipulation of darkness, which prevents people from connecting and keeps diverting their attention elsewhere. Darkness constantly tries to attack those who intend to participate in this type of meditation, making it very complicated. This is a struggle for the liberation of Earth, not a walk in the park. But over time, the situation is improving, and people's awareness is growing. However, it is still rare for someone to truly understand that the forces of darkness manipulate them, and they live in an absolutely controlled reality where there are no coincidences. The forces of darkness have been executing their plan for thousands of years and have a coherent strategy for manipulating this reality. Nowadays, with the internet, it is much easier to access banned information and unite and share experiences on a global scale. I wonder why you care so much about Earth and its inhabitants. After all, you could just live in peace on your planet. Because everything in the universe is connected through a common field of consciousness. The development of Earth's history is closely connected with the star of the Sirius. You can see it in various civilizations: Egyptian, Greek, Sumerian, Babylonian, Mayan, and others. Many souls from Sirius are currently incarnated in human physical bodies, collecting earthly experiences. These souls help raise the general level of consciousness of people. We are not the only ones helping to liberate Earth. Many other beings, agents of light, have come here from different constellations of this galaxy and other galaxies. What is happening on your planet now is very important for all existence. You are very important, so never underestimate yourself. When the time comes, you will find out everything. In your culture, they are called star seeds. These are 144,000 souls who came to Earth with a mission to help transform the planet. These are advanced souls from a higher vibrating frequency. However, they did not realize the difficulties that awaited them when all memories were erased before entering this planet. Darkness knew about these souls and created extremely difficult conditions for them so that they would not remember who they were, where they came from, and what their purpose in life was. The good part is that they are programmed to wake up, and no matter what happened in their third-dimensional life, they will not be left behind when it comes time for the ascension and transformation of consciousness. Now is the time to wake up. How interesting! I really like stories about heroes who carry out dangerous and important missions to save the world. Why do you think we came to you and offered you this trip? Have you not yet noticed how this world is intuitively familiar to you? Have you not had a strong feeling that Earth is not your home, that the rules of society are contrary to your heart, that your body functions differently from others, and that you are attracted to the cosmos and other planets? All this is no coincidence because you are one of the 144,000 star seeds that came to this planet with a mission. Everyone on Earth was kept in a closed system of reincarnations, which kept repeating itself, and eventually, amnesia and apathy fully prevailed. The forces of darkness wanted to bury you underground, but they forgot that you are the seeds of the stars. The good news is that the days of amnesia are almost over. The only way a person could free themselves from this quarantine zone was through the process of ascension, which involves releasing all attachments to physical, ethereal, astral, and mental realities by constantly concentrating on inner light. After some decades of this type of meditation, their bodies begin to burst into rainbows, activating their light body and releasing themselves from the bonds of darkness. This is a real documented practice, practiced in Tibetan rainbow body activation monasteries on your planet. If a person wants to honestly correct all their accumulated karma, it is almost impossible because the rulers of karma have developed a very cunning system of deception to trap souls in the circle of karma. One way to break free is to understand that this system of karma is a hoax and say to it, "Stop." Then realize your power as a creator and begin to create your own reality, the kind that you feel in your heart. Aren't you wondering why the bad ones are doing well and can steal millions, but are protected by law, and even the worst ones reach a long and honorable old age? However, an ordinary person who takes a loaf of bread to feed their family can find themselves in prison for this. This is because the whole system is infected at all levels. And for how many lives are we stuck in this circle of karma? Some of you are so-called old souls, which means that you have been here since the time of Atlantis or even Lemuria. However, some of you are here for the first time, but this does not protect them from karma. Before you come to this world, it is mandatory to agree to the rules of darkness. Otherwise, you will not be allowed in. For the soul that first comes to this reality, copies of the karmas of other souls are transferred. So, the very first life begins with a heavy burden. And how, then, can I undo all that karma? You need to regain your divine power as the Creator, and in the name of the Creator cancel all contracts with the forces of darkness. And how am I going to do that? You can do this by consciously perceiving your thoughts, feelings, and actions. Recognizing where all this comes from. Who is the source of it, you or some other force that wants to manipulate you? When you trace what comes from where, you will become free in your choices. It is also very important that you and other people stop ignoring and denying your divine nature. You are much more than your physical body, but people associate themselves very strongly with the earthly body and physical reality, and as a result experience suffering and pain. If more and more people started to wake up, unite, and take action, it would permit us to come to help you. The forces of darkness could not do anything about it. For where the light shines, there is no place for the shadow of darkness. Now people should not quarrel and fight among themselves when the greatest struggle in the universe for freedom is taking place on earth. And what stops the forces of darkness from completely taking over our planet? You stop them because you have all the power. You need to understand that darkness has no direct connection with the source, so they cannot create or exist by themselves. They need a source of energy, and you humans have that power, especially tremendous collective power, which they want to control. You are their food, battery, or fuel for their power. It is vital for them to control the collective consciousness of people. Each person, by reclaiming their power and using it for the good of all, directly takes away some of the power from the darkness. Thus, only the collective consciousness of people decides the fate of Earth. And if you unanimously decide that you do not want your planet to be destroyed or overtaken, then they will be powerless. You are saving your planet, we can only help you. So, at this point, we are encouraging each individual to wake up and understand that you are a powerful soul. Now it's time for us to move because your time here is limited. And why is my time here limited? This is due to the control of the forces of darkness. Your mission on Earth is not over yet. This experience is for you as an incentive to fulfill your mission on Earth. And what exactly is my mission? To spread the truth to people about the existing reality outside Earth, that there is intelligent life elsewhere trying to help Earth. It will be very difficult. No one will believe me. On Earth, everyone is very skeptical about these topics. They mostly believe only in what is officially announced. Yes, it will be a real challenge for you and others who will spread this message to the world. And what will happen to all the karma when the liberation of the planet is achieved? Will we still need to work on it? Definitely not. One day everything will just end, and you will remember it as a bad dream. All karma will be forgiven through the law of grace, and the creation of new karma will be prevented. That's great news. In a virtual room. The next technology that we want to introduce you to will be very much light. Contact pointed to a circle-shaped opening in the wall. We entered through that opening into a neutral white environment. The white was so bright that almost nothing was visible, and it was difficult to orient yourself to where the walls were and what the size of the room was. This is what you might call a virtual reality room. This room can create any 3D projection reality. In this reality, you can experience everything as in the 3D reality that is usual for you, but there are no consequences here since it is just a simulation. This is similar to the computer games that exist on your planet, which are played by enthusiasts who mainly want to escape from their reality. But on your world, this reality is very limited and artificial, and here there are no boundaries. In this room, you can experience everything as real as possible. Touch, smell, taste, sound. A 360-degree view that is a one-to-one real projection of physical reality. This is a virtual version of real reality, with which you can experience absolutely everything. Although our universe is unlimited, here you can experience absolutely everything at once. Here you will find an unlimited number of pre-prepared programs. But if there is a desire, the conscious assistant can connect to your consciousness and directly design everything that you desire. You will be able to experience your biggest dreams right here and now. Couldn't I distinguish this from real reality? If you were moved while asleep and woke up in this room, where your home was identically designed, you would definitely not notice that this is a projection. Even the laws of physics work here in exactly the same way. And this is not dangerous? If, say, another character wanted to injure me, what would happen to me then? Your physical body wouldn't suffer, but you would feel pain. It is possible to choose the levels of sensations, from very intense to not felt at all. It depends on what kind of experience you want. You will never really be injured, but the conscious assistant will stimulate your nerve endings and brain through wireless impulsive waves, so the sensations will feel very real. What is this technology used for in your world? For example, if an individual wants to physically visit a certain planet but does not want to travel there, he prefers such an alternative. It is also used as an educational tool, so that students can get acquainted with other civilizations and experience different historical periods. This is how one learns to communicate with other civilizations before going there for the first time. These two students of mine who accompany us throughout this tour, their first contact with other civilizations was studied in the virtual space. Now they are watching it in a real environment and will later do it on their own. The imagination of the individual is unlimited, so here he can try everything that is relevant to him. For computer game lovers, this would certainly be fascinating and would greatly brighten their lives on Earth. You can experience it now. Go ahead and start the program. What program should I start with? First of all, the application will be activated, which will help you familiarize yourself with the process of operation. This system is interactive, so it will select the right characters and symbols for you from your subconscious mind so that you intuitively establish a connection with it. I stepped into the middle of the virtual reality room. I began to see blurry images emerging, and suddenly a virtual guide appeared in front of me. His appearance was like a dummy used in crash tests, which was supposed to give the impression that I was in a simulation. But his realism was indisputable. He looked as real as a physical mannequin would be standing next to me. He greeted me and began telling me about the process.
Hi, I will be the guide to your first introductory interaction with the virtual reality room. My goal is to fully acquaint you with the potential and principle of operation of this technology. The first test is designed to check and harmonize your physical sensations. Please shake my hand, thank you.
To my greatest surprise, his handshake was as real as if I were pressing a real hand. That's when I felt real excitement. I realized what was probably waiting for me. The bar for my expectations had really risen.
The first contact test is complete. The simulation continues for the second test. A table appeared to you from the right, and a fruit was placed on it. Please go and taste it.
I looked to the right and saw a small blue table. I walked up to it and placed my hand over the surface so that I could understand as much as possible about this object. The surface turned out to be smooth and a little cool. I wondered about how important it is in life to touch and feel in order to know the surrounding environment because the eyes can frequently deceive. I tried to press down in the hope that the hologram could only withstand a specific level of physical pressure, and in that case my hand should go through the hole, but the table was as tight as real. Then I picked up the fruit. It was an ordinary orange, exactly the same as on planet Earth. I tried to peel it off and immediately felt the strong smell of orange. When I tasted it, I felt a very juicy sweet taste in my mouth, and it was a really amazing taste, a very well-ripened orange. It wasn't something very unusual, but it's just if you took the most delicious orange you've ever eaten and multiplied that feeling maybe 10 or 20 times. The taste turned out to be unusually intense, which caused mild ecstasy. The experience was so realistic that I felt the orange swallowing and felt a feeling of satiety. The orange was very juicy, and my hands became sticky from its juice. I began to wonder where I could clean them, but the mannequin continued.
The tasting test is complete. We will move on to the next test.
Then something happened that I really didn't expect. First, the table disappeared, and I noticed that my hands had lost their stickiness, and then the taste and smell of the orange in my mouth also disappeared. To even greater astonishment, I realized that I no longer felt the feeling of satiety that I had just felt. It was just unbelievable. This experience caused me to question any physical reality. If this is possible, how do we then distinguish what is real and what is not?
The pain test begins. Please evaluate the level of pain experience by scoring from 1 to 10. The test will be stopped when the maximum result is achieved.
I felt a slight tingling of electricity all over my body. 1. The next one was stronger. 5. The third was very strong. 10. 10. It is enough.
Pain registration is complete. What is the maximum level of pain you choose?
7.
Registered. The pleasure test begins. Please evaluate the level of experience with scores from 1 to 10. The test will be stopped when the maximum result is achieved.
I felt a pleasant relaxation in my body. 1. I felt a strong pleasure. 6. I felt a very strong pleasure, which just began to overcome me. 10. It is enough.
The registration of pleasure is complete. What is your choice of the maximum level of pleasure?
8.
Registered. Test simulation ready according to your internal needs. Would you like to try it out?
Yes, please do. I began to see a brighter picture. I realized that I was standing in front of a crowd of worried people. I was back in my earthly physical body, but it turned out to be approximately a decade older. One person from the crowd walked towards me and began to speak.
Please explain to us what is happening here. You should know this because you are the person who has been in contact with them. So we want you to explain everything to us.
I was lost in the beginning and didn't know how to respond to it properly because it was so realistic. This projection is certainly of a very high level. So, in order to do the test given to me, I focused and empathized with the situation. And what do you want me to explain to you? I asked this question, although I understood perfectly well what the person was talking about. It was very strange because even though this situation was happening for the first time, I already had all the information about everything. If I understand correctly, then this information was already given to me before the start of this test. I just need to think about it, and the information immediately appeared in my consciousness. The man from the crowd continued.
Please explain to us why all leaders are being arrested in the world. States, religions, banks, the largest companies? Who does all this?
Suddenly I felt fear because I felt a strong attack of the energy of people. Looking at them, I saw the dominant anger, confusion, and fear. I realized that I needed to find really correct answers. Otherwise, it could end badly. But then a second spiritual breath came on for me, and I knew exactly what I had to tell them. This process is controlled by the forces of light. These are our brothers and sisters from other, more developed worlds. On other planets, this process has already been completed, and all control of the darkness has been successfully removed. Now it happens on planet Earth, and they help us in this process. All these leaders have committed terrible crimes against humanity and this planet, and they must be removed and isolated from society.
But the world is going crazy. It is complete chaos. What are we supposed to do? How to continue to live like that?
The best thing would be if you tried to remain as calm as possible and did not cause even more chaos, because this will not help anyone, and the situation will definitely not be resolved faster because of this. There is a huge team of people and representatives of the light who know perfectly well what they are doing, and this process should not take more than a few weeks.
And what will happen when this process is over? What will happen in those few weeks?
Then there will be a huge transformation which will be very positive and bright. This planet will be saved, and the new golden age will begin, where everyone will have equal rights to a healthy and happy life.
And how do we know that we can trust those forces of light in this whole process?
In the mind, you may not know, but in the hearts of all of you, you know what is right and what is not. Having said this, I felt relief and satisfaction. I realized that I had done the test correctly.
End of simulation.
The scene began to fade, and I returned to the empty white room again. I saw that Contact was showing me a signal to leave the virtual room. So, did you like this simulation? Did I like it? It was just incredible. I haven't experienced anything more realistic in my entire life, but I don't understand why I knew how I needed to act in that situation. You knew because you had the guidance of the creator of the universe through the technology of the conscious assistant. This scene was generated from your possible future when you will have to represent the higher consciousness on planet Earth. However, this does not mean that this is exactly how the scenario will turn out. It is only one of the possible potentials. So, my future is really going to be about this. I'm really going to have to do a mission? Yes, but it will depend on the decisions you make. Regardless of your choices, life circumstances will lead you towards this, whether you want it or not. Another thing, how can artificial reality be so real? It depends on what you consider to be real. Real reality is a typical real-world experience, interaction with everything around you, and the activities you engage in. For example, I see this wall, I can touch it. Suddenly, the walls of the building began to fade, and we found ourselves outside. What happened here? How can I be sure that everything around me actually exists? Am I still in virtual reality? No, you are in our reality. This is a mental projection of our collective minds. If you talk about what you can sense, what you can smell, see, or taste, then real is simply electrical signals that are interpreted by your brain. Virtual reality, in principle, is created according to the same principles of creating real reality. In the universe, everything is changeable, and you can change everything with the power of the Creator. The only reason why this building had walls is that it was a general agreement because the inhabitants of this world had so agreed, but I had the power to change it. So, on planet Earth, members of society, people develop a form of collective reality. What you consider real is real, just because you collectively agree with it. In our world, this would sound like madness. If people had such power to decide what is real and what is not, it would be complete chaos. It would not be possible to live. Yes, because collectively humanity is not ready for this, for now. You are not yet able to take responsibility for your creations. Therefore, there is that huge projector from the moon which is projecting a stable reality in your world. It is similar technology to what you have just experienced here in this virtual reality room. But we want to assist your civilization in overcoming your civilization's dependency on this projector and help you to take full responsibility for your creations yourself as a collective society. That is definitely going to be a challenge in our society because humans tend to disagree on many things. But what happens in your society if someone disagrees with general agreements and wants to cause chaos? We identify such individuals as infected by the darkness. So, they are given special assistance. And if someone really desperately needs such an experience, then he is offered virtual reality, where he can cause chaos as much as he wants, without in any way influencing the existence of others. Maybe in our reality something similar happened? Maybe the representatives of darkness desperately needed to experience chaos and destruction, and that's why they became this crazy. Technically, yes. All this situation arose due to the fact that evil was never realized and fully understood. And only now we can know what darkness is and what light is, what is good and what is bad. But is the removal of the walls of this building not a violation of the right of others to their free choice? The collective goal of all of us is to strive to improve life throughout the universe. In this case, we all collectively knew that if I removed the walls of this building in your eyes, it would be an impetus for your spiritual growth, and your spiritual growth would affect the growth of the collective consciousness of mankind, and this will directly improve life on the entire planet Earth. And since the vibrations of the planet Earth will rise, then as a result of this, all the vibrations of the universe will also rise. And it goes without saying that it also influences our world. As you can see, everything is connected and goes according to plan. Now you're going to bring the walls back? Yes, to make an even bigger impression on you. The walls returned to their place again. So, our human sensations deceive us, so maybe then existence is an illusion and reality is not real, and you can manipulate that illusion? Yes, and if you really studied reality in detail, then you would not find anything solid in it. What you call solid is just an illusion caused by electromagnetic standing waves. This illusion can be caused by both consciousness and technology. But why then does everything seem so realistic? This is just an optical illusion that arises as a result of the fact that you cannot see how standing electromagnetic waves create small vortexes which you call atoms. When there are a lot of atoms in one place, the eyes blur the image, and as a result, it seems that there is integrity, when in fact, everything is made up of individual atoms. But if you magnified the atoms to the size of a soccer ball, then you would see that the gaps between them are the illusion made by electromagnetic standing waves. Optically, I agree, but what about the physical sensations then? After all, we feel everything, and if there is nothing there, what do we then sense? Interaction of electromagnetic fields. After all, each atom is like an electric generator which consists of two elements: a stator, that is, a proton, and a rotor, that is, an electron. When the rotor rotates around the stator, an electromotive force is produced. Meanwhile, the neutron performs a programming function in order to determine in what ratio the electron will rotate around the proton. This is how each atom has its own electromagnetic field. This is exactly what you feel when you touch something with your hand. The electromagnetic field of its atoms begins to interact with the electromagnetic field of the object to be touched. And this is exactly what you call a physical sensation. This is exactly the same as how you would try to place two magnets on top of each other with the same poles. You would feel a strong push between them, as if they didn't want to get along with each other. It's the same with physical bodies, but this electromagnetic field is much more accurate than your magnets, so you sense the push of the electromagnetic field very accurately, only at the point of contact. This is the technology of the Creator's consciousness that we use every day, but in your world, there is a deception about it. I understand that our science is very young compared to yours, so it is not able to access such information. This is not due to the fact that science is not capable of something. In fact, all this is already known to your scientists. There are many very intelligent people on planet Earth who have long discovered all these principles, but the controlling authorities simply do not allow them to reveal it. So, now let's go further, because there is something else you need to see. Gravity device. After leaving the library, we went to a nearby parking lot, if it could be called that, because in fact there were no vehicles there. I've only seen people coming in and out and creating some kind of energy bubble. Time for a lesson on transport. The vehicles used on your planet are very limited and harmful, so in the future, you will definitely need to switch to vehicles powered by the planet's electromagnetic field. In order for a person to move freely on Earth or air, he needs a device that neutralizes the electromagnetic field of the planet. What I mean by this is that now we are attracted by electromagnetic gravity, which holds us on the surface of the planet. Gravity is basically the thrust of opposite magnetic poles, just as two magnets attract each other with opposite magnetic poles. Thus, the planet is negative and the person is the opposite, a positive pole, so we feel a gravitational attraction. Now, if a person had a device that could change the polarity of his physical body and the field around him from positive to negative in order to coincide with the planet, then he would acquire the so-called gliding effect. If you put two magnets on top of each other and stabilize them with some axis or external tube, then they would not converge with each other, but only hover in the air. Depending on the strength of the magnets, you could put a load on them, and they could still maintain gliding. On our planets, we have such a device that can neutralize the gravitational effect of the electromagnetic field of the planet on its user. Let's call it a gravity device because it works with gravity. This wand that I hold in my hand is an object used daily by all the inhabitants of this planet. Please take this in your hand. Contact handed me a small wand that easily fit into my palm. It was light and made of strange material, which resembled plastic but looked significantly stronger. To activate this device, clench your fist and click on the tip of the stick with your thumb. Then this device will neutralize the gravitational effect on you, and you will begin to fly. I clenched my fist, clicked on the tip, and felt a tremendous lightness in my body, as if I were weightless. A bubble of dense air formed around me, which gave the impression that I was in a glass bubble. Then I began to easily rise into the air. At the moment, you are in a closed electromagnetic field, where you can regulate your conditions. Temperature, lighting, your well-being, and of course, the direction of flight to anywhere on this planet. This technology is different from what is used in our spacecraft and works only where there is planetary gravity, which means that you cannot fly outside the planet, where the weakening of gravity will also weaken the driving force of the device. In this bubble, you are completely safe because it is a very strong electromagnetic field. Because the technology is connected to the conscious assistant, it can anticipate collisions with other objects and help prevent them before they happen. Therefore, there are simply no unfortunate events on our planet. This bubble can reach very high speeds, what you would call like 1,000 kilometers per hour, but no one reaches such a speed because there is simply nowhere to rush here. But at such a speed, isn't the inertial force dangerous? Do not forget that this device creates a separate individual electromagnetic field, which is not affected by the gravitational force of the planet, so inside of it, you just hover in the air. This device can be controlled in different ways: manual, mind, automatic, or mixed. The manual way is when you move the electromagnetic sphere with the movements of your hand. If the hand holding the wand rises, the sphere rises. If you turn forward, it will move forward. If you turn to the side, it moves to the side. Down is down, back is back. The stronger the movement, the sharper the maneuver. Another way is to control the process with thoughts, that is, to visualize how you want to move, and the sphere will follow your image. The automatic method is when you just tell where you want to go, on what route, at what speed, and the sphere will automatically take you there. A mixed method of control is when a person combines all these methods and finds the most convenient option for himself. For example, when you use autopilot but partially adjust your movement mentally or physically. Now would be the time for you to try out how it works. I recommend starting with physical control, as this should be the most natural method for you. I lifted my wand up a bit, and the whole sphere began to rise to the top. I tilted it forward, and the sphere began to move forward. I quickly understood the control of this device and was able to easily and intuitively maneuver with a stick. Everything went very smoothly. It seemed that I already intuitively knew how to control this device, and after turning a few laps, I descended back. How do you feel? Did you like our vehicle? I feel just great. I must say that this is the best vehicle I have ever operated. I noticed that I already knew how to manage it. Is it related to this body? Yes, thanks to the programs located in the subconscious of this body. The body already has in itself everything that is necessary so that you could fully live in this world. Haven't you noticed yet how easy things are for you here? It certainly wouldn't be so easy for you if you were in your earthly body. Let's also not forget the fact that you have already lived here, although you do not consciously remember it. It sounds somehow unnatural that the subconscious is programmed. I understand when you learn for a long time and learn something, and as a result you can say that you have achieved something. But to receive the ability just by entering the program, that on earth would be hard for us to agree with. Indeed, this is nothing new in your world. You just haven't yet reached such a good level of programming as we do. You call it the power of persuasion when a psychologist or hypnotherapist instills something in you. For example, that you already know how to ride a bike, and you can ride it perfectly well although you have never sat on a bike before. The therapist does not give you a program on how to ride a bike by telling you about it for a long time during a hypnosis session. But he opens up the idea in your subconscious that that information is already with you. As a result, your subconscious mind itself downloads the information it needs from the collective data field, where the knowledge and abilities of all other people are located. At the beginning, it would happen more intuitively, but with time, that intuition and trust would grow, and you would learn to use it completely consciously. Listening courses are popular on your planet, which are designed to listen during sleep. It works in a similar way when a person's consciousness is sleeping, but his subconscious mind is being programmed at that time. In this way, it is possible to give up bad habits and program new, better ones. Therefore, in your world, it is dangerous to fall asleep in front of the TV program or when playing harmful low-vibration music, because when you sleep, your subconscious mind accepts all the information it receives without a filter of consciousness. I've read about it that our subconscious mind works 24 hours a day and never rests, and also that it does not separate good information from bad. Indeed, there is something to think about. As for conscious and correct programming, this is amazing. It would change everything in our world. For example, if you no longer had to go to school or university and rub the benches there, when in fact you could do something all day that you really like, and at night when you sleep, open your subconscious to information and get everything you need. It would be a real revolution in the lives of all people. Definitely yes. And many other wonderful things that you will still discover in your world in the coming years. It would be more accurate to say that you will not discover, but you will get access to those things because those things will be allowed to reach the public, and the public will simply think that these were the discoveries of today. All this will be a well-planned process, presenting things that have long been discovered and used in secret projects for many years. The electrical engineer and inventor Nikola Tesla had already made amazing discoveries 100 years ago, which to this day are not publicly used, like free energy, a thought chamber, healing with light, and others. Today's dilemma is not how to solve the problems of energy or famine. All these things have long been discovered in secret laboratories, but the dilemma of scientists is how to organically and gradually present them to the public, so as not to cause people's anger that all this was hidden. People wouldn't really be happy. We will help you uncover all this information. All those technologies will be made public and available to all people on planet Earth. In the coming years, a coup will begin in your world, and everything will become very dynamic, making it very difficult for many people to quickly adapt to the changes. During that period, there will be much needed individuals who are stable mentally and understand everything that is happening and can help others during this transit. You and many other individuals who will be introduced to the Light Forces plan for your planet will be responsible for ensuring that this transit goes smoothly inside the planet, and we will make sure that everything goes smoothly behind the scenes, something that will not be visible in public, but with time everything will be revealed. The openness of this process is influenced by how quickly people will be able to integrate this information without causing unnecessary chaos. I think it's going to be very difficult for people in this place because it seems like people have accumulated so much anger in themselves that they're just waiting to burst on others. I have no idea how all this should look like, how it will be possible to control all this. First of all, it should be understood that most of humanity's anger is not their anger. It is only the artificial intelligence mind control machines, programs used by darkness, which are emitted through electromagnetic waves. When all these technologies are neutralized, people will feel great relief. People will begin to think more clearly, more light will appear in their lives, and they will be able to more clearly perceive what they want in their lives, what their purpose is. Mass operations by the light forces are not planned to begin until these mind control technologies are eliminated, unless something unforeseen happens, for example, if the forces of darkness try to destroy your world. If the forces of light were not able to neutralize that process quickly, then they would have to take a strong response and an open duel would begin, which in the worst cases could end in the destruction of civilization, and we certainly do not want that. Your safety is paramount to us, and that's why we only make decisions that may not seem as sharp on a short-term scale as the actions taken by darkness, but we can predict beyond them and know that our actions will lead to the liberation of the planet. With time, the actions of the forces of darkness will become more and more desperate and irresponsible, and this will lead them to defeat. Many of our brothers and sisters from the force of light did not support this long-term plan and wanted to take action right away because they could no longer see you suffering, so they incarnated among you. To everyone's joy, now there are more and more people who wake up and begin to remember their nature and ground more and more light on planet Earth. Darkness can rule everyone only because people live in oblivion and fear, because darkness is amnesia and confusion. However, if you wake up and remember who you are, then there will be no more darkness in your consciousness. How do we achieve this awakening? All you have to do is create an intention that you want to wake up and understand the truth, and then follow your heart, which will lead you to the truth. In rare cases, when people see the truth, they are not able to admit to themselves that it is true, because this would automatically mean that the world is not what they have created in their imaginations, or that society has instilled in them. Sometimes the truth can be very uncomfortable, but the truth will give you freedom. For example, how is it true that there are extraterrestrial beings who visit and live on planet Earth for thousands of years? However, it is easier for you to live with the idea that it exists only in comics or movies, but not in real life. The public belief system is strongly based on certain principles, one of which is, if everyone does not talk about it, then this is not true, although most in the heart feel that this is true. Yes, I understand perfectly well what you are talking about, because I often feel that something is wrong, but there is nothing I can do about it. It seems that something is constraining me and does not allow me to pour out my heart. What you feel is the result of influence caused by the so-called artificial intelligence mind control machine, which is what you call the original evil on your planet. This is what each person feels inside himself as the bad part of himself, which forces him to behave badly and stops him from doing good things. When this machine is turned off, your internal psychological brakes will loosen, and your boundless heart will begin to lead you forward, and your limited mind will only watch the boundless wisdom of your heart. What does it take to turn off that machine? Everything on your planet depends on the general awareness of people. If people open the door wide to the truth and do not hide in safe ideas like, I know nothing, this does not concern me, I can't do anything about it, and instead take action for the general good of everyone, then in this case it will be possible to do a lot of wonderful things. Then the total field of consciousness will rise enough, and you will simply turn off that machine yourself. If this does not happen and you do not collectively wake up, then this will resolve itself with a burst of the galactic central sun's light, which will activate your sun, and it will emit a powerful flash of light that will reach the surface of the Earth. It will be so strong that it will cause a shock to the entire population of the Earth and wake everyone up from a very long sleep. This burst of the sun will turn off the artificial intelligence machine, and your world will change in one day. Wow! That would be an event. Is it possible to find out what scenario awaits us? It's still being decided. Every day is very important. On the surface of planet Earth, for security reasons, no one can know the full scenario because if at least one person knew this, then there would be an opportunity to find out about it for representatives of darkness, and this would complicate the whole process. However, this does not mean that they would have the power to stop any of these processes, since the process of liberation of the Earth cannot be stopped, since this is the plan of the Creator. I am glad to hear this because I feel that my soul is already very tired. Probably had a very long and difficult life on Earth. Life looks like endless torment. When my life was visited for the first time by spiritual changes and my consciousness began to grow, I then began to feel more and more the longing for home, although I never understood exactly what that home was. Maybe it will sound negative, but I just couldn't love planet Earth with all the wars and killing going on. Maybe it's because my heart is somewhere else. But now, being with you, I finally realized what I missed so much. So, I wasn't mad all those years of my life when I thought that what was happening on Earth was very wrong and it shouldn't be. But on Earth, there are so many positive individuals who so often repeat to themselves and others that the world is wonderful. Everything is fine here. And it seems that they are enjoying their lives despite all the evil that happens around them. I just can't understand it, and I don't know how to live like that, and I don't want to live like that because I see what's really going on in our world, and paradoxically next to them I feel very negative. Maybe you can give me some advice on how I can live with it, especially now that I know that there is such a wonderful reality as yours. What you feel is related to the changes that are currently happening throughout the universe. The birth of a new Earth will be painful. The planet is changing. Your DNA is changing. This must change as the energies intensify and your vibrations rise. The main problems are that the Earth's control systems have created a chaotic, energetically heavy system that creates pain and suffering. People experience existential suffering because of strong programs, sick energies, and unconsciousness. As a result, a person realizes that it is too difficult for him to come to terms with the existing reality. And in his heart, he desires to live in a perfect world but understands that it is impossible to achieve this. This is a paradox of energy of the subconscious in the mind of people, and it is used for mass control of the mind. Man is open to suffering and manipulation when darkness in his life is the dominant factor that blocks the realization that there is a more powerful force, the power of light that can help him. Mistakes and pain crack the veil of ignorance, and this is the place where light comes in. Light is not infrequently recognized by a person only when he finds himself in complete darkness. But when darkness and pain come, then a person begins to think and ask important questions. What am I doing wrong? Why did this happen to me? Why is this happening? Where does this lead? It is sad to see that only in such conditions does a person begin to wake up. But this is one of the ways to find himself. Thank you for shedding some light on this subject. Now everything has become clearer for me. Returning back to my physical body, I will engage in the practice of strengthening the heart and try to establish a conscious connection with my subconscious, because I understand that I am open to manipulation and control of the mind due to my unconsciousness. Very well. Now we can travel further because you still need to see something. We all turned on our gravitational bubbles, soared into the air, and flew away over the city. From above, the city looked fantastic because it was all arranged very symmetrically, and it seemed that each building was perfectly in its place, as if it were part of a mosaic. Perfection in the whole really leaves an impression. We landed at the other end of town near a large building that resembled a library only with a larger parking lot. Manufacturing process. Now it's time for you to get acquainted with what you would call the production process. In this manufacturing plant, orders for large objects are received that cannot be made by devices for the creation of matter in the house. Everything from vehicles, houses, spaceships, and so on is produced here. Let's come in, and I'll explain everything to you in more detail. As I stepped inside, I saw a giant gate resembling a star gate. It was like a platform with a loop, and the platform moved that loop back and forth. Here you see a version of the device for creating matter only in a very large size, which has no restrictions and can produce anything. In front of you, there is a screen where you can choose the desired object by picture and category. This database contains all possible objects existing in the universe, so this database is very long and not practical. It is much more effective to just focus your attention on the screen and think about something. Then on the screen you will see the 3D virtual projection of your thought, which you can view from all sides and even delve into its structure of atoms, as a result of which it will be possible to change everything else you would like to improve in your creation. Here come those who want to create something for themselves right away because the process takes only a few minutes, or the order can be made from home, and still on the same day in a few hours that product will be delivered to you at home. If someone needs help in choosing something, then our service centers are dedicated to this, which you have already seen in the city. So please try this technology and order something. So, I can think of anything I want from the realm of matter, and the device will make it for me? Yes, you can think about anything, and it will be made for you. Well, there is such an electric car on Earth that I have been dreaming of for some time. That means I want a dark blue maximum configuration Tesla Model S. The screen lit up, and I saw a glowing blue Tesla Model S on it. On the screen you see 3 buttons: green confirm and start production, red reject and start over, blue for a more detailed analysis or to make additional adjustments. Without saying anything, I clicked on the blue because I wanted to see what the interior of the car was like. Somehow I was scared that it would be leather, but I saw that the conscious assistant took into account my sensitivity to the torture of animals and chose artificial fiber for the interior. Then I clicked on the green and confirmed the production process. I saw how the loop began to slide forward, and the rear of the car began to form at the end of it. Literally, this giant device for creating matter began to print a car for me. Observing this process was really very interesting because I was able to see how each part is formed from the rays of light, and it turns into a specific matter. Just a few minutes later, the loop moved up to the front of the car and went back, and a green light came on the screen, indicating that the process was complete. There you go. Your order is complete. You can enjoy your creation. I jumped up to my freshly created car and rushed to check it to see if it really matches the earthly model. But then the question came to my mind. Is it a fully functional vehicle here with which I can drive? Or just an imitation? This is a fully functioning vehicle. The conscious assistant always takes into account the whole, not only the exterior of the object but also its features before designing something. You can safely try your car. I clicked on the electronic knob to open the door, but nothing happened. I pressed again and still nothing. I don't understand. After all, you said that this is a fully functioning car, but the car's electronic door does not open. You say electronic? Wait, I need to look at something. The contact closed his eyes and focused on something. A couple of minutes later, he opened his eyes and spoke. I figured out where the problem is. This car is made according to the principles of earthly electronics, which are incompatible with the electromagnetic field of our planet. The electromagnetic field of this planet is so strong that it overwhelms the operation of this electrical device. So, I found a solution for this and mentally designed an adaptation device that will adjust the operation of your electronic device to the electromagnetic waves of our planet so that these fields do not interfere with each other. So please get off the platform because I need to install a new device. I stood by and watched the process. A robot's hand came out of the ground, which was something like a laser. It glowed up, and the beam shone through the whole car. It only lasted a few seconds, and the robot's hand went back underground again. Done. The correction is complete, and now you can try to open the door again. As I approached the car, I clicked the door lever again, and to my surprise, this time the door opened. I got into the car and turned on the car computer. All the lights lit up as in a real car. I turned on the gear, pressed the accelerator and it moved forward. I drove off the ramp and saw that an exit to the field had opened in front of me, so I decided to try driving it. Outside, I turned around the area and happily returned to the parking lot, where I found contact with the attendants already waiting for me. At that time, I felt like a small child who had received the gift of his dreams on a Christmas morning. Everything in this world is so amazing and incredible that it's even hard to believe that all this can exist. So far, my mind hasn't been able to associate anything in this world with something it knows. So everything to this point seemed like a dream. But now I have something that is earthly that reminds me of our world, although it is very strange to see it in this reality. Now I was able to feel comfortable. A feeling of comfort flooded me. As I was thinking, contact with the apprentices approached me. Do you like your device? Did it meet your expectations and fulfill your hopes? Oh yes, I could say that I really have fulfilled my hopes. Maybe you want to introduce us to your technology and take us somewhere? I'm happy to. I'll just turn on the navigation and we'll be able to ride. I turned on the navigation of the car and saw that the maps showed nothing. Then I realized that we were in Sirius with a car from Earth after all. How can an earthly car have maps of the planet in Sirius? I think there is a problem, because this car only has maps of planet Earth, and I need maps of this planet. Wait a moment, I will check something out. Contact closed his eyes and concentrated again. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and spoke. I just studied your car's navigation system and realized that it connects directly to satellite maps through which you get direct navigation guidance. We do not have such technologies according to which the navigation system of this car works. But I discovered a way out and made a small correction by connecting the conscious assistant to the navigation of this car. Now the conscious assistant will be your navigator and will directly project the maps into the navigation system of your car. Is it possible? Yes, anything is possible. Our consciousness assistant technology allows us to create everything we want. This is another activity that locals like to engage in, that is, to try to come up with something that has never been created before and then produce it. We even have a competition in which the most unique creation is selected. Well, really, what you just won't think of when you don't have to go to work. I switched the navigation system and saw a map of this planet on the screen, but then I realized that I did not know where I wanted to go. After all, I do not know any addresses. I think we need to decide together where we want to go because I don't know any addresses. Addresses wouldn't help you with anything because there are no such things here. There are no navigation systems either because we do not need such technology. The conscious assistant always takes us to where we need to be when we need to be there. In my world, it would be very difficult without navigation and addresses. What's the best thing we could do right now? It's already been thought out. You just need to tell where you want to go, and the conscious assistant will mark that place on your map and assist you during the trip. Okay, great. But then another problem. I don't know where to go. It seems to me that this day was long enough for you, and it would be quite interesting for you to finish it by visiting my house, where you could rest and get to know our household more closely. Sounds intriguing, so how do I do it now? Just focus your attention on navigation and say you want to go to the contact house. I did that, the navigation immediately sparkled, and on the screen showed a place that was located a dozen kilometers away. We began to move towards the destination. Still, I have to say that when you've tried a Sirian-style gravitational vehicle and then you compare it to our top-notch technology, you get the impression that we're really living in the Stone Age. As I drove away, I had a new question. What are your paths made of? They look just like normal roads, but you can see that they are not made of asphalt, as on planet Earth. Good observation. What you call roads is formed simply from natural lands. We just take the natural Earth and slightly change its molecular structure so that it is stiffer, retains its shape more, and does not deform. By the same principle, walkways are made. And what about traffic rules or regulations? There are no such things here because everything is guided by the conscious assistant. The number of accidents in our traffic is 0. This car also has something like an autopilot function, where a car can drive for you. It is also argued that a car's computer can react much more sharply to the danger that exists than a person, and this makes it safer since the human error factor is gone. This doesn't really align with our conscious assistant's autopilot, as our technology allows us to predict potential events a few steps ahead, and as a result, it's possible to prevent an event. In this way, you are protected even from the possibility of that event happening. Cannot argue with that. First, we drove through the city and then rolled out into the countryside. There was no traffic at all because probably this car is the only one in this world. The road was very beautiful with forests, lakes, and meadows visible. Finally, we arrived at the destination that the navigation showed. It was a standard dome Syrian house, but it was surrounded by the beautiful nature of the forest, just like the building of a sanatorium which we visited earlier. I had a question. I see that your house is like everyone else's, round. Why do you all live in a house of the same design? This is due to practicality. We have a technology that can build a house in a matter of minutes. If there is a need for a house, a small fist-sized sphere is given, which is programmed to grow by expanding its molecular structure when you put it on the ground. The program can be adjusted with thoughts or through the conscious assistant by choosing the size and growth rate. In this way, in just a few minutes, you can grow a house. The sphere itself is made of a very dense electromagnetic field, which makes it soft and flexible so you can walk through the walls, and there is no need for a door. However, the house itself is very solid and invulnerable, so it can withstand any natural disasters, like an earthquake, flood, or mountain landslide. And since this is a sphere, one part is above the ground, and the other part is underground, so the house is fully protected. The interior can be arranged according to wishes, but we usually leave the floor as the base of natural earth and only slightly compact the structure for a more comfortable walk. The size and shape of the sphere can be adjusted at any time by shrinking or increasing it. If necessary, it is possible to organically connect another sphere, and a passage is made at the place of merger. The same spheres are used to build both individual and public buildings. It's just perfect. In this way, all the homeless people in our world could get home in one day. And why is the house shaped round? This is due to the fact that the sphere is the most perfect form in existence. Everything that is created in existence is created according to the principles of sacred geometry. Everything comes out of the base of the flower of life with the Fibonacci mathematical progression. In your world, this is little known information, but in the rest of the universe, it is normal to realize it. Please note that I am using terminology specific to your planet. While the principles remain the same, the terminology may differ on other planets. You can get acquainted with it more closely if you observe your nature and see that what is natural is always formed according to the following principles. Contacts home. We all got out of the car full of excitement. Welcome to my house. I'm living in this house right now. Right now? Does that mean you travel a lot? It can be said this way because when you are a specialist in first contact with civilizations of other planets, you have to travel a lot. To make it clearer to you, I have been living here for several hundred Earth years, and before that, I lived in many other places. A few hundred? So how old are you then? And in general, how many years can Syrians live? There is no limit to this since we can always adjust our biological bodies if they begin to show wear and tear. We change bodies more often because of the desire to experience something new, and not out of necessity because the body breaks down. For example, I have been in this body for several thousand Earth years. Wow! And are you all of this age? No, definitely not all. Look at my hair, you see how long it is. And look at the hair of my colleagues, it is not at all. This is not the rule, but with us, there is such a small agreement that the length of the hair indicates the length of the age. A person with a bald head is young, up to 100 years old. A person with hair is already experienced, at least 200 years old. With such long hair as mine, there is already a lot of experience, several thousand years old. Of course, any youngling can make a correction in his body and put on longer hair than mine, but this will only be an appearance that will not add to him thousands of years of experience. On planet Earth, with over 1,000 years old, you would be treated like God. I may look great to some people here also, but when you live for thousands of years, things like that don't matter anymore. Well, let's go inside. Just like everywhere else, same here, we entered through the door of a thinning wall. Inside, I did not see anything new. Everything looked like in a sanatorium's hut, except that a lot of all kinds of talismans or souvenirs were hung on one wall. They looked very interesting and unusual. What's hung up here? These are memories from what I've done in all my ages. These are souvenirs that remind me of my various life experiences. The planets I visited, the missions I carried out, beings I've met. Is it customary to collect collections for yourself? No, it's not a standard occupation. This hobby arose due to the fact that I was not always a Syrian. Before I became a Syrian, I represented a lot of other races in other physical bodies in other worlds. I've only been living in Sirius for the last 2,000 years. Wow! This is a life, like from a movie. I think you could tell some fascinating stories. Probably, but right now, I'm in the here and now, and only occasionally I like to remember, but I don't really live in the past. I live in this moment. For me, after all, it's still an eternity before my eyes. There's going to be a lot of experiences, so if I want to collect all the souvenirs, I'll need a much bigger wall. Well, enough about me, we came here after all, so that you can try something new. So, say, what would you like to experience? I still have a few questions. I would like to ask about your world if you have nothing against it. Of course, I noticed that there is very good weather here. Am I just so lucky here? Or is it always the case with you here? On this planet, it is always good weather. We can control the weather according to our desire. We can control it collectively around the world or only in the regions or individually. A person can order clouds, rain, fog, or snow in his yard. This is not a problem for us, but everyone likes good weather, so we rarely have to change something. On this planet, there is such wonderful green and lush nature. I do not understand where it gets water from if it never rains here, but only the sun shines. The air here is humid enough so it feeds the leaves of plants, and there are underground water currents for the roots. Of course, if it was desperately needed, we could simply create clouds and determine that it would only rain on forests or meadows, but not in the city. How convenient. My next question is about your governmental structure. Do you have some kind of management system for this, and how does it work? There are some elders who are here to do the will of all. But this is not at all necessary, because our world is directly administered by the Creator through the conscious assistant. We don't need anything else. So, you're each in personal contact with the Creator, and as a result, you always know what's best and how. Yes, in this way we avoid unnecessary discussions and policies. However, it must be understood correctly that our world is not some dictatorship established by the Creator, because it must be remembered that in our world every person has the full power of the Creator. So, there is, as you would call it, a republic with us in which every person has the right to propose proposals for the sake of a better world, and everyone has the right to veto those proposals. And since everyone wants only the best for everyone, no conflicts ever arise. Clearly seeing that the proposal will be the best solution in all respects, it is immediately accepted. So, everything goes very smoothly. And how does such a system work? You gather at meetings or how? No, because meetings are a boring and inefficient waste of time. We just keep in constant contact with each other through the conscious assistant. and we always discuss everything. It is like if everyone in our world is constantly on one social network like your Facebook, it's the most similar to what you have. If someone suggests something and no one opposes it, then the proposal is automatically accepted. Are many proposals being vetoed? Practically none, because no one ever offers something useless. The only option that happens is an addition to the proposal when someone inspired by someone else's idea suggests an even better idea. Do you value art in your world? Unless it has a specific purpose, for example, if it were for someone as an inspiration and would evoke some kind of memory, or as an educational tool. But to create only for the sake of creation is a rare case, unless it is the desire of someone's heart to create something unique, as a means of expressing oneself. In this case, it is the will of the creator of the universe which we always carry out. Are there any mass events here, such as concerts, performances, or sporting events? It is not popular in our world. Sometimes local meetings are held for a purpose of fun or small kind of activity of some enthusiasts. Do you have anything like earthly television? No, because we don't need someone to act something to tell some kind of a story. We don't need it because through library technology we can see everything live. And if we want to watch a drama or a comedy, we just need to concentrate on planet Earth, and technology immediately shows this. In this way, we can see the most unique film in the entire universe. The tragicomedy taking place in your world is basically one of the most popular channels in the entire universe. So do not be surprised when one day you find out that so many races know your planet. Do you want to say that our life on Earth is like an entertainment channel for universe? I want to say, when you think that you are doing something that no one sees, think again, because you can be watched by the whole universe. However, not by all? Definitely not by all, because some races are not interested in the tragicomedy of your life, because they know that there will be a happy ending and simply do not see the point in watching the whole series. But I can't understand how you're all so relaxed on the issue of our planet. After all, on our planet there is so much information and prophecies with very bad scenarios. Because of that, most people live in extreme stress. First of all, let me remind you that you as a collective humanity are the ones who will decide the fate of your planet, not some prophecies. So, if you concentrate on negative prophecies out of fear, then they are the ones that will happen. But remember that you can also concentrate on positive scenarios too, like the ones we are offering you, because they have an equal possibility of happening. So, it is your decision, but for the sake of education and fun, let's listen to some of your doom and gloom prophecies. For example, the Third World War. The forces of darkness in your world have tried to cause this many times already, but all attempts ended only in a local conflict, which we sooner or later balanced. With time, such things will become less and less, and after liberation, all the tools of darkness will be taken away and nothing like this will be allowed. What about nuclear warfare? Also tried to cause many times. It is a serious matter here, but we've simply neutralized all the attempts. So, they know perfectly well that they are powerless in this regard. You don't need to be afraid of radiation either, because we are looking after your planet in this matter, and we have already sorted out a lot of radiation, which was spread during the darkness attacks under the guise of accidents in nuclear reactors. If we had full access, we could fix all the radiation on the planet in a matter of days. Mind you that when Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic devices were detonated in Japan, it did not cause a long-lasting nuclear holocaust as it was predicted, so not to worry about that either. What about the giant earthquake? We are constantly adjusting the location of your planet's plates, although sometimes something gets through, but all mass catastrophes are mitigated. What about global warming? In fact, there is no warming at all. At this time, your planet is moving towards a global cooling due to a decrease in the activity of the sun, but the greenhouse effect maintains the temperature of your planet. Though some climate change is noticeable, it is not a direct effect of you, as some of your environmentalists say, because the planet has its natural climate change. Just look at other solar system planets, they all have natural cyclical climate change, even though according to your science there is no life there. I've also read that every once in a while, the Earth's physical poles turn over and it leads to a mass catastrophe. Yes, due to certain cycles, every 26,000 years, the physical poles of the planet Earth invert. The great cycle is every 26,000 years and the small one every 13,000 years. The last rollover was approximately 12,500 years ago when Atlantis sank. So, there is not going to be any physical pole shift for the next 10,000 years. But after a strong solar flash which is coming, your planet's magnetic poles can reverse, which is going to make your scientists scratch their heads about it for some time, but no more than that. On the other hand, that is going to be a huge awakening for the population because it is going to break the belief that your science already understands everything. So, it's going to happen softly now and hard later on, but humanity is going to be safe? Yes, you will be given help. By the time this happens, you will already have very advanced technologies, so humanity will be able to handle it without catastrophic consequences. I'm glad we're going to be safe. What about the planet Nibiru? Does it come here every few thousand years, and are the impending changes related to the appearance of that planet? Is that true? To a certain extent, because such a planet is in your orbit, humanity's collective consciousness can choose whether to accept this scenario or not, by not succumbing to the collective fear created by Zecharia Sitchin. Although Sitchin was a great scholar, he was working for dark forces and wrote the Nibiru books to incite mass panic. This panic was intended to foster a collective fear of the supposed inevitable approach of the planet Nibiru, leading to the formation of Nibiru-worshipping cults to welcome the new rulers of your planet, who were of reptilian origin. However, if humanity does not give in to worshipping these supposed returning gods, it will give us permission to move the Nibiru planet to another place, preventing it from visiting your solar system. In that case, you will not have to worry about it. How will we know what the outcome will be? Given the current progression of events, it is very likely that humanity will choose not to experience this scenario. In that case, we will move the planet out of your planet's orbit. That's good to hear, but your answers are hard to believe. I do not understand how it is possible to move the planet to another place so that it does not interfere anymore. It sounds incomprehensible. You don't have to believe it because we don't want to prove anything. There will come a time when you will find out everything yourself. At this point, the main thing is not to succumb to the fear of change. Instead, it would be better to use your time for your spiritual growth and the activation of your heart. Devoting time to studying your consciousness will never be too much, and it will only help you move forward faster. And as you can see by the Nibiru example, humanity's collective consciousness has the power to change the world. Well, such words of yours really inspire me a lot. After all, time and attention, it's energy. I need more awareness in this place, thank you. What about the New World Order? I've heard that the forces of darkness plan to unite the whole world into one big corporation and then put microchips in all of us to make it easier to manage us. How realistic is this? This is completely unrealistic. They would, of course, very much like it for sure, but it is not going to be allowed. If, for example, they would try to put you all in this kind of dystopian regime, that would not hold for longer than a few years because the light of consciousness is stronger than mind programs like that, and it breaks sooner rather than later. So, this is not destined to come true because if it had been, then they would have implemented it a long time ago, but they did not and will not be able to. Is there any danger of a Terminator Skynet-like artificial intelligence takeover? These things should not even worry you at all because these are just sophisticated programs and programs can be reprogrammed if they malfunction. So, if you wish, we can error correct it for you if necessary, or you can debug it yourself, considering it is going to be a human creation anyway. Ancient Vedic scriptures write that we are now in the age of darkness, but then the age of light will come, which will again be replaced by the age of darkness. Then it seems what is the point of trying now if later again the age of darkness comes? What can you tell me about this process? Yuga cycles are when the strength of your planet's magnetic field changes. In Kali Yuga, the field on the planet is very strong and, as a result, you are more strongly affected by gravity, and then people are more oriented towards matter. During that period, there is a tendency to focus more on the physical body, and darkness, knowing this, took advantage of it and developed materialism, which is equal to Satanism, meaning ignorance of spirituality and an orientation towards matter. As a result, you forgot about spirituality. At this time, as this cycle weakens, you begin to return to spiritual searches again, and darkness gradually loses its power of influence. In other words, Yuga cycles have nothing to do with this. It's just that the forces of darkness have found a way to take advantage of the natural cycles of the planet for their own benefit. But this will no longer be allowed to repeat. And who wrote the Vedas and the Bible? Are these good sources of information? What you call the Vedas and the Bible is the distorted teachings of the teachers of light. These books were written to mislead people through the guilt program, in Vedas through karma, and the Bible through guilt. Yet for comparison, Hindu Vedas are a little broader teaching since they were more or less copied from ancient Slavic Vedas of the Siberian people of Tartary. Meanwhile, one part of the Bible is a further degraded version of Hindu Vedas, and the other part was copied from the myths of the Babylonian culture, hence your Hebrew culture originated there and brought it from there. By the way, the Christian Bible was originally a much broader science than it is now. Christians nowadays try to interpret the Bible to find the missing answers, but they don't know that they lack a few dozen books that answer all their questions about nutrition, morality, and other important things. All of these books have been banned by the modern church for psychological control, but they are public and you can find them under the title Apocrypha, which means forbidden books. And who wrote the Vedas and the Bible? Vedas were written by a group of people called Kapila based on Slavic Vedas, and the Bible was written by a group of people called the Piso family based on the research of the historian Flavius Josephus. Were they some kind of saints because they were able to write these books? No saints at all. They were simply historians who collected local legends and wrote down all of them in a collection of books. Just like the brothers Grimm, who collected and recorded fairy tales and created a Bible of its kind called Grimm's Fairy Tales, which were also based on some factual basis as most fairy tales and myths do. Most important true stories survive in some shape or form because they are carried over by people's collective subconscious mind from one generation to another. But if these books are fictional, then maybe those teachers like Jesus or Krishna never existed? Maybe everything is fictional here? Partly so, but certain individuals certainly lived, who were agents sent by the forces of light to awaken humanity and spread our teachings. However, you will not find much of their direct teaching because the forces of darkness took over all the knowledge left by them and turned it into a means of manipulation, which you call religions. You mean those individuals were really agents of light? Yes, they certainly were. They were sent to planet Earth by the force of light to prevent darkness from destroying the planet. Krishna, Jesus, and Buddha are the so-called star seeds that came with a mission. At that time, we saw that some correction was needed since the planet was moving to complete self-destruction. I am very relieved to hear all these answers. Thank you. In our world, so many theories and myths are circulating that it is very difficult to find out what is true and what is a lie. I don't have any more questions. We can then continue to inspect the house. What else is in the house that I have not seen? What do you like to do at home? One of our favorite activities is listening to music, but our music is different than on your planet Earth. Here, the sounds of music act not only on the ears but stimulate the whole body with very strong vibrations. For a better understanding, I'll turn on some Syrian music for you. Contact closed his eyes, and the lighting of the house dimmed, creating a mystical atmosphere. In the walls and ceiling, I saw the sky full of shining stars, and then the mystical music of the cosmic sound began to play from all sides. More precisely, I could describe it as a pure vibration that is in amazing harmony with the environment, and by listening to it, It seems that you are deep in the cosmos between the stars. It seems that my whole being was just relieved, my soul brightened, and the feeling of the whole universe enveloped me. The feeling was very strong. I even began to nod my legs, so I had to sit down, and then even lie down. I didn't even notice how I fell asleep. When I woke up, I found myself in the treatment chamber again and saw contact beside me. What happened? Why am I in the treatment chamber? I had such a strange dream that I was the star among the stars. You fell asleep and went very far. Our music, as you can see, is not just about pleasing your ears. It's the vibration that works with your soul. And in order to experience it more effectively, your soul came out of your body because your body interfered with it. While you were asleep, we placed your body in a healing chamber to heal through it the traumas of your soul accumulated during your past lifetimes. And what is the trauma of the soul? This is a misunderstood and unintegrated experience. When a person is not able to accept some kind of difficult experience in his life and pushes it into his subconscious as pain, that can accumulate and carry for the rest of his life and carry over to the next ones as karma. The technology we have is able to balance such jammed energies and help a person achieve emotional relaxation, which frees the stuck energies. Of course, a person can also achieve this through his own efforts if he knows how to forgive himself and others. Forgiveness will not change the past, but it will certainly improve the future. Anger and resentment being held will jam the energies in the past of your subconscious, constantly keeping you in a depressing emotion. Yes, really, I feel so light and relaxed inside, as if a stone had rolled off my heart. It was definitely a deep experience. I hadn't experienced anything like that. I don't understand why it had such a profound effect. Because you are accustomed to the frequencies of the sounds of earthly music, yet like many other aspects of popular culture in your world, music is part of the mass mind control in your world. Studies have been conducted on how music affects consciousness and, in particular, on how music can be used to influence the mind. This information is useful for gaining freedom from the addictive darkness-controlled music industry. Most of the music that people listen to was secretly designed to manipulate people's consciousness. I once loved to listen to popular music, especially when driving a car. Now I usually choose meditative silence. What can we then listen to so as not to harm ourselves? Your world consists of vibration, and everything has a different frequency. Behind the music and tones lies the phenomenon of frequencies, which can heal and harmonize, and help to understand oneself and the world. Although you cannot see the frequencies with the naked eye or feel with the touch, you can connect with them at a higher level, regardless of whether you know about it or not. Sound therapy in your world is applied more than ever before. Various areas of science and holistic medicine have proven the effectiveness of this. On Earth, there are two main frequencies that heal the mind and body, that is, 432 Hz and 528 Hz. Most modern music is 440 Hz, which is incompatible with your body, chakra system, nature, and DNA. On the other hand, 432 Hz harmonizes with the structure of the universe. 432 Hz harmonizes the heart and restores balance. 528 Hz is also the right frequency for you, as is 432 Hz. This frequency resonates with your spiritual side and is a component of sacred geometry. When I return, I will definitely look for information about it. And what about your influence in this area? Weren't there any of your individuals who came to our planet who understood high-vibration music and tried to convey it to humanity? Of course, there were. Composers like Beethoven and Mozart were our agents who had a mission to bring that perception to you. But at that time when they were living, there was neither technology nor any other opportunity to convey it, so they just did the best they could do at that time. And nowadays, are there any composers or performers who would make music with high vibrations? Of course, there are. For example, singer-songwriter Enya is an agent of light on the battlefield, who carries out her mission as best as possible within the limits of the available capabilities. Beethoven has also made a comeback as a popular composer in the movie industry. I know Enya, and I have an idea of who Beethoven might be. Thanks for the information. Now, how long have I slept? Because it seems to me that the sun has changed the shade. It looks something different. Maybe it is going down? How long does a day last here? Here, the day lasts forever because we have 3 stars. Sirius A, B, and C, and as a result, when one sun goes down, the other is already elevated. They harmoniously change each other, and if we want a night, then the easiest way is to simply create twilight in your home, as you have seen before. You slept for about a few earthly hours, and during this time, the other sun took the other's position. I'm wondering then, because I haven't seen any lamps on your spaceship or elsewhere, but it's very bright everywhere, perfectly without any shadows, and when you played the music, the lighting changed. How is it with lighting here? How does it work? We use lighting which is of a vibratory nature. Since everything is vibrations, light in terms of its intensity is also vibration. When you can consciously control the vibration of the environment, then you can consciously control the illumination of the environment. I explained it in a very simplistic way, but it will be easier to understand. We on Earth, too, would need such lighting. I actually feel a little hungry, thinking I should make something. Is there that oven for the creation of matter here? Yes, it is included in the standard equipment of all homes. What do I eat this time? Maybe something Syrian? Since we do not eat much, we cannot boast of the variety of dishes. And why do you need those stoves then? Most often, for our own pleasure, we try the food of other civilizations. So, you don't have any of your original food at all? Unless something like the cocktail, when you're using different ingredients for experimentation to create something unique. Understood. That means staying on earthly food. What would you like to taste? Our experience with earthly food is not very broad. I wondered about meat products. I personally don't eat meat because of moral reasons. And what do you think about the consumption of meat? On planet Earth, there are a lot of problems associated not only with the meat industry but also with the dairy, fish, and egg industries. The food industry is working hard to keep the problems associated with this a secret. Most people simply do not know or ignore the suffering that animals experience on factory farms. The meat industry is responsible for the most terrible legal forms of cruelty on your planet. There are also other problems with the meat industry. Environmental pollution. The greenhouse effect is stimulated. All processed foods contain carcinogens, toxins, and many other problems. I understand that for people, this is a very sensitive topic for a variety of reasons. Speaking of morality, it should be understood that only undeveloped or sick beings of consciousness can want to harm other living beings. If the animal resists and runs away from the offender, then in this way it very clearly shows that it does not want to be hurt. We are surprised by this level of ignorance of people on this issue. For example, plants do not resist this process because they have no choice, but this, of course, does not mean that there is no need to thank them for their sacrifice. In this way, there is a conscious agreement with the plant kingdom. Therefore, we certainly do not recommend supporting activities related to the killing or torture of animals. However, this problem will fully be solved with the materialization apparatus. The materialization apparatus is able to materialize all these products: meat, fish, milk, and eggs in their form as if they were the original. And even it is possible to change their molecular structure and improve their taste and quality. It is possible to make the healthiest and most delicious food, and no one will have to suffer. We really desperately need this oven. So, I can now ask for what kind of dish I want without any restrictions. I can make pizza with cheese and sausage, and as a result, no one will be hurt, and the food will be completely healthy. Did I understand it correctly? Yes, you understood quite correctly. Well, then on this occasion we will all taste the most delicious earthly pizza. So, I just have to go to the device for creating food matter and concentrate on what kind of dish I want. I approached the device for creating food matter and focused on pizza, all the ingredients of which would be the healthiest and most delicious, with the idea that no one is going to be hurt by this. A few minutes later, a green light came on, and the door opened, and here's free, fast, and healthy food for you, like some miracle. I looked around, but I didn't see any plate anywhere. Maybe you can hand me a big plate so I can put the pizza on it. We don't have plates. We can just eat right from the table because neither dirt nor dust accumulates anywhere here. How is this possible? This is due to a special ventilation system based on vibrations which we use everywhere. Vibrations ventilate the air in such a way that no dust or dirt stagnates in the house. It can clean some impurities from surfaces also, but on the other hand, we are using certain materials to make things that have self-cleaning and disinfecting qualities. Vibrations collect dust particles from all surfaces and convert everything back into neutral particles like air. We will also need this technology. All housewives will be delighted. Well, then we will eat directly from the table if it's so clean. The device for the materialization of food has a special function that, together with food, produces an organic plate or bowl if necessary. Then what remains after eating can be put in the disintegration box. It makes life even easier. Unbelievable! No more washing dishes. No need for cabinets or shelves for dishes. In practice, the kitchen can be completely empty, only a table and chairs, and without forgetting the most important thing, the oven. So, I took out a hot, freshly baked pizza and put it on the table. I even had my saliva dripping. I was waiting to taste it. I cheerfully announced, "Please taste the most delicious earthly pizza. By the way, maybe you have a knife or something like that to cut the pizza." We do not use such things because any additional object in contact with food changes its structure. So, in order to experience food in the most organic form possible, we always eat only with our hands. Then we'll try it just like that. Contact with the students came over and carefully examined the food provided. In order to encourage them, I tore off one piece of pizza and started eating. I felt an incredibly tasty tomato sauce which had a very rich taste. The 3 different types of cheeses were just perfectly in tune with each other, and everything just melted in my mouth. Again, I was surprised by the possibilities of this oven. The contact and the students also ripped off a piece of pizza, took a bite and chewed for a very long time. Without further ado, I ripped off another piece, then another piece, and they were still eating the first piece. I didn't understand why they chewed for so long. Maybe it didn't taste good to them, so I asked in confusion, "Why do you chew food for so long? Maybe something is wrong?" The contact finished chewing and spoke. "You see, we are not used to stiff food. We decided only to taste it, so we taste it, and we taste it with the intention to analyze its composition and to be able to understand why the people of the earth like dead and processed food. Our internal sensors have recorded that this dish is of very poor value in terms of its nutrition. This dish does not give any valuable energy, but on the contrary, you waste your own energy in order to digest it, not like with live plant foods from which you get valuable living energy. For us, your attitude to food is very strange, but we understand this as the influence of darkness on you. In the future, everything will change, and you will eat only healthy and useful foods. As I understand it, you didn't really like my pizza. Well, but I feel full and happy. If you do not eat the rest of the pizza, then you need to put it in the refrigerator so as not to spoil." Are you referring to long-term storage for food at cool temperatures? Yes. We don't have such a device. If we eat, we always eat only freshly created food. We do not store any food residues because we put everything that remains in the disintegration box and return that stored energy back to the common energy field. Stockpiling simply does not make sense because we can, after all, make it again at any time. So, you can put that residue in the disintegration box over there. I took the world's most delicious pizza leftover and couldn't believe I was about to throw it away. I put it inside and the red and green lights came on. It asked if I wanted to confirm the disintegration process. So I pressed the green button and then watched the food just disappear in front of my eyes. At first, it seemed that the pizza began to fade and lose its colors, then turned into gas and finally disintegrated, and nothing was left. A little bit embarrassed by this pizza situation, I decided to change the topic and talk about something more interesting. I saw that there are a lot of water ponds here, and the air temperature is excellent, so I thought that I would like to try to take a bath. Maybe we could drive to some nice pond? Of course, one wonderful pond that you should like is not far from my home. We should be able to drive there with your car. That's great. I'd love to go for a swim. But first, where can we charge the car? I haven't seen any electrical sockets around here, and we need to charge before we drive. You will definitely not find electrical sockets here, but let me think a little about it. The contact closed his eyes again, and a few minutes later, opening his eyes, said, I studied the technology of your electric car and understood how it works. I designed a device in my head that will be able to take the electromagnetic field of our planet and turn it into electricity suitable for your car. The device is about to be finished in production. I ordered it through the conscious assistant to make it through my home's universal device for creating matter. The contact went a little to the side, where an oven-like object stood. He opened the door and took out a small device. That's it. This device will solve your problem. You will only need to connect it to your so-called universal cigarette ignition connector, and you will have free energy which will provide the car battery with a constant power supply. I took that device to take a closer look at it. I could not believe that such a small device could so easily solve the energy problems of our world. If only we could make such devices, then everyone could have free electricity. I went to the car to check how it worked. I plugged it into a cigarette lighter socket, and sure enough, the battery charge changed from 70% to 100% at once. It took only a few seconds. When you go back to planet Earth, you'll be able to tell people about all these technologies and what's possible. Yes, I will definitely be able to tell. But what about all the cars that are powered by oil products? Is it possible to do something about it and change it to free and clean energy? Of course, because your internal combustion engine can be powered by free energy. There are a few ways you can achieve it. First, it is possible to develop a technology that you can insert instead of so-called fuel injection injectors or spark plugs that will generate specific electromagnetic pulses in the engine cylinders, and these pulses, like magnets, will stimulate the pistons to move in their cycle. This electromagnetic field generator would be connected to your planet's electromagnetic field, and as a result, energy would be supplied free of charge. In this way, your cars powered by an internal combustion engine could move absolutely free of charge, and there would be no noise from what you call the noise of the engine from the combustible mixture exploding in the combustion chamber and the exhaust gases that pollute your environment. The second idea would be to also exchange your fuel injectors with certain collectors which could draw air from outside, and because there is a lot of carbon in your air, it could then convert it instantly to fuel. But that is not a very clean way to drive a car, considering that some exhaust gas would be emitted. The third way that we can suggest is to look into the ability to use water as fuel by using electrolysis to convert it to hydrogen and then run your car on hydrogen gas. But hydrogen is somewhat unstable and very combustible, so you would have to be careful with this process. Also, if not all water would be converted, that could potentially oxidize and rust the engine's internal combustion shaft. Therefore, some protective additives should be added to your engine lubricating oil to mitigate this effect. But this process would produce only air as an exhaust gas, which is a desirable result. I like it. It's really amazing. We all got into the car and got ready to go. I told the navigation to determine the route to the nearest water pond. A marker lit up on the map, which showed the marked place 12 kilometers away, and we moved out. By the water. We drove through the forest where you could see a lot of natural diversity, which is very difficult to describe. As I drove, I managed to explore the natural landscapes that were changing around me. The colors of the mountains were so intense, it looked like a place from the world of fairy tales, or like from the movie Avatar. As we drove, we entered the forest, where giant emerald trees clearly stood out, the tops of which shone bright yellow. From the moment you enter this world, you feel that you have left your normal life somewhere very far away, so far away that you do not even remember where you are from. On Earth, it seems that we have a lot of natural diversity, but when you get here into such a world, you realize that our nature is quite sad and depressing, no matter how beautiful it may seem. And here you see such a gamut of colors, a variety of shapes, a play of lights. It is like it is talking to each other, communicating, enjoying. It's just an oasis of nature. Not long before the destination, we stopped because the road was blocked by the roots of a large tree. We will probably have to keep walking from here. Not necessarily. Wait a minute. Contact closed his eyes and re-entered his meditative state of thinking. After less than a minute, he opened his eyes, and then my attention was attracted by the view ahead, as I saw that the roots of the tree began to pull themselves out of the way. They just started moving and shifted to another place so we could pass by. We can continue our journey with your vehicle. What just happened here? I communicated with the soul of the tree and explained to him that we have a guest from another planet and it is most convenient for him at the moment to travel with this vehicle, which does not have the function of moving above its roots, and yet we want to move further forward. The tree agreed to help, although he could not understand why we were traveling with such a primitive vehicle. However, he agreed to comply for the greater good of all. Understood. You just talked to that tree and he agreed to move his roots. It's quite normal, as if from a fantastic movie. It's just amazing. We realize that each life form has its own soul and consciousness, and it belongs to the general field of consciousness of the planet, just like us. Therefore, we never do something that goes against the freedom of another, and we are always looking for compromises between ourselves. And what would we have done if the tree had not agreed to move its roots? In that case, we would first find out why he cannot move them. The souls of nature are usually very benevolent and friendly towards us. If he could not move his roots, it would be for a good reason, such as an intensive transfer of information or feeding through the root system that he could not suddenly interrupt. In this case, we would either wait until it finished or leave the car and go on foot. We moved a few more kilometers ahead and finally arrived at our destination. A pond heated by underground springs with a small waterfall. It was a magical, steaming pond in the middle of the forest. We all got out of the car, walked closer to the water, and sat down by the shore. The scene was like one of those magical stories. I watched the splashing water from the waterfall and thought about what a magical creation of nature waterfalls are. You said you wanted to try swimming, so there you go. I need to undress first. It is absolutely not necessary. You can bathe with clothes. With clothes? But they will get wet and need to be dried. It won't be necessary because the blue uniform you are wearing is made of high-level technology. This is not just a simple suit. It has built-in equipment that can help you survive even in deadly conditions. The suit has protection against everything: fire, water, poisonous gases, vacuum, toxins, acid, alkali, shocks, you name it. So, in any situation, the suit will protect you. It also has functions for automatic purification and drying by performing micro-movements in the fabric, shaking off everything. So there is no need to wash or dry it. I didn't know that. It's worth knowing. And how can it protect me from water or vacuum? After all, I don't have a helmet or something like that to protect my breathing channels. By the way, my hands are also open. Only my legs are fully protected because the shoes are combined with the suit. If you think about needing protection from the water, the suit will immediately react to your thought and activate the functions of the helmet and gloves that will protect you. If for some reason you lose consciousness and cannot consciously activate these functions, the suit itself would activate them with the help of a conscious assistant, who always watches you through the suit, ensuring everything is fine with you. In the suit, you can also adjust your body temperature, as it contains a full package for survival. Such a suit on your planet would be very useful, for example, if you fell from a very high place. It would identify your fall and, during a collision with the Earth, absorb all the force of the impact, making you land as if on clouds even if you fell on stones. The suit also constantly measures the condition of your body and can protect you from lack of fluids or food if it reaches a dangerous limit, providing your body with the necessary substances. It is also able to remove body secretions. And how is this suit powered? It takes energy directly from the electromagnetic field of the planet, like all other technologies. Being in this costume, I'm just like Iron Man from Marvel's comics. Wow, this costume is definitely not iron. It is made of special fabric, which is one of the strongest in the entire universe. But by analogy, I understand what you are talking about because with this suit you are really an extraordinary person. This fabric is very firm, light, and very tender. So try the suit in the water and you will see how it works. After entering the water, I immediately began to feel how the water warmed and stimulated me. After a little swim, I sat down in a shallow place near the waterfall. Having enjoyed such a relaxing procedure, I decided to try the possibilities of the costume. I said I wanted to activate the underwater function, and the suit suddenly covered my body tightly to push out all the water between me and it. Then gloves and a helmet began to grow from the sleeves and collar, completely covering the open areas of my body. It was very convenient. I realized that I was fully protected and could breathe freely inside the suit. I dived under the water to explore the bottom of the pond. Underwater, everything seemed even more magical. There were so many shining colors. I found a lot of crystals and other gems on the bottom. Any person on Earth who finds such an asset would be a millionaire. And here, everything just lies because no one needs it. Having submerged a little and fully convinced that I would not run out of oxygen with this suit, I came back to the surface. When I got ashore, I turned off the functions of the gloves and helmet. The suit then relaxed from my body. I went to the beautiful blue tree and sat down to think things through and try to understand what I had experienced. Although I had just gotten out of the water, the suit was completely dry both inside and out. Think about it, if firefighters in our world had such costumes, it would certainly help them a lot. I had a new question. I'm wondering where I got oxygen from when I was underwater. The suit can secrete the right oxygen mixture from any molecular structure with which it has contact. Through its internal filtration process, it converts one substance into another. In this case, it has directly extracted oxygen from water. What about space? You mentioned that with this suit you can survive in a vacuum too. Yes, in this case, the suit can synthesize the necessary substances from cosmic or planetary vibrations. This is a more complicated process, but it is fully capable of this. The best part is that in this suit you can live without needing to go to the toilet, drink, or eat because the suit itself can fully care for the body. Wash it, remove unnecessary substances, exercise the muscles, and so on. I noticed that I did not feel sweating or thirst at all, only a little hunger. You wanted to eat for mental reasons because you are used to it, but not because your physical body was hungry. The lack of water can be fully compensated by the suit by condensing it from the air and giving it through the skin to your body. I like it. Very interesting. We want to show you another place, but it is located further away, so we will use our gravitational vehicles for faster travel. Is that okay with you? I really thought that we on Earth have advanced technology and are developing very rapidly, but now I see that earthly technology compared to yours is really like the Stone Age. So I'm definitely choosing your vehicle. But what about my car? This is very easy to solve. We will just dispose of it. The contact pulled out a small matchbox-sized device from his pocket. He put it on the roof of the car, and the car began to shrink until it completely disappeared. Only the box that was on its roof remained, now lying on the ground. What happened here? I showcased another of our technologies, called the atomic structure converter. This technology allows you to change the atomic structure of any object by reducing or increasing it. In this case, we reduced the gaps between the atoms to such a level that they all fit into the internal tank of this device. A person can easily pack up all their things and transfer their home in such a box. If a person does not want to part with their things, they can activate the box in a new place, and all the objects return to their former positions. In this case, we plan to disintegrate your car back into energy, so we will take this box to the nearest disaggregation box and destroy its contents. This way, charged matter will be recycled into a neutral state and brought back to a new potential for use. In this way, we could clean the entire planet Earth. We have huge garbage dumps that pollute water bodies and forests. We could pack all the garbage in such boxes and take it for atomic recycling. All the problems of pollution on Earth would be solved. Yes, with this technology, you could completely clean it up in a very short period of time. When the time is right, you will do it yourself because it is very important for your spiritual growth. We will assist you in this process. It will be like a job for you to use these types of devices and clean all the litter on your planet. It is important that you take responsibility for yourself and your spiritual growth. As you clean your physical bodies and your energy, you will also clean your planet. What is inside of you is reflected on your outside. Collectively, you can achieve anything. It is very important that all of humanity unites and stops fighting each other because you are all inhabitants of planet Earth. You have to understand that your planet is alive and has a soul. At the moment, she is going through a stage of purification with you, which is not easy and can be painful. But at the end of this process, you will be very powerful beings and will represent your planet in the Council of the Intergalactic Confederation. The contact pulled gravitational sticks out of his pocket and handed them to everyone. We turned on our wands, rose over the trees, and flew after the contact. During the flight, I did not miss the opportunity to admire the beautiful nature from above. The cradle of life. We flew fast enough, judging by the changing images beneath us. We flew through the woods and reached the city. Having slowed down, we calmly flew over the blue houses and the sea of domes until we reached the other side of the city and descended to another large domed building. The size indicates that it is a public institution. Here is what you could call the cradle of life. Let's go inside and discuss everything in detail. When I entered the building, I was breathtaken by what I saw. There were all kinds of bodies displayed as an exhibition, like in a museum. First of all, I could compare it to what we have on Earth, like a museum of wax figures. The figures were all kinds of things, from human-like creatures to more animal-like creatures, or even mythical creatures like dragons and fairies. It was then that I began to realize that all these bodies were displayed not just for exhibition, because next to them were detailed anatomical analyses and examples of all internal organs. At first, I tried to tell myself that it was simply a medical museum and there was nothing to worry about, but when we approached the machines, I saw that this was a laboratory. You must have already realized that we did not bring you to a stuffed animal museum. Here is a laboratory where you can design your physical body and immediately print it. What you saw at the beginning are examples for inspiration, not for use. These are examples of bodies used by other races. No one forbids printing and using such a body that is used somewhere else. In this laboratory, We provide an opportunity to design the physical body according to the individual needs of each person. We also have equipment that designs the body and immediately prints it. One can design the most bizarre and unique look in the entire universe. Here is a system that, with the help of a conscious assistant, can know all the bodies of the universe and tell you what kind of bodies there are, and even show in percentage terms how much your body differs from the next nearest already existing body. I don't understand the meaning of all this. Of course, you do not understand, but I will try to explain it to you. For example, on Earth, people like to be unique and exclusive, so they dress in different clothes or decorate their bodies with decorations. This also exists in the universe. There are creatures that want to be exclusive and unique. This is because the higher the vibrations of consciousness rise, the closer you get to the consciousness of the source and identify more with the whole, so your exclusivity and individuality gradually disappear. So, there are souls who want to dress in different bodies as clothes so as not to be bored. Do you mean to say that your race has also created their bodies using the design of this machine? So why exactly this form? No, our race has come about by natural evolution. Our ancestors originated in the Andromeda Galaxy and later came to the Milky Way Galaxy, where they lived in Lyra, specifically by the star Vega. Then wars broke out with reptilian races, and many of us decided to move out and settle in other star systems like Sirius A and the Andromeda constellation, where our cousins live. Andromedans now represent the legal side of Earth's situation, and we Sirians represent the spiritual side. Have you not said that you originally came from Andromeda, so why go back? No. The Andromeda Galaxy and the Andromeda constellation are two separate locations. The Andromeda Galaxy is indeed where we originated, but it is outside of this Milky Way galaxy. On the other hand, the Andromeda constellation is located within the Milky Way galaxy and has nothing in common with the Andromeda Galaxy. The naming confusion comes from the fact that to go from the Milky Way galaxy to the Andromeda Galaxy, you have to pass the Andromeda Gate, which is a guardian between the two galaxies. If you were to look at the night sky from Earth, you would first see the Andromeda constellation, and by passing in a straight line from the Andromeda constellation through the Andromeda Gate, you would end up in the Andromeda Galaxy. Okay, thank you for the explanation. So, before my interruption, you talked about the variation of bodies, but in your city, everyone seemed the same to me. So where are all these different bodies? This planet doesn't really appreciate exclusivity, and even if you were exceptional, it wouldn't really impress anyone. In this lab, we produce other bodies when we want to travel to other planets, most often for secret tasks or important research. And of course, there are cases when a new body is produced for the simple need of experience. Mostly, the making of bodies is relevant for still developing civilizations that are just learning to recognize the individual frequency of the soul. So, it is your time to try and create something for yourself. Please use the console. I saw many pictures of different bodies on the screen. Looking at the length of the list, I got the impression that it was simply endless because no matter how much I scrolled the scroll bar, it kept filling up with new bodies. After a while, I realized that I would never be able to choose from such an abundance, so I decided to let fate decide for me. I closed my eyes and just stabbed my finger at the screen. I hit a strange creature that looked like a human fish. Guess I'll be trying out this body. There will be problems with this model since it is adapted to live in water and does not function very well on land. I recommend that you try again. I scrolled up the list again and stabbed my finger on the list again. This time there was a very unexpected option. It looked very menacing and resembled a dragon but stood on two legs and had two arms. A strange creature, looking entirely white. What about this? This is a more realistic option, featuring a very reliable and extremely durable design. However, the original creators of this body prefer that it not be used by those outside their circle. In this case, its use is justified due to the controlled environment and spiritual progress, especially considering your previous connection with this race. The contact activated the machines, and they began to rotate, spraying some kind of gas in a large cylinder. I began to see the various colors of the rainbow. This image reminded me of how, on a hot summer day, a watering hose sprays water, and the sun's rays go through those particles of water, forming the colors of the rainbow. These effects lasted a few seconds, and I began to see the nascent physical form, which seemed enormous to me. When the machines stopped spinning and the cylinder opened, I saw how huge this body was. Wow! This form is simply enormous. What is its height? In your units of measurement, it is about 7 meters tall. Wow! And what is the height of this body in which I am now? The height of this body is about 3 meters. Okay. What do I do now to move into that body? This can be done with the help of the intention of consciousness, but in your case, it will be easiest for you if you lie down in a nearby cylinder, which will transfer you to another body automatically. During this time, your physical body will be checked, and some adjustments will be made if necessary. I laid down in the cylinder and suddenly felt a strong need for sleep, and my eyes closed. For a while, I did not feel anything, but suddenly I began to feel a surge of strength that grew into a feeling as if I were the ruler of the world, as if I were the most powerful being in existence. I opened my eyes and began to look around, sensing my new body, which was cold and scaly. I looked around the room and saw my Sirius friends, who now seemed weak and helpless in front of me. I didn't feel aggression because I felt like they were not equal to me, and if someone were to get in my way, I'd overcome them all easily. I was still me, but I also felt the strong influence of the draconian body. Now you probably experience a somewhat unusual contrast of feelings because this body has a different foundation than our bodies. These bodies are used by the elite of the alpha white dragons. This is one of the physically strongest races in our Milky Way galaxy. I don't understand this feeling, but being in this body makes me feel like 1,000 gods in one. How can someone not want to use such bodies? This is only how it seems at the beginning, but after a while, physical forms begin to get boring. Tremendous power in our world is not a great advantage because we live in a peaceful world. Here, neither size nor power is a great advantage when you can fly and change matter with your thoughts or with technology. Basically, the power you now feel is more of an aspect of primitiveness than of superiority. I dare not agree with you, and I plan to prove it. Okay. Then let's go outside where, with your tremendous power, you will not destroy anything and you can prove it. I burst outside powerfully. It was awkward to move around with such a huge form when you are not used to it. Well, try it. Prove to me that this body has an advantage and is not primitive. I think with this body I can lift objects as big as you couldn't move. Here, for example, this sculpture, which is several times larger than me, I will raise it now. It was a sculpture of feminine forms that greeted everyone who came to this center. The statue was attached to the ground, but I accumulated tremendous strength in my muscles and tore the sculpture off the ground, which was several times larger than me, and lifted it above myself, showing my power. Very impressive, you just showed how to destroy a work of art. Now let me show you something. The contact turned its gaze to the sculpture, and it disappeared and returned to its original position, where it was before I had peeled it out. Then he removed the statue from that place, and it appeared in another place, and he moved it back to its original position again. You see, your physical superiority isn't very impressive when you compare it to the power of thought. What about speed? I believe this physical body is faster than your physical body. The contact disappeared and instantly found itself on the roof of the lab and moved back again. You see, speed is not a very relevant characteristic when you can instantly move from point A to point B. Okay. You're wearing your own protective suit after all, so if we went to a one-on-one duel, I'm sure I'd beat you. Yes, I wear my own protective suit, so I am invulnerable. We can try hand-to-hand combat. I felt a tremendous surge of adrenaline in my body, as if a giant beast had woken up in me. Like a bullet, my fist found its target at the contact's chest. But as my fist approached his chest, the contact has stopped my giant fist with just one of his fingers. I felt the energy flowing through his finger, which relaxed my muscles, and I felt a very pleasant relief. In all the muscles of my body, I began to feel a strong relaxation and suddenly stumbled to the ground. What is happening? I feel so relaxed that I can't even move. I have reduced the tension in your body because this form is too intense for you. The genes of this proud dragon warrior have a tendency to overwhelm and influence the decisions of a person. The draconian factor becomes dominant, and you lose your identity, but now you have calmed down. We're about to bring you back to the Sirian body. After this extreme change in energies, I lost consciousness and fell asleep. When I woke up, I found myself again in the same Sirian body. What just happened? You are just not used to such a sudden energy change. You got too caught up in your new role, so I had to relax you, which caused the system to reboot. We've made an easy correction, and you're yourself again. Well, I really felt like I wasn't myself. That enormous power just overwhelmed me, and I wasn't able to control myself. I'm sorry if I acted inappropriately. We understand that it wasn't you, but rather the dragon genes that have overwhelmed you. I don't understand how you were able to neutralize me so easily. I was so powerful after all. Your power was only as much as you were tense. The vast majority of primitive races strain their physical body to perform a physical act. Meanwhile, we do the opposite. With each action, we try to relax more and more. All I did at the time was pass on the piece of my body, which became the dominant energy for you. The lesson here is that peace is more powerful than strain. Now I understand that physical power means nothing, especially if it is not controlled by high consciousness. If people knew such information, then we would have had a different world for a long time. On your planet, two religious branches teach this. The Japanese branch of Zen Buddhism and the Tao, an offshoot of Chinese traditional religion. Individuals who practice these religious branches learn these things. Of course, on Earth, it is difficult to practice this because you are in constant tension and stress. And all religions, without exception, are under the control of the forces of darkness. However, this is the best publicly available alternative. But each person has an inner teacher inside himself who can give the most important and useful knowledge that you will not get anywhere else. If a person does not go the path of his inner tutor, then he goes the path of someone else. By learning to reunite with his inner teacher, a person can discover his personal connection with the source and become an independent and free soul. There is neither the first nor the last step on this path, since this would mean that there is progress, starting at one stage and reaching the next stage. The point here is the whole path, going down the road, not pursuing a goal. In other words, if you want to learn the art of peace, you have to be at peace at every moment. It is not enough to work 5 days a week and then meditate for an hour over the weekend. This is not the path of peace. The path of peace means that at a certain point in your life, you choose to be at peace, and then at that moment, you will carry it in yourself for all your life. From that peace, every action, thought, and feeling of yours is born. You sleep with it, you breathe with it, you talk with it, you eat with it. This is a specific state in which you have absolute relaxation in all cases of life. What matters is not what you do in your life, but how you do it. One may be a missionary of peace on the outside but do so with hatred in his heart. And another person may be a simple cleaner but does it with love and inner peace. Which of these people do you think is more spiritually advanced and more helpful to the world? I understand what you mean by that. But wouldn't that make people like vegetables that just would be and wouldn't do anything? The ability to control your emotions and remain in a calm state is an ability to directly connect with your activities. Most of the best masters in their field have mastered how to maintain a state of calm during their work, which is why they are masters. Stress leads to physical and mental health disorders. Prolonged stress leads to degeneration in the area of the brain that is responsible for self-control. Stress and anxiety are absolutely unnecessary states. To live in peace is to live consciously when you have closed the door to stress and are in a constant state of peace. If everyone were in peace, then there would be no more room for suffering because all the inside would be occupied by peace. But the forces of darkness will still try to provoke people to do bad deeds. Yes, but the path of peace is not an effort to escape from the challenges and settle in bliss beyond this world. Evil will constantly try to provoke and challenge in order to test you. What you call bad deeds can only come from a state of panic, fear, and stress. But if a person is in complete peace, then the forces of darkness cannot approach him because such a person is complete. There is no place for the forces of darkness in the consciousness of such a person. Meeting with the force of light. I forgot to ask, where am I now? Now we are at the base of the light forces, which is located next to the planet Earth. What? How? When did I get here? While you were asleep, we discussed your whole trip in Sirius and decided that you had already seen and experienced enough, and it was time for you to extend the experience in a different environment. So, we moved you to the base of the light forces, which is located next to your planet. Your goal here will be to get acquainted with how the operations to free the planet are carried out. I can't believe it, and I really want to see it. I got up from the cylindrical bed and looked around. It was a room with blue lighting and a soft metal look. There was contact with his attendants in the room, but with us was another person, a blonde woman of stunning beauty in a blue uniform. She looked just like a human.
Hi. Did you wake up? How do you feel?
Very good. Thank you for asking.
It's great to hear this. As far as I understand, this should be a very big adventure for you, given that in this life you have not consciously traveled outside of Earth. At the moment, many inhabitants of Earth are waking up and we have the opportunity to make contact with them. By the way, I am the guide of this spacecraft, so you can call me just Guide. It is my duty to help those who come here to integrate more easily throughout their visit, so I will try to help you. Now we are on the mothership. Here is one of the many centers where the operations of the light forces are conducted. During this visit, you will be introduced to some of the procedures of the operations for the liberation of planet Earth by the forces of light. Would you like a tour of our spaceship?
Yes, very much so.
Great. Then follow me and I'll show you everything.
We again passed through the invisible wall door, which was marked like the silhouette of a door, and went out into the corridor. It was a very long corridor. On one side of the corridor, there was a continuous wall with symbols representing the purpose of the room, which were arranged every few meters. On the other side, there was an impressive very long window through which you could see the open space. The Earth and other planets in the solar system were visible here, but I was puzzled by the fact that this time the view from the window was different than when going from Earth. Now I see a space opening up where there's a lot of action going on. But back then I only saw space with the stars. This time, spacecrafts are flying everywhere. It is full of all kinds of bases, some looking very huge. Everywhere is full of strange energy formations, like huge bubbles of light. There was an overwhelming amount of everything. I don't understand what I'm seeing here. Where did all this come from? When we traveled forward, there was nothing like this here.
This is due to the fact that with the Sirius spacecraft, you traveled at a different vibrational frequency closer to planet Earth, so you did not see anything that was not in your vibrational frequency. This is done for safety reasons, but at this moment you are already ready, so we invited you to our vibrational frequency. Now you can see everything that happens in our vibrational frequency.
This is simply incredible considering that the official version on Earth is that we, the people of Earth, are the only life in the universe. The official version claims that there is no evidence of life existing anywhere else, but everything is in front of our noses, and yet we do not see anything.
Yes, this is a very strong program. Humanity lives in the utter illusion of reality.
If you can, please tell me how many and what kind of ships there are here and what their purpose is.
In the solar system at the moment, our fleets are arranged in 3 rings. The first ring surrounds the planet Earth and the Moon. There are more than 1 million ships in this sector, most of which are small in size. Their task is to observe your world and actively free it. The fleet of the second ring is located closer to Mars. Consists of fleets the size of a planet. These groups consist mainly of beings that are not of human forms. Many of them will be revealed later after the start of the first contact. Between the second and third rings, there are many fleets of special planet-sized ships, a scientific and research group. They will be the main ships of the first contact mission. And the largest is Ring 3. It consists of millions of different ships, most of which are motherships close to the size of Neptune or Uranus. It is located outside the solar system in what your scientists call the Oort cloud. The main transport stations are located there.
Wow! So, it turns out that there are many more forces of light than the inhabitants of our planet?
Yes, that is true.
You want to say that you have such a huge force?
Yes, because this mission is unique and vital. It has attracted the overwhelming attention of the universe and lasts much longer than usual. All these galaxies and almost all civilizations of this universe belong to the Intergalactic Federation. We actually have unlimited resources.
You said almost all of them. Why not all of them?
Some civilizations are still developing and they cannot understand so quickly what cooperation and the power of light mean. They are at their own specific stage of evolution.
And humanity's case is the same too?
No, your case is unique. There is a very strong contrast between light and darkness on Earth, and as a result, you are as if torn in 2 directions. On the one hand, darkness lures you through the illusion of power so that you become strong and domineering in matter in the short term, but with the goal of weakening you as much as possible in the long run so that it is easier to control you through matter. On the other hand, you are assisted by the forces of light so that you choose the light and give up the illusion of matter, and realize that you are part of the creator of the universe and instead of chasing after matter, learn to create it.
If I understand correctly, then you have an inexhaustible resource and you know how bad the situation is on planet Earth, but you can't just sweep away the forces of darkness? Because I find it hard to believe that there is something that you cannot do.
You need to understand that the fate of your planet is decided by you, the people, and not by the forces of light or the forces of darkness. We're just assisting you. If now all people connected hands and united to express their will that darkness would be abolished on planet Earth, then a direct invasion would be carried out immediately and all darkness would be abolished. But until you have reached this level of consciousness by agreement, we cannot perform uncoordinated actions and violate the laws of free will. Therefore, we are obliged to permit the forces of darkness to exist because that is the collective choice of the human race at this moment.
We humans are so powerful?
Yes, you have tremendous power. We want you to recognize your power and use it properly so that you learn to make critical decisions at a critical moment and most importantly, make them independently. The purpose of the forces of light is to assist you, then you make a decision to go towards the light.
And how are we doing so far?
People understand that darkness exists and it certainly doesn't resonate with their hearts, but they still choose it in certain situations every day in their lives. This means that much remains to be done.
What do we need to do to choose the light more?
You need to be conscious of every moment of your life to realize what influences you succumb to, whether light or dark. You need to stop at every moment and ask yourself on what basis you make each decision and what is the direction of your life. Choosing in every moment is important. For example, when you eat, do you realize what you eat, how you eat, or do you just automatically stuff your stomach? Do you do this with the realization that it is energy and you relate to it in this way? By your conscious or unconscious action, You determine what your relationship to that energy is. You need to consciously realize that energy cooperates, unites, and becomes part of you, or how you breathe. Do you realize that every breath is bringing life into your body, and every exhalation is a purification? So the question is, how conscious are you in each of your steps and in every action? You need to learn to take responsibility for each of your thoughts, feelings, and actions.
How can people know more about it?
For this, people have you and others like you who will convey this message to them.
More awareness in each of my actions. That is what I will train myself from now on.
Now is the time for you to see how we carry out the light procedures for planet Earth. For this, we will step through one of these doors, which is marked with these symbols. Each symbol represents the purpose of the room.
We entered through one of the many doors into a room with a very large number of screens. There were some beings there who were watching those screens too. These were different beings. Some resembled people, some were more like animal humanoids.
Here is an observation room where those who want to study the procedures for freeing planet Earth gather. The first procedure is called interception and reprogramming. Please look at the screen.
I saw on the screen how several light spaceships that looked like bubbles of concentrated light were stopping one dark spacecraft that looked like a simple metal triangle. The image moved inside, where I saw a black man in an earthly military uniform sitting frozen in the pilot's position. Light began to concentrate around him, and he disappeared from the pilot's chair. The view moved from the ship of darkness to one of the mother spaceships of light. Inside, I saw the military man appearing in a room that resembled a ward, and his body was placed in a cylindrical capsule. The camera then showed the military man's eyes, which were very restless and darting around. His body was paralyzed, and he could not move, but he was fully conscious of everything that happened. Then I saw how a strong light with a strange undulating effect illuminated his body. After a few moments, I saw how strange formations of darkness began to rise and melt from his body into the light. It was shown that the procedure took 30 minutes. It looked like a very intense procedure. I saw the military man sleeping, and the clock showed that the next day had come. Assistants in blue uniforms approached the military man. The military man began to tell his story that he did not understand what he was doing, that the authorities told him about the invasion of aliens and how he needed to contribute to the defense of planet Earth. But on the first flight to the battlefield, he was stopped by light spaceships, his body was paralyzed, and he was transported to where he now found himself. He expressed his disappointment with the authorities that he was deceived so much and how he now understood this because he finally found out the truth. That's where the movie ended.
Here is the standard situation. In almost all cases, military personnel thought that they were defending their planet but were actually deceived by their authorities. We take them over and re-educate them by removing the dark energy programs and nanorobots based on graphene oxides, something that Earth's conspiracy culture calls black goo. This frees their consciousness from the influence of darkness. Only later, these individuals, for security reasons, can no longer return to Earth but remain with us and help to liberate the planet. To their relatives, unfortunately, the authorities simply report that the person was killed during a military operation and his body was not found.
And how do those dark nanoparticles and programs get into our bodies?
A large proportion comes with food, through toxins, through medication. But the greatest danger is through vaccinations, because then they can inject these substances directly into the blood, and they can travel directly to the brain, where they begin to act and take control of the human body. The person then begins to become receptive to the radio signals sent by darkness from artificial intelligence mind control towers. To a large extent, this concerns heavy metals like mercury. After all, metal is an excellent radio wave receiver. Although your science denies this and puts mentally ill people in psychiatric hospitals, the reality is that many of those people who claim to hear voices in their head are not mentally unhealthy. It's just that their brains, due to an excess of heavy metals, begin to catch these scalar waves, and as a result they begin to hear various voices. Your world's authorities are well aware of this and are using it to track and influence people. Therefore, a person who has an excess of heavy metals in his body and, in particular from previous times, has fillings with mercury placed in his teeth, can be easily influenced. Some of those substances are needed to maintain the body's natural electrical conductivity, but problems begin when there is an excess or deprivation of those substances. A healthy person with a healthy biofield would never be susceptible to such signals since his internal signal would simply be stronger. However, disbalance of these substances create holes in the human aura through which the forces of darkness can control a person like a robot controlled by radio waves. Of course, it also depends on the will of a person because with a strong will, people easily do not succumb to these signals. However, if a person is a strong believer, then he believes that the voice he hears in his head is the voice of God. Such a person is very easy to manage. The next show that we will present to you is called Intercept and Neutralize. Please look at the screen.
In this scene, several light spaceships stopped a metal spacecraft of a different shape. The camera moved back into the interior of the spacecraft, revealing a person with a reptilian appearance sitting inside. He also experienced paralysis, and a ray of light began to form around him, transferring him to the mother spacecraft of the light forces. I saw him begin to be treated with light. However, everything happened unexpectedly. When the light from the reptile's body began to remove the nanoparticles, his body suddenly started to vibrate strangely, then decay and decompose into small particles until it completely disappeared. The film ended.
Here you could see how some races of reptiles controlled by darkness are dependent on the implants they contain. If we try to remove those implants without the consent of the owner of the body is so programmed that it automatically self-destructs. In the case of the Earth soldier, the situation was not so aggressive since he was not so deeply programmed. The human brain is more developed, giving him more freedom of choice. Reptiles are of a lower level of development and are not very capable of realizing their free choice. Reptiles are more willing to follow the instructions of the master than the needs of the soul, so our desire to help them causes the reverse effect, and therefore the body is destroyed. Reptiles' other bodies, such as emotional or mental, are sometimes more successfully transformed, depending on the level of degradation. In some cases, if a soul still has at least a drop of emotional or mental freedom, we manage to revive them in their other subtle bodies, such as emotional or mental. However, when a soul has completely given its emotional and mental freedom into the hands of dark control, it is no longer able to make personal decisions. In this case, there is no way to help, and the only way out is to erase the personality, eliminating the association of the soul with the former personality. Then the soul can start its evolution anew, no longer having darkness programs. These are exceptional cases that happen only to extremely wounded souls. Now we will see a more serious clash. Please look at the screen.
The screen began to show a flotilla of darkness spacecraft firing lasers at the spacecraft of the light forces. The spacecraft of the light forces were shrouded in an electromagnetic veil that protected them from those rays by simply absorbing them. We saw how light spaceships easily maneuvered around vast dark spacecraft and did something to make them begin to decompose into fine particles. The camera then moved inside those spacecraft and we saw the same scenario, only now the giant crews were paralyzed in all sorts of poses and one after another were transferred to the mother spacecraft of the light forces for reprogramming. The film ended.
This is a large-scale operation. We encounter such situations when cleaning the atmosphere of the planet. Very great progress has been made here, but more is yet to come in the coming years.
How long do you think it will still take for this whole operation?
In a year 2000 we liberated most of the Milky Way galaxy, leaving only your solar system and a few neighboring ones. Now in 2012, we are completing the liberation of your solar system and beginning to focus on planet Earth.
Why did it take so long to reach this level of liberation?
Because there has never been such a situation in all existence, so it took a long time to understand what was happening and what to do about it.
And how did all these forces of darkness come about and manage to cause such great chaos?
I will try to describe the situation as concisely and briefly as possible. A few million Earth years ago, among the creators of the universes, it was decided that it was necessary to conduct an experiment and try to combine the two universes to see how this would affect their evolution. One angel, whom you call Lucifer, decided to take on this experiment and opened a portal between the two universes. One of the universes was this one in which we now exist, and the other universe was still developing. It was believed that the arriving souls from the undeveloped universe would be able to learn from this, our universe. But they were not able to fit into our universe and became like viruses that began to spread throughout the universe and cause chaos. At the beginning, no one knew how to behave properly in such a situation, and for a few million years, no one took any action in the hope that everything would resolve itself. But this did not happen and the situation only got worse. For this reason, the light forces were formed, which began to actively deal with this situation. First of all, the already infected sector of the universe was isolated from further expansion. These were 3 galaxies: the Milky Way, Andromeda, and the Triangle. It was then that the cleaning operations began, which in your films you call Star Wars. After a long cleaning process, we are finally at this point.
And who really was the force that came to our universe? Was it some kind of demons or reptilians?
These were entities of a completely different vibrational frequency that are not in the physical body. The best analogy that Earth humans can understand is a bacterial virus that can infect any being in our universe. When infected with this virus, the being becomes possessed and is no longer able to think independently but is controlled by another malicious force. This is the contagion that can obsess a person if it weakens their aura by causing trauma to the person. Then if a person is traumatized, it doesn't matter if it's people, reptilians, or whoever, but they become possessed by this force. So infected races like reptilians are not malicious by themselves. Before the contagion appeared in this universe, evil did not exist.
As Christianity states, we are all born in sin. This constitutes the first psychological trauma that weakens us, making us open to these forces. Most people believe that religion is the way of truth, and those who do not think so simply fall out of the circle of normal people. A large number of people, unable to distinguish what is true, try to adhere to the opinion of the majority because it is more convenient and safer. Not wanting to be objects of ridicule, they follow the principle of the majority, a herd of sheep. They only express themselves when they know they can retreat safely and when they know there will be a community that supports them. They would never dare to confront a person who speaks the truth and will always try to cover themselves by claiming they are very busy with important affairs and do not have time for this.
It is necessary to refine the moment of truth. There are undoubtedly various religious teachings based on spiritual principles that offer good advice, but there are false aspects that lead people away from true spirituality and into spiritual slavery. It will be difficult for people who consider themselves religious and practice religious traditions to recognize this, but they must realize that all the religions of Earth were purposefully created by the forces of darkness to control and manipulate. For them, it is important to cut off a real direct connection between the soul and the source. Spirituality is not about faith theories but about experience. Souls settled in the physical body to express and manifest themselves in the physical world. This is an experience. The greatest weapon of darkness is the ability to keep people in limbo and lies. By controlling information, they can easily manage society. They only need to hold back people who know the true truth.
Yes, it's true, and we need to start talking about it out loud. I understand that it is very important to share my experience with others who are open to it and are looking for like-minded people.
Well said. Now we can get acquainted and chat with representatives of different races to gain a different experience.
New meetings. We walked out of the observation room and moved into another huge room with a lot of action, filled with many different beings I had never seen before. I was encouraged to get to know them. First, I decided to approach those who looked most like people because the appearance of others was uncomfortable to me. There were the strangest creatures there, like giant praying mantises or caterpillar-like creatures. Of course, I felt safe because I knew all these beings were positive, but it didn't add courage to me. The room glowed as light and waves of love emanated from all the creatures, which I could feel very strongly. After all, they are all part of the light forces, which automatically means they're good intentions. However, their appearance is hardly acceptable to the human mind. Imagine if an insect 5 meters high approaches you, wanting to hug you with its tentacles. You may feel the love and good intentions emanating from it, but it was very difficult for my mind to adapt to such a situation. I watched them all closely, and when I saw that they were laughing, I was embarrassed. After all, I forgot that everyone hears everything what I think. Suddenly, a caterpillar came up to me and stretched out one of its many limbs as a symbol of peace. I quickly stretched out my hand as a symbol of friendship. Well, we need to get used to it because someday our race will be among the galactic race, and we will have to get acquainted with the most diverse, strange creatures. And we on Earth are still incapable of accepting each other. After recovering a little from the shock, I began to notice that there were a lot of human-looking creatures in the room, so I chose an easier option for the next communication. I approached a cheerful-looking trio, 2 very beautiful gold-haired girls and 1 exemplary-looking guy with long golden hair, all wearing blue uniforms. I greeted them. Hello, I am from planet Earth, but at the moment I am temporarily in the body of a Sirian. Where are you from?
Hi, it's very nice to get to know each other. We can see from your vibration that this body is not synchronized with you. We are genetic relatives of the people of Earth from the star cluster Pleiades.
Relatives?
Yes, because our origins and yours are the same from the constellation Lyra. Indeed, most humanoids originated in the constellation Lyra. If you were to make a genetic comparison between us and you would see that we have the same genetic basis. When the invasion of darkness occurred and a war broke out in the constellation Lyra, many went to other constellations. One of them was the star cluster Pleiades, where we reside, and another was the star Aldebaran, where our cousins live. We developed in Pleiades hundreds of thousands of years ago and are genetic ancestors of the human race. Our DNA is what you would call the original Aryan DNA, and it has been used to create many human species in this galaxy, including your solar system.
I think it's very interesting and useful to understand where we came from. Your bodies look very perfect and symmetrical and quite human in appearance and height, yet we on Earth are a bit different in a distorted way. Why is it that we are not as perfect as you are?
Our bodies are like this because of the high vibrational frequencies. We have perfect conditions for development, in contrast to you on Earth. But don't worry, because you too will soon be able to live in such a paradise as us. In our star cluster, we have a planet called Earth too. This planet was created in case darkness destroyed your planet. In such a case, all the inhabitants of your planet would be transferred to this planet. At this time, we know that the darkness will lose on your planet, and after that, we will use Earth too as a transit planet from which the people of Earth will be able to begin to get acquainted with the galaxy and universe.
What does that planet look like?
Amazing, with nature and good weather all year round. There is no financial system, everything is free, and most importantly, no karmic system controlled by darkness.
As people live there, maybe they'll start glowing the way you do now? I really like the glow of your bodies. I hope to be able to glow like that one day too.
Definitely you can. This natural glow comes from the excess of photons and is due to the connection with the source.
As I understand it, you have a connection to planet Earth. What exactly do you do on our planet when you arrive?
We have been on planet Earth for a very long time. We were involved in your development during the times of Lemuria and Atlantis. We are mainly responsible for raising consciousness and developing many methods of energy treatment that have been discovered by your people. We use mystical elements to stimulate your thinking, thereby helping to open up your energies. We will have a lot to share in these areas after the official first contact.
It would be a really enjoyable experience. Can you tell me about the first contact, what it is, and how it will go?
The first contact is the beginning of official diplomatic relations between Earth humans and positive extraterrestrial races. After the first contact, extraterrestrial races will begin to spread their advanced technologies, which will quickly lead humanity to the Golden Age. Since we are most like the people of Earth, we will be among the first to make this contact. When you get to know us, other races will follow.
What will be the other races?
For example, one race called Asasani. Their representatives are also here with us. It would be useful for you to get acquainted.
The Pleiadian girl took me through a hall full of creatures until we approached beings that looked like humans. They looked like a mixture of humans and the gray aliens depicted in Roswell comics about the infamous UFO crash. They looked very human, but with larger heads, very big eyes, and small noses and mouths. As I was thinking about the current situation and its strangeness, the Pleiadian girl spoke out.
Please get acquainted. Here is the representative of Earth in the body of a Sirian, and here is the representative of Asasani. I believe that your acquaintance will be a very useful experience.
The Pleiadian girl wished me good luck and went back to her friends. It's nice to get to know each other. Please don't mind my Sirian body. I temporarily borrowed it for this trip, but I'm originally from Earth. Is it true that you plan to be among the first to establish open contact with the population of Earth?
Yes, because we are very close to your race.
Really? I would very much like to know more about this.
I think you've heard of a race known as the Greys?
Yes. There is a lot of controversial information concerning this race.
Definitely yes. They are our ancestors.
Your ancestors?
Yes, physiologically, we are a hybrid race. What you call the Greys was once a strong race, but during wars in this galaxy, they degraded into what is known as the Greys.
And why have they changed so much?
They changed so much because they destroyed their world driven by blind anger, and later decided that all their problems were due to uncontrollable emotions. Therefore, they decided to eliminate their emotions by making a contract with the Draconian race, who gave them nanobot treatment, which supposedly fixed their problem. As a result, they became cold and rational, evaluating everything only logically. However, what initially seemed like salvation became their curse because without emotions, they could no longer feel love, and without love, they increasingly lost touch with the Creator. Later, they mutated so much that they became genderless and could no longer extend their race. So, they created a plan to mix their DNA with human DNA to create a new race and reincarnate into new bodies. The Greys entered into a collusive agreement with your planet's authorities that they would be allowed to kidnap people in exchange for the technology they had at their disposal. Such an agreement satisfied both sides, except, of course, the ordinary population, who knew nothing about it. They began to prey on people and borrow their DNA until they managed to create their own continuity and created a new race, the Asasani, which is us. So, genetically, you're also our ancestors.
It's really very strange to be in the same room, knowing that I am your ancestor. Where do you live?
We exist in a different frequency of reality, which coincides with a parallel reality 700 years in the future. We came to this reality, to planet Earth, to share the information we have discovered, which explains how the principles of the universe work and how each person creates their own reality.
Can you share some of that information with me now?
Yes, I can tell you some important principles of life. One of them is that when you focus your attention on something, you bring it into your life. Whether you focus on what you do not want or what you want, you begin to resonate with that frequency of reality and create it in your life. You must see reality as you choose to experience it, despite any obvious contradictions. Another important thing to understand is that each being has its own unique way of experiencing reality. That doesn't mean you have to judge or be judged in any way. Everyone needs to be allowed to live their own lives. One more very important thing is that all situations are neutral. You yourself give them the meaning of positive or negative. When you determine the meaning, you invite that meaning into your reality. It should be understood that there is no such thing as a bad or good experience. There are only neutral experiences to which the experiencing person attributes a positive or negative meaning.
These seem like very logical and correct principles. It would be really useful to integrate this into my life. Are you very familiar with our world, how we live and how we feel?
Many of us come for incarnation to your world to get acquainted in more detail with you, and at the same time with our history. It is a process through which we help you to develop spiritually, and at the same time we develop spiritually.
During our conversation, 2 new species came to introduce themselves. Both were humanoid beings. One was half human, half lion, and the other half human, half wolf. They began to speak.
Good day to you, Terran. We lion men are big cousins of your earthly lions. Our origins are in the Lion Galaxy, but currently we reside in your constellation of Lyra. We wanted to introduce ourselves and tell you that we are watching over you and are here to help you through this critical process on Earth. Same here, we are wolfmen from Canis Major, cousins of your earthly wolves, and we are also watching over your back and will help humanity deal with their problems.
Thank you for your support. It is good to know that we have such strong backup. Did you both know that on our Earth planet we have cats and dogs as our pets? I said this without giving it too much thought, thinking that it would make a good connection point between us and them.
I hope that you are treating them well because you would not want to make us upset about the fact that some of you are abusing our cousins. Besides, did you know that on our planets we have as pets hairless humanoid monkey-type humans?
This conversation could not have gone any weirder. Watching these strong-built, humanoid animals with sharp teeth and claws really made me feel like we are not alone in this battle and not everyone here is a pacifist. If I were in the place of some of those criminals who are running our world, I would be concerned after having an encounter with one of these beings. After so many strong emotional experiences, I felt tired and a little confused by so many incredible experiences. So I thanked the representatives for the conversation and said goodbye because I wanted to go rest somewhere and give it some time to integrate all these energies. On my way to look for a peaceful corner, I ran into another being. This time it was a big humanoid hippopotamus. It had a strange energy around it, as if it was making you want to dance Hawaiian dances and was swinging all the time. He was drinking something which made me intrigued. Maybe it was that drink which was making him so relaxed, so I decided to inquire, "Excuse me, what is it that you are drinking here?"
Hey there, this is just some protein drink. This place is boring because it does not have anything better to eat.
It does not? And why is that?
Beings are so diverse here, you know. Everybody eats differently, and for example, some eat things that are minor genetic cousins of others. To avoid interracial conflicts, if, for example, some reptilian representatives were to bring some humans to eat because that is what they feed upon, that would cause an outrage from humanoid beings. So, to avoid all these kinds of misunderstandings, we just drink these boring cocktails here.
This conversation did not help me at all. Feeling even more confused, I decided to excuse myself and move on. I began to think about finding a quiet spot for relaxation. Thoughts popped into my head that I had to go straight down the corridor and enter the door marked by the 8th symbol, which showed a person lying down. I realized that I had just received help from a conscious assistant. What a useful program that can guide you and help you realize your needs when you don't know what to do. I walked down the corridor, looking through an endless window at our planet Earth and all the movement happening in our solar system, about which ordinary people on Earth know nothing. I counted the 8th symbol and stepped through the door. It was a resting area where I was completely alone. So I was glad to be able to stay in peace while everyone else was busy in the assembly room. Here, I saw many strange tables and bath-like objects, each with a different purpose. I did not understand why there was such a large variety of these devices. Then it immediately came to me that these devices were designed to help balance different areas of the body. The diversity was because there were creatures with different bodies on this ship, meaning different sizes and different needs. I thought it would be very interesting to understand how these devices work. Pictures appeared in my head of various caterpillars and giant cockroaches comfortably settling in those devices. Then I thought about which device I should try. Immediately, the thought came to me about which device I had to go to and where it was located. Using the conscious assistant is like having your own personal Google with navigation, just in your head. The device I was led to resembled an earthy massage bath. I thought it would be a great opportunity to experience something new, but I wondered if I needed to undress. The idea arose that this was not necessary since this bath works without water but with intense magnetic waves, so it makes no difference whether you are with or without clothes. By the way, this reminded me that my costume is really unrealistic, not only because of its functionality but also because when you wear it, you completely forget that you have it on. You do not feel it at all, and it does not constrain movements in any way. On the contrary, it seems to assist you in every action and step, making them lighter, stronger, and more accurate. So, I stepped into the bathtub and thought about wanting a procedure that would help me relax from all this crazy stream of events, so that I could stay for a short time without all those impressions that affect me so much here. I began to feel a pleasant vibration that started to affect the exterior of my body and penetrate deeper and deeper until I felt the vibration permeate my entire body. The feeling was just fantastic. It seemed that my body melted away, and I became not only alone with this vibration but became this vibration. The lights in the environment changed their shade to purple-blue, and I immersed myself in a magical journey where feeling, smell, and images intertwined. I saw sacred geometries changing shapes, everything floating in one rhythm. My personality was completely gone. Important meeting. I felt something touching me. I woke up recovered without any remnants of disorder in my consciousness. It was my guide.
Hi, did you have a nice time?
Yes. This bathtub is really magical. We really need one like that on Earth.
You will also have this bathtub and many other wonderful devices. But for now we have to go because somebody wants to meet you.
With me? Very interesting. What is it for?
This is Ashtar of our division.
You mean like the Ashtar?
I see that I might have created the wrong impression for you. First of all, the word Ashtar is not a name. It is a title meaning general of a fleet. What you are referring to is Ashtar Sharon, the commander-in-chief of all the light forces. So, even though I am sorry to disappoint you for not meeting your expectations with Ashtar Sharon, the Ashtar of our fleet has more energy than you need to inspire you for your further mission on Earth.
Wow! And he wants to meet me? I will be honored to talk to him. Under these circumstances, I quickly got out of the bathtub and followed the guide. We left the room and returned to the corridor. We walked along a giant window with views of space. I don't know how long we walked, but I didn't care because the view from the window was impossible to look away from. We finally reached the entrance, where the guide showed me that we had arrived. We walked through the door, and I saw who I was honored to talk to this time. The room was huge with a convex translucent roof through which much of the cosmos could be seen. There was nothing else in the room except one person who stood in the middle of the room, looking out the window. He had a very human appearance, dressed in white clothes that reached the floor, with long back-combed golden hair. On this trip, I had met many strange and strong individuals, but this person immediately seemed to be the master of light. The light emanating from him was so strong that I felt the spiritual intensity of divine love with all my being. His concentration seemed so strong that if a wall appeared between his consciousness and the object of his concentration, it would be crushed into dust. If it was steel, it would bend and melt, allowing his will to go further. If it was a spaceship of darkness, his will would pierce it like a laser to fulfill the mission of his soul. Where does he draw such power from? Suddenly, I felt his energy begin to fill me and raise my level of consciousness. He turned his head towards me, and I saw his eyes, which were so deep that it seemed I could see the whole map of the universe in them. Then he turned to me with his whole body, and the strong energy of love from his heart reached mine. He held out his hand to greet me. I quickly glanced at the guide, and her light nod confirmed that I should shake his hand. I gathered all my courage and stepped forward, extending my hand to him. As I squeezed his hand, I felt electricity pass through it, and at that moment, I saw the top of my head open and saw our entire universe at once. I realized that I was the whole universe. It was then that I understood that beings like God do not exist. It is just a deception of our own minds. We are all God together, and we are all gods individually.
Welcome back to our ranks.
Welcome back? What do you mean by saying this?
You should remember now that you were once one of us, but later you decided to make a big sacrifice for the good of all, by descending into the darkness, to study and understand it. But now you are back with us again.
Glad to be back, Chief.
Now I need to ask you a favor. Can you do this for me?
It would be an honor, sir.
We are having some issues in our ability to communicate with the surface population to give them a message. Could I ask you to deliver it for us?
I guess that is one of the reasons why I am here, so I will do my best.
Very well, tell them this. Humans live in a third-dimensional reality, where dark forces from the fourth dimension or the astral realm deceive people into believing that light does not exist. As long as people believe that, we are not able to help them from the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension where we reside is in your dream reality. Your third dimension is like a dream reality for us too. Our realities are separated by the fourth dimension, where the forces of darkness reside. The fourth dimension is your so-called astral world, which is like a carbon copy of your physical world. So, everything projected in the fourth dimension later appears in your third dimension. This is the big deception of your world, which no one will admit. In your world there is a bundle of knowledge called magic. This art is how black magicians in your world control your reality by performing certain rituals that can influence the fourth dimension. This way they can control what later manifests in the third dimension. Through ritual magic, they can control the artificial intelligence mind-controlling machine to control other people's minds through energetic tentacles of a giant octopus-like artificial intelligence, which can connect to humans' minds and their energy centers, stimulating their thoughts and feelings, giving the impression that a person wants something or does not want something. They can also call for the moon's 3D projectors and manifest 3D object replicas, portraying themselves as the ultimate magicians. Even though this might sound like an ultimate bag of tricks to get around in your reality, in real reality these are all just advanced technological toys and nothing more. Because you are living in an illusion of 3D, this might look incredible to you. But I am telling you that there is a higher dimension, the fifth dimension. This dimension is in your imagination. Every human has a personal divine 3D projector screen in their mind given to them by the Creator, which is the body's pituitary gland. If a person can imagine something in their head, they can later push that image through their third eye channel into the real world. This is the way creation is meant to be done by the Creator, by pure will and intent, not by magical programming and 3D tricks. The first images you need to create are your personal protection of light. Imagine wearing armor made of incredibly strong and thick golden light, encompassing both the outside and inside of your body. This armor includes a helmet, gloves with sleeves, a cuirass, pants and shoes, all made of solid, impenetrable light. This armor of light protects your auric field, physical body, thoughts, emotions, and actions, ensuring they are of the purest nature. If you feel any degrading thought, feeling, physical sensation, or inclination towards degrading action, strengthen your armor of light in that place. After enough light accumulates there, the degradation will go away, and you will fix the issue according to the divine etheric template. Next, you need to create your protective angels of light. These protector angels will protect you against the influence of artificial intelligence ritual magic. Imagine that you have 7 angels protecting you from all sides at the distance of your extended arm. One protects you in front, one behind, one above, one below, one to your left, one to your right, and one inside you. These angels are your protectors and helpers. You have to imagine that they are all intelligent and good-willing. They will be as intelligent and good-willing as you make them to be. The more time you invest in imagining them and giving them attributes you want to see in them, the more they will react to it, and the more powerful they will become. Now imagine their crystal white light, extending beyond your arm's length, and up to the room's size where you are. This will be your second layer of external protection. Imagine that there are 70 angels with the highest qualities you can attribute to them, protecting your personal space, like the room where you are at the moment. These angels defend your near surroundings from all possible negative influences in the space you are in. Now imagine their crystal white light extending even further to envelop your house and yard or neighborhood. In this third layer, imagine 700 angels protecting all your outer space from all possible degrading influences. Now you can ask your protective angels to help you with anything in your life. If you have any trouble, ask them to help you and imagine that they are doing all the hard work for you, fixing anything you think is out of order in your life. Your imagination is the only limit on what they can do. If there is a degrading thought, instruct them to change it to an upgrading thought. If there is a degrading feeling, instruct them to change it to an upgrading feeling. If there is a degrading sensation, instruct them to change it to an upgrading sensation. If there is bodily damage or sickness of any sort, instruct them to heal it for you. Instruct them to scan your inside and outside daily, and if there are any distortions, to fix them with light. Instruct them to scan you daily for energetic tentacles of the artificial intelligence mind-controlling machine, and if any are detected, to remove them. If you get into an argument with someone, imagine that an angel is standing between you two, diffusing the energies fueling the argument, making them flow gently and smoothly. Understand that the results they give you will reflect your inner will with which you infuse them. To get results, you have to do this daily. Otherwise, if you do not give them your attention, they will disappear. Also, never ask them anything of a degrading nature towards yourself or others. Otherwise, they will leave you because they serve only the light. In that case, demonic entities might take their place, which you do not want to get involved with, as they will force you to do bad deeds by hurting others and yourself. We, the light forces, only help those who are good-natured in their hearts and good-willing towards others. We are not here to force you to take our help. Instead, you need to find a calling in your heart to call for us, and we will be there for you. We are but a call and an image away from you. If you imagine us in your world, we will be able to appear in your world and help you solve all your problems, which will still be your responsibility. It is important to know that you are not alone in this, as the dark forces are trying to deceive you. We are here and we want to help you. That is my message to the human population. Do you think you will be able to deliver it intact?
I sure hope so. By the way, let me thank you for this message, not only for the sake of all humanity but also for myself. I find this information fascinating personally, and I will do my best to teach this exercise to other fellow humans after I master it myself.
Now, can I help you in any way? Would you like to ask me anything?
Why don't we see your ships?
From time to time, we appear in physical form, but for the most part, we are in a different existential frequency. There will come a time when you will see our spaceships. Now we're on a different plane, surrounded by you with millions of spaceships and millions of volunteers and enlightened entities. All you need to do to see us is to will us into your existence, and we will appear.
What are you doing besides fighting against the dark forces?
Our work consists of many different areas, mainly helping the growth of your consciousness, which is necessary for the ascension. We provide training during your sleep and give telepathic messages to those who can hear and receive them. Every day we make new connections. We are also working on planet Earth, using our technology to control the tectonic movements of the Earth. We concentrate the light on the Earth, which is transmitted through the universe from the Creator himself.
And how do you concentrate that light transmitted by the Creator?
To be more precise, we are working with the energy network. This network resembles the meridian lines with various vortexes located around your planet. Their physical points of incarnation are what you call pyramids, which are located all over the world. However, many of those pyramids are underground and look like natural mountains overgrown with vegetation, such as the Bosnian Pyramid, or others which are underwater like the pyramids of the Azores Islands, where the remnants of your legendary Atlantis are located, or Japan, where remnants of Lemuria are located. We try to give all of humanity as much time as possible to grow spiritually and prepare for the changes and upsurge that are approaching.
And who built all these pyramids?
This whole network was built during the time of Atlantis, more than 15,000 years ago, when it was foreseen that there would be a giant fall in the consciousness of the planet, resulting in the sinking of Atlantis. To ensure that consciousness remained on the planet, the Atlanteans, with our help, built this network of consciousness around the world. This was done with a technology that can change the molecular structure of substances, turning them into a light semi-gaseous or liquid form. This made it possible to cut a piece of rock as if you were cutting butter with a hot knife. Then, by using anti-gravity, we raised these huge blocks, which can weigh up to several hundred tons, but with our technology they were light like balloons. We then put them together like Lego bricks. It was quite an easy job.
How do you work with that energy grid?
We combine that energy network and concentrate energy to help cleanse the Earth's emotional body, an aura full of negative emotions and negative mental projections. We try to clean it up so that it is easier to go through the ascension process.
What are you most focused on?
At the moment, we are particularly focused on individual ascension because time is very important now. We try to reach as many humans as possible, especially the starseeds, volunteers who have been among us in the past and will return to us again like you. We also help those who are open to spiritual growth.
What can we do to help ourselves and others the most at the moment?
The most important thing is to realize the truth that we are all the creators of this universe, and we create it through our existence. Each of our thoughts, feelings, or actions creates the fate of this universe. We are all responsible for this together.
What about other individuals who don't realize it?
All persons who are afraid to take responsibility for their actions are considered children. Children who still need to grow spiritually and expand their consciousness to understand how creation works. If children are not able to understand that it is time for them to stop playing with their toys, then it is the responsibility of parents to show them that it is time to mature.
Do the forces of darkness also belong to this category?
They are very serious sufferers, although they may appear polite, with good manners and a positive attitude. Their behavior is just an act, a mask they wear to mislead their audience and hide the darker nature of their inner state and motives. They have no sympathy and do not experience joy at the happiness of other people. It even irritates them.
And what should an ordinary person do who also has a lot of negative feelings and dark inclinations? Someone who may have been living in misery for a very long time, perhaps with cruel parents, and the parents of those parents were also cruel. How can such people get out of that circle of darkness?
Forgiveness first. Forgiveness for evil deeds creates a space for repentance on the side of the abuser. Never underestimate the power of forgiveness. It can and does turn lost souls into the light. Forgiveness works in both directions. It will free you from the burden of holding anger and the other from the feeling of hostility towards you without creating bad karma for them for their unconscious actions towards you. Instead, there are more valuable things to invest your time and energy in.
But if we forgive the darkness for their actions, then they will never stop hurting us.
Forgiveness does not mean helplessness. It means realizing that the other, by their actions, does not understand what they are doing and what the consequences of their actions will be. For example, if a child wants to light a match and does not understand the consequences, such as the house burning down, you can't blame the child for it because they didn't know what they were doing by playing with fire. In this case, the responsibility goes to the older person who understands the threat of playing with fire. This means that the older person must protect the younger from their mistakes, which they cannot yet comprehend. So, true forgiveness comes from maturity.
To forgive at the level of the mind is one thing, but how to let go of that emotionally is another. And how is darkness able to take over the planet and control all aspects of our lives?
Representatives of darkness have various common strategies: divide and rule, distort the truth, wrap lies in the truth, create confrontation among people, control food products, poison food and water, engage in genetic engineering, control the educational system, enforce slavery, conduct social engineering, control consciousness, promote competition, manage technology, enforce vaccination, induce amnesia, create soul contracts, and many others. You need to understand these strategies and take actions to stop them. First, stop supporting their actions. Then, expose their actions and take counteractions by creating alternatives to their systems. That is where we can assist you if you so desire.
Why are the dark forces doing this?
Their goal is to keep people busy with survival problems every day, working hard and focusing on basic survival needs. It is important for the forces of darkness that people do not have time to grow spiritually and fulfill the mission of their souls, which is why they came here. But when a person begins to awaken and realize that survival is not everything, they start their spiritual search. Then they are given another path in which they have to deal with personal problems. Through psychology, philosophy, or the study of karma, a person begins to study themselves. But psychological work is just psychotropic control installed in your brain because they want you to be drowned in trying to solve your internal problems, from which there seems to be no way out. Instead of trying to solve your psychological problems, you should erase them and change them to white light like a white sheet of paper, and start every day with a clean sheet of paper. Then you would no longer have any psychological problems because there would be no place for them in your consciousness, which would be filled with white light. The forces of darkness can control you by manipulating the release of chemicals in your brain, making you a slave to your mind. They can cause psychological impressions on your mind that one goal or another must be achieved. When you achieve your goal, substances that cause positive feelings like dopamine and serotonin are released into your brain, making you feel happy. But if you fail to achieve the desired goal, depressive substances like adrenaline or cortisol are released, causing stress and making you feel bad. Being unconscious of this process leads to an addiction to constantly striving to achieve goals. If a person realizes this, they can learn to regulate their inner brain chemistry on their own and become free from their obligations. To be free, a person must first free themselves from external dependencies of survival by choosing only those experiences necessary for their heart, not for the stimulation of the brain.
But in this case, it seems that human life can become meaningless. After all, setting goals and achieving them is the basis of human existence. If a person does not have goals in their life, they will not have a point in living.
The meaning of existence is experience. At this time, your first goal is to remember who you really are because each of you is the creator of the universe incarnated in a human body. The purpose of each person's life is to realize this and then do what they came here for. No matter what spiritual practice people engage in, how much they meditate, speak mantras, or sing hymns per day, they will always face difficulties and traps set by the forces of darkness to mislead them. But if a person can purify their mind and enlighten themselves with truth, they will realize that they are the creator of the universe and clearly perceive their true purpose. The real goal is not to suffer and complain about the world, fight against imaginary enemies, or pursue temporary materialistic goals, but to enjoy the ability to extend creation by being the creator yourself.
But how can an ordinary person perceive such a thing? It seems impossible.
The mind is overflowing with social programs that state how things should be, but there is no record that says you are the creator who came to this reality to make a correction. You will have to make this record yourself. With this mental concept, boldly take your own path in life, based on the love of your heart and the light of your mind, because these are the attributes of the creator, not the artificial intelligence mind-controlling machine.
And how exactly do you need to use light and love in your actions?
Love is like an electric current in your world and always flows where there is the least resistance. In your heart, there is an energy crystal and cells of physical memory, which contain recorded information that is not in your mind. Everything you have to do in your life to return to your full awareness is written there. You call it the mission of the soul. But the human mind does not know that mission, so it must rely on the guidance of the heart. When a person begins to follow their heart, they start to fulfill the mission of their soul. A person becomes more conscious about what they do because they connect fully with the process. A person experiences a constant internal duel in their daily routine to force themselves to be conscious in their actions. They need to decide what they choose in life, light and love or darkness and hate. What you call darkness and hate is nothing more than the absence of love and light, which arises from false beliefs. But when a person wakes up one day and realizes they have made the wrong choice, they can return to the path of their heart and concentrate on the purpose of their soul. When a person perceives such a simple thing, the laws of the universe begin to comply with them because the laws of the universe comply only with their creator. The person who follows their heart aligns their consciousness with the consciousness of the creator. The conscious person fills each of their actions with love and light, visualizing the light that surrounds them, the object, or the other person with whom they have a relationship. Thus, with each action, a person will be close to the consciousness of the creator and will begin to comply with the laws of the universe, fulfilling their mission as a creator. So, every person at this moment can begin to fulfill their divine mission, filling their environment with light and love.
And how do we know when we've already accomplished our mission and when we need to move on?
Your heart will always tell you. You have to listen to it, and when you feel that your heart is leading you elsewhere, then your mission there is over and it's time to move on.
It sounds very correct. What else do I need to know?
People of Earth have to confront the forces of darkness, and we will be behind you, giving you the power of the legendary hammer of Thor so that with it, you can smash the forces of darkness present on your planet. Be wise and mature and take the power I offer into your own hands.
And how does that hammer of Thor work?
This is the vortex force that lies in each of you. This vortex is created when a person becomes a master in managing their thoughts and feelings, purifying them to the most perfect version. The most perfect form of thought is light. The most perfect form of feelings is love. When these two forces converge into a single spin, they create a toroidal vortex known as Thor's hammer. This force, akin to a hurricane, sweeps away all darkness in its path, allowing the person to experience what is known on earth as enlightenment or joy. As a rule, a person's joy is controlled by their beliefs, making them happy only if their beliefs allow it. For example, if a person has a corresponding position in society, a certain amount of money in the bank, specific life circumstances, and the like. You need to learn to discard all these ideas about happiness and begin to create your own happiness. When your perception reaches a level where you realize that your inner love in the heart and the level of light in the mind can be regulated by you, regardless of any external circumstances, then you will understand what freedom is. Understanding this will awaken the desire to share that freedom with others. The Master of Light will wake up in you, and this consciousness of the Master of Light is my consciousness also, which will accompany you on your path. This combination of the light of the mind and the love of the heart is the most powerful force in our universe. A person who masters these two forces acquires the powers of the creator of the universe, and then they can create and change this universe according to the desire of their heart. You need to wake up and take back your power. Darkness is only the faint shadows in your field of consciousness that you are scared of, but when you enlighten them with the light of your consciousness, they will disappear, and you will see who is hiding behind those shadows. They are the same souls as you are. Connect the love of your heart with their hearts and awaken them, for they are lost brothers and sisters of yours. There is no such thing as evil. There are only confused and lost souls who, blinded by darkness, are looking for their way back home. Enlighten their consciousness with the light of your awareness and awaken their hearts with the warmth of your hearts, and you will see how they will wake up from their hypnotic sleep, in which they have spent a great deal of time. If you want to have a real impact on the world and its inhabitants, you have to use both of these powers together, the love of the heart and the light of the mind, and not lack inner courage. Courage is the driving force, but it must be used only to send love and light. If in your life you do not know and do not understand what is right and what is not, then remember one rule: everything you do bravely with love and light is right, regardless of how it looks from the side. Because it's about working with light. Everything you do in your life without light, love, and courage is a service to the darkness. Only light and love are the most perfect forms of thought and feelings. No compromises. If you strive for perfection in your life, you must put the love of the heart and the light of the mind into each of your actions. Otherwise, you will support the structures of darkness in your world through your actions. Every time you think a bad thought towards yourself or others, a demon is born. If a person fully perceived and assimilated this, they would not create a single thought that is not from light. Other forces, like karma or fate, are just impure human emotions. When a person has impure feelings, they create bad karma for themselves and the world. The only way out of karma is love and light, not revenge. This is just a trap of darkness so that a person gets caught in the eye for an eye cycle, and everything comes back and repeats again for another life. Your system of karma is not based on the laws of the universe. It is a faulty system. To complete all the karmic cycles, you need to learn to forgive yourself and others and move on without clinging to the shadows of the past. The role of the shadow is to follow you when you go to the light, not to lead you away from the light. You need to understand that on your planet, you all have a shadow in your consciousness. This is the part of consciousness you call the subconscious. You need to start bringing awareness into your subconscious and begin to connect these fractured parts through awareness. When a person becomes conscious in all their actions, like breathing, eating, working, and even sleeping, this is your real work, not worthless psychological analysis, which can be solved by simply replacing everything with white light. Stop judging the darkness, and instead try to understand why it appeared in your consciousness and the consciousness of others. The ability to understand the darkness is the true light. My word has been said, and for now, if I'm allowed, I have to go back to planet-freeing operations.
I am very grateful to you for the time allotted to me.
The goal is for you to pass on these words of mine to others. Also, our meeting will help you move more confidently along the path of your heart.
I understand. I'll do that. It will be a great honor for me. The guide showed me a sign that it was time to go, and we left. Along the way, she started talking.
The commander has been tirelessly carrying out operations to clean up the darkness for many thousands of years. He devotes all his attention to this process. He is the center of this process. In all the most difficult cases, he always finds a way out.
I noticed that his will is unbreakable.
Yes, for sure. He is the embodiment of all the will of this universe to cleanse itself of darkness.
Impressive personality. When I was next to him, I learned a lot about the power of light.
We've all learned a lot. Now it's time for us to travel because your friends are already waiting for you. It's time for you to visit another place.
Further journey. The guide took me to another room where my travel partner, contact, and 2 of his students were already waiting for me. The contact spoke. "How was your meeting with Ashtar?" "I'm very impressed." "That is good. Now we want to take you to another place if you have nothing against it." "I have nothing against it. Where are we going now? Maybe we'll visit some other planets to see how people live there?" "It is possible, but not this time. What we will visit now will greatly expand the horizons of your consciousness." "It sounds intriguing. Let's travel." "Then close your eyes, and I'll take us to our spaceship with which we're going to travel." I closed my eyes and felt a vibrational change. When I opened my eyes, we were already on our spaceship, on which we arrived in Sirius. The contact spoke. "We want to show you more very interesting things in this universe. This is connected with how things work in this universe. First of all, we will move to the place where a new planet is currently being created, so that you get acquainted with the process of creating a planet." A few moments passed. "That's it. We're already on the spot. You can look through the window in the wall." A window opened up in the wall, and I saw the spacecraft of light forming some kind of high concentration, heavily charged, pulsating, translucent energy ball. Here is the creation of a new planet. First, a very powerful magnetic center of a round shape is formed. Then this center will begin to pull towards itself the cosmic dust, that is, the free particles of matter located in the universe. As that dust gathers around this magnetic center, a planet will form after a while. Dust gathers in layers, and as a result, large caverns form between the layers, so the planet becomes what you call a Swiss cheese. When the planet is formed, various civilizations can settle on the surface of the planet and create a favorable environment for themselves. Caverns between the layers are also suitable for living, and many civilizations find good living conditions there. The center of the planet remains a hollow magnetic base, constantly drawing in the free dust of the universe, so the planet can constantly grow. It is also possible to live in the center of the planet. So, you want to say that the center of the planet is not made up of lava? Definitely not. What you call lava is just the arteries of the planet, which are only located on the surface of the planet and partially inside to a certain depth to circulate minerals to the right places. The planet also has veins, that is, rivers and deep currents that wash and return excess fluid back to the zones where minerals accumulate. But what about volcanoes? This has nothing to do with the center of the planet? Volcanoes have nothing to do with the center of the planet, yes. These are more points where the accumulated energy erupts and is used to control the pressure of lava circulation. And where does the lava come from with all those minerals, and how does everything work here? As the planet develops, certain concentration points are formed in it, which carry out the management of the planet. These points are called control crystals. These crystals come to the size of your multi-story buildings. These crystals carry out all the control of the planet just like a computer, only organic, which receives its instructions directly from the creator of the universe. When crystals are grown and dissolved, other substances appear, which you then call minerals. Lava is formed because of the friction between tectonic plates. These plates crush each other with such tremendous power that the minerals of which these plates are made melt and turn into lava. What about oil? Is it really old carbonized trees of which there is a limited amount? What you call oil is the natural fat of the planet, which the planet produces for itself to lubricate its various layers so that they do not squeak when rubbing. Since this material is produced by the planet itself, like water, minerals, and so on, you don't have to worry about these substances running out. However, it is not recommended to use them faster than the planet produces them because, for the planet to restore the exhausted resources, it may take time that may be longer than your generation will live. And where does planet Earth get the energy to create all this from? It receives it from the magnetic nucleus in the center of the planet, which is connected directly to the nearest sun, which supplies power to the planet. And then what is happening in the center of the Earth? In the center of the Earth and other caverns of the planet, as well as in the mountains, there are other civilizations that you know very little about. Many of the unidentified flying objects you capture are from the inner Earth and not from beyond Earth. And will we ever get to know these civilizations? Naturally, all this information will be made public in your own time, and you will find out all this. For now, this is kept secret for a variety of reasons. Now let's move on. A few moments later, I saw a very bright shining object through the window. What is it? It's your sun. Sun? It's not like our sun. After all, our sun is yellow, while this one is white. This appears so due to Earth's atmosphere. The sun will look different depending on how you look at it. It is certainly very strange to see the white sun up close. It is common for you to see the sun as yellow, orange, or red. But the sun is really all the colors mixed together, which in the eyes of people look white. You are talking about the rainbow phenomenon here? The rainbow is the light of the sun, separated by its colors. Each color of the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, has a different wavelength. Why is sunrise or sunset orange or red? It depends on the angle at which sunlight enters your planet through the atmosphere. On your planet, the sky was colored, but on Earth, the sky is blue. Why? When the sun is high in the sky, only blue waves break in the upper atmosphere and spread around, as others are filtered out. Therefore, the sky looks blue. In fact, all forms of light and energy are part of the same phenomenon, the spectrum of light. Your eyes can detect only a small amount of this energy, the part that you call visible light. How interesting! We are very close to the sun. Is it not dangerous? After all, it is a burning nuclear heat ball that heats our planet with its heat, and if it were not for this heat, we would all freeze. Yes, the sun warms the planets, but not quite as your scientists explain it. What you call heat is not the heat emitted by the sun burning, but the specific electromagnetic waves that affect the air in the planet's atmosphere. They move the air particles and they emit heat as they move. Therefore, when you climb mountains where there is less air, although technically you move closer to the sun, it is colder for you due to the rarer air. These waves propagate throughout the solar system at once, at one speed. Thus, the distance to the sun has no bearing on the climatic conditions of the planet. Meaning that the planet doesn't have to be in the so-called perfect zone like your Earth to have a good climate. You just need to have the right atmosphere. That is, Mercury or Venus is not a hell of heat, and the planets further than Earth are not the kingdom of frost? Surely this is not so, because the distance has nothing to do with it and everything is regulated by the atmosphere. So, if the planet does not have an atmosphere like your moon, then it is very cold there even under the direct rays of the sun. And how does the sun emit those waves? It emits them from its center, which is hollow, as with other planets, and has a magnetic base. By changing their frequency, those waves create a small flaming effect that manifests itself on the sun's surface. Basically, everything that the sun is, it is simply a huge energy transformer that transforms the high voltage that comes through its center from the galactic central sun to a lower voltage that is suitable for consumption by local planets. The sun also performs the function of a portal. In your science, you know so-called black holes, which are one side of the portal entrance. The other side, from which you can get out, are stars in solar systems. And who needs such things if you travel in vibrations? Only highly developed civilizations travel by vibrations. Other civilizations that are not yet sufficiently developed use a system of portals that bend space and combine two different points into one. The last stop. Now it's time for another stop, but for you to have a deeper experience, I'll switch the walls of the spacecraft into a translucent mode. During this trip, you have already experienced quite a lot, so it should not affect you too much. Now we will travel to higher dimensions, so this will be a completely new experience for you. Well, after all that I have already experienced and seen, nothing will surprise me anymore. We'll see about that. The walls of the spacecraft began to fade, and I again began to see only open space. The feeling is that nothing limits you, and you are completely free, as if there is no distance between you and the entire universe. Your personality disappears, and only cosmic peace remains. You seem to be that cosmic peace yourself. Before we had time to fully get used to the overwhelming feelings, if this is possible at all, we began to move. But the movement was in very strange trajectories, as if we were moving in all directions. Left, right, up, down. It seemed that we had begun to grow. We grew until our size became planet-like in the 7th dimension, enveloped our solar system in the 8th dimension, then our local constellation led by Sirius in the 9th dimension, then our Milky Way galaxy in the 10th dimension, then the large swarms of galaxies in the 11th dimension. Finally, I began to realize that we were about to grow to the size of this universe in the 12th dimension. But to my greatest surprise, our growth did not end there. We continued to grow. After a while, I began to see that our universe was just one ball in boundless space. And as we grew, I realized that there were more such balls. In fact, we grew to the size where I saw that there are countless millions upon millions of such balls of universes, like trying to count the grains of sand on a beach. It is simply impossible. We stopped growing in the 13th dimension, and Contact said, "Now you can look at existence through the eyes of creation. Every dot you see in this boundless sea of existence is one universe that is overseen and created by its individual consciousness of the Creator. All this space that you now see around us is what all the universes are made of, and all the spaces between the universes are what you call the Source, which is the 14th dimension. We cannot visit it because returning to the Source would mean the annihilation of our personalities. This is where everything came from and where everything will return to. The Source has no personality. It is simply the potential of energy, so that its creators can use that potential to create their own realities. In the universe, the consciousness of its creator is an all-encompassing energy. There is a union between the creators of the universes in this 13th dimension where we are now, which determines the relationship between the universes and the development potentials of the universes. The creators of universes can decide what potentials they plan to try out by creating the following universes. Once, you two resided in the 13th dimension among the Council of Creators before deciding to explore the lower dimensions. There, for now, you have the opportunity to meet with this Council of Creators and ask them a few questions, so that humanity can receive a message from the highest possible level of consciousness. Please address the whole existence with your questions, and the Council will answer you from this level of consciousness. Do I need to look somewhere specifically when asking my questions? You don't have to turn your attention anywhere because at the moment we are in direct contact with the whole of existence. Just ask your questions. I ask the existence to answer me, what is the purpose of life? A voice was heard that seemed to cover the entire space.
The purpose of life is to live it. When we create the universe, we do not write anywhere what souls in that universe will have to do. The soul is a natural individual expression of the creator of the universe, the purpose of which is to collect individual experience. What that experience will be is no longer up to us to judge here. We are only giving the opportunity for all those experiences to emerge. Then the soul itself decides how and what experience it will have.
But if the experience has turned into suffering, and the soul does not like what it is experiencing and wants to change it, but is not able to do it, then what?
If the soul becomes a hostage to its own creation, then it must ask for the help of another soul, so that it can help it get out of the trap of its creation. It is very important that the other soul that wants to help is beyond those shackles, so that it can clearly see how you are doing and give advice from a neutral position. Because if that other soul also gets stuck, then it will not be able to help either you or itself.
But if we have the power of the Creator of the universe and have created those shackles ourselves, why then can't we simply remove those shackles by the mere efforts of our will?
You can, but on planet Earth, not a single soul has yet managed to do this. A certain number of souls tried to do that, what you now call the Ascended Masters, but all they achieved is just escape from that trap. Unfortunately, no soul has yet discovered on planet Earth such a strength of will to be able to eliminate the shackles of the entire planet. Someone will have to be the first in this process. Maybe it will be you.
I don't know that, but there is another question. Why are you altogether not removing all that confusion and freeing us from our suffering?
This is intended, and it will be done. There's a plan, and you're part of that plan. First of all, our desire is to give you every possible chance to do it yourself. There is an agreed time, how much we have agreed to give you time for testing.
So that's why the forces of darkness can afford to do what they do.
In this scenario, they play their part. We understand that now it is difficult for you to see and understand this, but you can take it as a challenge and overcome it.
But how do we overcome it?
There are two ways. One way is when a person overcomes the Lord of Darkness with their courage, and then acquires the power of the Lord of Darkness. In this way, a person takes over the energy of the Lord of Darkness, but at the same time, this accumulates karma, and therefore they themselves become the ruler of darkness. That's the basic plot in your world. You have many legends about how a person is driven by courage and a desire to do good, but eventually becomes a tool of darkness themselves, because the darkness that exists in your world is not something that you can overcome only with your courage. This requires the power of light, and this is the second way. For the transformation of darkness, a person directs darkness back to light, to the source, illuminating all the shadows of the world. But in your world, this is the most difficult path that no one has yet managed to go all the way, although many brave and strong souls have tried. That person who will be able to walk this path and transform planet Earth with light will become the ruler of the entire planet, and with it the ruler of your entire galaxy, because planet Earth is the central control base from which your entire galaxy is controlled. That's why darkness wants to rule your planet, because they want to rule the entire galaxy. There was certainly no shortage of brave heroes on Earth who, using their courage, overcame the Lord of Darkness, but then darkness overwhelmed them, and they themselves became the next ruler of darkness. As a result of this misunderstanding, a hero has still not appeared in your world, which you are waiting for, although it is encoded in your genetic code that the Savior will arrive. And we tell you that that hero is each of you. You only need to understand it yourself, and the suffering will end. Suffering is nothing more than your own fear of confronting your true power. We tell you that all that power is in you, and it is yours if you are able to look your fear in the eye and transform it into the light. In that case, your fear will transform into your power.
Why does evil exist in life?
Life is a process when the source begins natural mathematical progression, like counting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and up until infinity. During this type of natural progression, universes can evolve according to a predetermined pattern. But sometimes during this progression, an error occurs, like for example, after 10 should follow 11, but instead, it follows with 12. This corruption creates a deviation and creates differences. When these differences are small, it is still easy to relate to other numbers. But if the gap is too wide, like for example, after 12 the progression were to jump to 34 or even 469, then it becomes difficult to relate to your nearest neighboring number. This mathematical gap creates a place for interpretation. This interpretation creates space for thought to arise that there is something very wrong there, because I am not able to relate to that, and that is the basis for the sense of evilness. Evil is the opposite word of live. It is the inability for a person to look at their own reflection in themselves or other people, being unable to accept themselves or the other as they are. When looking into the mirror of their soul, a person struggles to accept the deviations they perceive as imperfections in themselves or others. They label these deviations as ugliness, stemming from an inability to relate to them. This feeling in them begins to evoke ambivalent feelings that they have in themselves, or there are in others an evil that they do not want to see. So their personality begins to divide into two parts, or they begin to separate themselves from others. They begin to separate themselves and others into two parts, one part which they accept they call the good, and the other part which they do not want to accept they call bad. If in their consciousness a person develops this idea of duality, they become the evil they identify as, or they can see that evil in somebody else. The important thing here is to be able to understand the other point of view. This way you will unite with that side instead of further separating. However, if you want to punish the evil side instead of trying to understand it, then that consciousness, and also your consciousness, will continue to split and deviate even further. You have to be conscious of what you're aiming for, division in consciousness or union. Division leads to darkness, and union leads to light.
But how exactly does that light work?
Light manifests itself when a person is completely authentic to themselves in their sixth-dimensional higher consciousness, and is conscious of themselves and the processes that surround them. When a person is not conscious and does not integrate their authenticity from their sixth-dimensional higher consciousness, then they are a hostage to their own power and the unconscious expression of life circumstances surrounding them. All that a person needs is to be conscious of the processes occurring inside and out. Light is the focal point through which a person can reach full awareness. Transparent white light has no impurities in itself because it is pure, and therefore between you and your full consciousness, nothing stands. Then you can be fully conscious. But for this, a person must be ready to look at everything that they consider hidden in their soul, and without any judgment, accept it with an open heart. Learn to integrate it and use it for bright purposes.
What should I do next?
First of all, be conscious in every moment and become an observer. Then expand your consciousness more and more widely until you reach the level of consciousness of the Creator of the universe. Become conscious of everything that happens throughout the universe. That's the potential of all of you.
And you, being in full consciousness, shouldn't you also feel the suffering that exists on planet Earth?
We feel everything that you feel. And only because we know and see a complete picture of existence, and where this leads, and how it will all end, this is allowed to take place. The original arrangement was that souls would go to this world to experience existence in the illusion of separation. Evil and pain create the illusion that the soul is singular and disconnected from the source. This is a difficult and painful experience, and thus, evil and pain play an important role in this process. The time will come and you will wake up from this dream, as you wake up in the morning from the nightmare, and you will remember that your reality is only a dream.
From all the information I received throughout this trip, I realized that there is no point in waiting anymore. We have to take action now. But what about all those thousands of years of suffering that humanity has experienced?
Humanity's interpretation of time is incorrect. It seems to you like humanity is suffering for thousands of years, but everything is happening only in this moment, here and now, and there is nothing more. From our perspective, there is neither the future nor the past. There is only this eternal moment, and we see all your past and all your future as happening on parallel timelines at this moment. So what you say happened 1,000 years ago, or will happen 1,000 years in the future, from our point of view, it is all happening at this moment.
That is, in this moment, the suffering continues?
And at the same time, in the same moment, that suffering no longer exists and also never existed. You are exploring in this moment that potential where you are suffering, where the world has not yet been saved. Just as you are now exploring this potential, you can also explore that potential in which your world has long been saved, or a potential in which evil has never existed. Once upon a time, you chose to explore this particular experience, and that's why you came to know what suffering and separation are. You can perceive it, learn from it, solve it, and become masters of this reality.
But if we just have to accept life as it is, how then can we change something in it?
It has never been suggested that you must do nothing in life. You always have the right to make adjustments to your reality if you find meaning in it. However, your actions will only affect those who allow themselves to be affected. Others may choose to continue suffering. This is part of the human experience and will persist until the agreed time.
So, a person is imprisoned in suffering and can't do anything about it?
It has never been suggested that someone is imprisoned somewhere. Every person has the right to free themselves from suffering. It is the free choice of the soul if a person learns to realize that they are not their physical body, feelings, or mind. Then a person becomes more than a person. They become free because suffering exists only in these levels. Free yourself from these layers, and the suffering will end.
Death or suicide, can it end that suffering?
If death or suicide is not a conscious process, and is not carried out from the consciousness of the Creator, then this will only exacerbate the existing suffering and add another karmic trauma to the next incarnation.
So where then is that exit?
This path is inscribed, and this map can be found by anyone in their consciousness. Or find a person who has already discovered this map for themselves. Then they will be able to share their discovery.
Where do we find such people?
You cannot find such a person or recognize them. Only that person can find you when you are ready to accept their gift. It may seem to you that fate has brought you together. In your case, you will be contacted by such a person on your planet.
Can a person choose their own destiny?
Only to a certain degree, depending on how conscious a person is of the processes occurring in their life. If a person lives only following the instructions of others, then they do not choose a conscious path. If a person fully comprehends the processes occurring in their life and makes conscious decisions, then they can change their fate. It all depends on how much awareness a person has in themselves. If a person can perceive what is happening in their life, then they can choose the partial directions of their life. If a person can realize what is happening in their soul, then they can choose what experiences they will have for the sake of their soul. If a person can perceive what is happening in their world, then they can choose partial experiences that decide the fate of the whole world. And if a person is conscious of the processes that take place in the universe, then they can make partial decisions that can influence the fate of the universe. It all depends on how much a person is a master of their consciousness.
How many light masters are there in our world?
There are few of them, and they carry out an important mission, which is to show the way to achieve enlightenment.
How to start looking for that light path yourself?
The first step is to realize that the path leads through your inside, not through the outside. Everything you do on the outside is just to reflect the processes occurring inside you, like a mirror of the soul. The second step is the realization that the body, feelings, and mind are just stimulants made for experience, and this has nothing to do with this path. The third step is to remove everything from yourself and concentrate on what remains. Only a neutral observer remains, who observes everything that happens in their mind, emotions, and physical body. When an observer becomes fully conscious of themselves, they become a conscious observer of everything that happens in the outside world. And the last important step is to recognize your true, authentic higher self and start acting on it.
Suddenly, I felt very strange sensations in myself. I began to feel as if my insides were energetically spilling outwards. I had always seen the world in such a way that I was in it, but now I felt that the whole world was in me. I felt that the whole collective field of the universe was me, and I could look through anyone else's eyes in this universe. I felt that I was the creator of the universe and could do all those things that the creator could do because I am him, and he is me. All those potentials are now in my hands. But at the same time, I realized that I couldn't enjoy it until at least one soul on planet Earth was suffering because it was part of me. And then I realized that the true mission of my soul is to help others remember and realize that they are also creators. From that moment on, my life changed because, at that moment, my personality died, and my divinity was born. Then I turned to Earth and saw my physical body, which was still asleep, and I said to myself, no matter how difficult it may be, I will not leave that planet to its fate. I will definitely return and tell everyone about their true power as creators. Therefore, I am going back. I woke up in my bed, in my physical body. I lay down for a while to fully comprehend what had just happened. Lying down, I thought about everything I had experienced during this trip. Everything seemed like the weirdest dream I've ever had. Couldn't all this have been just a dream? But I realized that it wasn't just a dream. It was my spiritual awakening. I'm awake now, and I know who I am. I don't have to look for confirmation from others. I will take my freedom and rediscover who I really am. Of course, this has its price, but do we not pay the price in any case, even if we do not go down the path of awakening? Both options costs everything. But the outcome of awakening is the biggest reward available to humans. The freedom to create their life. We judge so much when we look at the world around us according to the beliefs of our minds, yet we could rather explore it freely and unrestrictedly. To live consciously in the light or to justify your laziness by realizing that as a result, you serve the darkness. It's time to let my higher consciousness be my guide and act on it. This is where my new life begins. Closing remarks. This book has been written from my heart because that's the path of following my heart. The purpose of my life is to help this planet pass through this transit. You can also consciously contribute to the process of freeing the planet by sharing this book with individuals for whom it may be relevant. If you liked this book and found the information useful, and you want more information of this kind, please support my work. Links are in the description. If you would like to explore more of my work, meet like-minded people, or learn about your soul's origins, visit my website. You will find more important and useful information for expanding your consciousness. Victory of Light. School of the Way of Consciousness, 2025. Legal notice. This work is copyrighted. It is illegal to distribute or edit this work without the author's agreement.